Rallyx is presented by Cooper Tires, Allsbergs, Thorens and Kiel, and Capital Box. Round 5 starts in 3, 2, 1.
Finland, we're here for rounds. Yes! Sorry, too excited. That was Supercar with a wheelie as normal. What rounds is it? How, 5 and 6?
5 and 6, yes.
5 and 6. Honestly, this is the best place to watch rallycross. The pre-grid at Kouvola is right alongside the track. Every time we come in here, they throw us out. You can't throw us out when we've got a camera with us.
It's brilliant, isn't it? And this section of track, amongst the trees, there's less and less trees every year, which helps the viewing. But yeah, fantastic area of a really old-school rallycross venue.
Yeah, it's brilliant here. They're going to come down through the hairpin. Let's go this way. We want to walk you up through the paddock. We've got loads of Finns here. So they're in cross car. The supercar entry from the Finns is pretty good. But there's a ton of open two-wheel drive cars. My favourite is Rallyx's new car, which is insane. And obviously we've got our championship regulars as well. Hey, give it a quick kick. Rebuilt, of course, from all the carnage at the last event, Hal, but I'm so excited about open two-wheel drive here.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the times from the practice sessions already that it's actually really close. You know, Simon Tiger's going to have a big fight on his hands at the front of the order. There's some really quick Finns. But Derek Tohill, other drivers that have been struggling a little bit this year, right in the mix as well. So it's probably the most open category. That and cross car are just like impossible to decide who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, double header again, remember. So we've got 2 events here, and then the last 2 rounds are a single header events. One from Hollius and one from Grenland in Norway. We're going to have a wander down the supercar paddock here. We're going to get into things pretty quickly today. Okay, Oman is back. First of all, Hal, Mats Oman blows my mind every time he drives this car.
Yeah, so this is actually a different Audi to the Audi he's raced in the past, but he's raced all sorts of supercars in his career. Obviously doesn't have for anybody that knows at home, doesn't have the use of his legs, so operates the whole car with his arms and hands, and maybe we'll look in that in more detail over the weekend, because the way he drives that car is extraordinary, especially since the system he uses is all designed by himself initially in a home-built concept, much like we love open two-wheel drive for all the engineering ingenuity. It's just the same there. It's when you see him driving today, it's remarkable how fast he is.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. He isn't just a man who doesn't have the use of his legs who's having to go in supercar. Anybody has a job beating Mats Oman. He's a massive fan favourite, and he's a huge. I don't care about favouritism when it comes to Mats. He's one of my favourites. Deal with it. Belevsky's here, but how we are missing a couple of our championship regulars because, of course, this weekend down in Montenegro, ahead of round 1 next weekend, is the official test for the FIA World Rallycross Championship. Yeah,
3-day official test for World RX, which means we lose the KMS team. Jan Kristoffersen's not here, Gustav Bergstrom's not here, OC Veby, of course, isn't here. So that's going to open things up a little bit. I think on ultimate pace, maybe they've had the margin when the track conditions have been with them. Peter Hedgeson's been very fast. He missed the last round because Bergstrom, who was quick in the Hyundai, drove his car. So Peter's back. We've got Oliver Eriksson joining Kevin Eriksson. So I think that the level at the front of the order is going to be arguably even more competitive.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Oliver versus Kevin in the 2 Hondas. Now, last time, of course, Oliver had one of the Hondas and he was due to just have some fun with it, and then Kevin blew his engine, didn't he? And so Oliver had to give his car up for him. Now turn around this way and you'll see. Oh, there goes Derek Tohill. I'm not coming to Finland, Tohill. Look, he's here. There he is. See, he said, Oliver. Said he wasn't coming, but he is. Go on, Derek. Get out there. He's desperately trying to make that car. What is it that's in there? A ridiculous turbo.
It's basically a supercar engine, but they've been to Sweden this week and tested some changes to the suspension, transmission. Putting a big effort into being here and being competitive, and clearly it's working. Amusingly, you see him just leave the awning here. The UMC boys were saying yesterday that normally open two-wheel drive runs before supercar lights. So obviously when the open two-wheel drive cars go, then the lights boys think, right, it's time for us to think about going. But he is the latest man on the planet. So
yeah, he is. He's late at airports.
He's late everywhere. So sometimes they have to leave before he does to get to pre-grid. But anyway, Derek's on the way. The lights cars are still here, and he's getting ready for Q1.
Is he later than me, Hal?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Really?
You're late, but you're still not that late.
That would stress me out. That would really stress me out. Right, let's have a look at the two Hondas here. So, Kevin Eriksson this side, Hal, come on in. Now, our biggest question always with these things is how are we going to recognise them? So, is it enough? Oliver's got green stickers.
Crucially, it's on the roof, isn't it?
Yeah, but is it enough?
Yes.
I think it's enough for you.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm predicting that I will mess that up at least once this weekend. But either way, we're really looking forward. So Kevin Eriksson versus Oliver Eriksson. Kevin should leave here leading the championship with some of the regulars not being here, but they can drop scores. They will be back later on in the season. It was a fantastically close fight last time out at Tierp. If you haven't seen the finals from there, take a look at this. Ready to race light comes on pretty quickly. You can hear everybody trying to get their anti-lag on and good to go. Oh, good start by Kristoffersson off the front row. Baby's equal to it. Little nudging behind from Belevsky. Doesn't get squeezed into the wall as we saw in lights. Baby might lose out here. They're going to be side by try and cover off Eriksson's move. Eriksson also unsighted by the dust, and maybe Belevsky would have gone, but in front of him, Baby's gone. So Belevsky in P2 is the man who we need to see definitely come the time he goes Joker. Kristoffersson going to go now and take the fast exit on the last lap. He does. So Kristoffersson goes Joker. Will Belevsky go in as well? He will. So we want to see the merge here for sure. Kristoffersson coming out. This should guarantee him the win. He's got another lap to go. Vaby's coming in very hot though. Ola Christian Vaby trying to pass his teammate Kristoffersson. Almost in the wall on the outside into the back of Johan. Is he going to run the number one deep? He doesn't. He's wise to it in the background. Eriksson has managed to get P3. Didn't pay off this time, but good to see Vaby with that pace. But Johan Kristoffersson going to take his first Rallyx win of 2023. His teammate Baby gets P2. It's a 1-2 for the KMS. Green flag on this last encounter. Kristoffersson, Eriksson, Bergström, Belevsky and Franks will do their best to try and make it hard for him. Fantastic reaction time. Eriksson's equal to it though in the Honda, going to try and come around the outside line. He gets a little nudge from behind from Bergström. Belevsky looking to the inside. Off a car up. Eriksson pitches the Honda in, drops in beautifully behind. Oh, massive kick. That hole is huge, and that's something Kristoffersson's going to have to watch out for. He's got the whole shot out, but it's not a foregone conclusion. Oh, and he runs deep. Problem for Kristoffersson. Just as we said that might even be the hole. Eriksson gets super wide. Belevsky goes through, so Bergström leads now. Kristoffersson's perfect weekend is over. It was 7.3, it's 6.6. He's taken 7 tenths
on a massive charge here. He's going to go left here into the Joker section. Yes, he does. Gets it stopped nicely on the nose.
Is he early on the brakes though, Hal? Is that too cautious? Because Eriksson's coming in down the right-hand side in the Honda. Bergström was super early on the brakes. Eriksson nails him around the outside line. Bergström was too safe. He had 6.6. It should have been enough, and Eriksson has taken the lead. Now going to take his second win of the year. Kevin Eriksson winning in Oliver Eriksson's car from Bergström. Bergström unlucky to miss out by 0.4 of a second, and Victor Franks a podium in the pro category in the RX2E car. Kristoffersson with a DNF. Is it the killer pig or is it it's the unlucky pig, I think? Well, there we are. We said, didn't we, the unlucky pig. It was basically not ideal for Kristoffersson right at the end of the weekend. He thought it was looking like it was going to be absolutely perfect, but he didn't quite get what he wanted. Having said that, he did come away with the championship lead. So Kristoffersson with a 1-point lead over Kevin Eriksson. Then you got Belevsky, Vaby, Victor Franks, Maiko Tam, Peter Hedström. Some of those drivers are here this weekend, and some, as we mentioned in our little opener there, are off down at the official test for the FIA World Rallycross Championship. So they can drop their scores, and that should mean that the championship fight will go on until the end of the season. But I say, not here with us this weekend. Still going to have a great fight, so make sure you stay with us. So, sadly, after the last event in Tierp, we tragically lost a legend of motorsport in the Nordic region, Tim Markland. So if you're not familiar with Markland, he started his career in snowcross, which is motocross on snowmobiles basically. Went on to do freestyle snowmobile, raced side by side in Tierp with Johan Kristoffersson as well. Johan said he was incredibly hard to beat. But a huge loss. The tributes have flooded in, and our thoughts, of course, are with his family and his friends. I say a tragic loss to the sport, and our thoughts and love of the whole paddock with Tim's family and friends. He was going to be here with us racing this weekend, and obviously we missed that. So really sad. Tikimaki Circuit, incredible place, Hal.
Absolute roller coaster, isn't it, around here in Kouvola? This amazing uphill section on the gravel. It's just like a finished rally stage, isn't it? Back onto tarmac, and then we're about to pass over what is not an insignificant jump at the top of the hill. There's all sorts of brilliant places to watch, and this, I think, is one of the hardest corners on the circuit. Getting the braking done, down into this tight right-hand hairpin, through the trees at the bottom of the lap. Lots of undulation. The track really drops away here. Big curves on the left-hand side. The Joker splits right. The Joker, one of my favourite sections in all of World Rallycross, actually all of the world of Rallycross, because there's so many undulations in it. This is the final corner. That curve's massive on the inside. We've seen lots of people roll over there in the last few years. A bit of a bump and a jump towards the final corner, and there's been lots of action. The last time you were here in World Rx, there was a brilliant final corner there in the run to the line.
Yeah, it's an incredible track, absolutely brilliant place, it really is. There we are, this is our home for the weekend. We've got behind us an FC1X. That's sadly not our home for the weekend. We'd have a lot of fun if it was, but not allowed so far. We'll continue.
You're quite busy.
Yeah, well, we are quite busy, but I can find time. Andreas, Ericsson, so can Hal. Would you sit with me in it? Absolutely not, would you? Would you? I think you might.
I would, yeah, but
would you?
I wouldn't enjoy it.
I'd sit with you.
Would you? Would you enjoy it?
No. I sat with Andreas Ericsson. I can't quite decide whether I enjoyed that or not. No, I did.
Well, the hilarious thing about that was
you weren't going to do it, were you?
We were live, weren't we? And I was so amused that you'd got into a car of Andreas, having never seen him race a supercar, and then I was forced in it too. It was good fun, though.
He was. He hasn't lost it either.
No, you never lose it, do you? But no, he hasn't lost it, and the suspension travel on that thing is just absolutely incredible. I couldn't believe how soft the jump landing was. You know, you brace yourself for the landing, and I was like, like a feather.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it going around here. We've actually got, we're not going to spoil the surprise, but we've got a couple of VIPs coming along for a ride in it. One of whom's very famous for nothing to do with motorsport, so we'll introduce you to him when he's here. Is he here tomorrow or today?
Tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow. Okay, so it's a nice surprise for you tomorrow if you like comedy. If you don't. Well, deal with it. It's just he's coming anyway. He is very good. He's very good. So yeah, so we are on rounds 5 and 6 of Rallyx Nordic for 2023. We've had a good close season so far. Obviously missing the likes of Kristoffersson and Veiby Hal this weekend, but we have gained a ton of Finnish competitors. We touched on it very briefly when we were down in the pre-grid, getting far too excited about this amazing venue. But I think it's going to mix things up big time.
Yeah, and of course you can drop 2 scores. So Kristoffersson will be back, Veiby will be back. They'll be in the final 2 rounds in Norway and Sweden, as you said in the opener. So this is an opportunity to bag good results. And yes, you can drop scores, but it's always good to be there, isn't it? Because you drop your worst scores. So they've dropped this weekend. They need a great performance in the next 2, whereas Kevin Eriksson can arguably afford to not have a great weekend and still take those as his worst. But the level's high this weekend.
It forces you to drop these, doesn't it? Not being here means you have to drop these.
Yeah, and then you can't afford another bad result. Yeah. But having said that, the level's high, and Kevin Eriksson, for example, Peter Hedgren could be Peter can't because he wasn't in Chirp, but Kevin could be forced to drop this because the level's so high. I think in Q1 just before he was 6th. Him and Oliver had a real fight.
Q1 in Supercar gives you an idea again about the finish factor here. Jari Kalliokoski was in P1, Bolevski got P2, Juha Rutkanen got P3. So Rutkanen and Kalliokoski, you should be familiar with those names if you've been following Rallyx for a while. And even did Rutkanen do World RX in 2020? Was it, or was he? Did he do 21 as well, or only 2020?
No, 21, yeah. So in 2020, he came here
Yes.
and drove the GRX Hyundai and finished on the podium, chased Kristoffersson around. And I think that day was one of those scenarios where you put someone who's been driving a home-built supercar at national level, put him in a great car, and it's so easy, isn't it? It's so relatively easy.
Yeah, you're not fighting it. It's like,
he had a brilliant debut, and imagine that, coming into a World Championship and having chasing the multiple World Champion around. And then he came back in 2021 in the same Fiesta he's driving now and did quite a few events.
Yeah.
Then was back in Euro RX last year in Spa and had a great weekend there as well. So he's well accustomed to that car, and he's very, very quick.
Yeah, very highly rated. So Rudkin and Kaliakowski at the minute ahead of the likes of Hedstrom, Ericsson and Ericsson.
Hedstrom's pace, in Nissan, he beat Kristoffersson hands down. That was incredible.
Of course, he wasn't in the car in Tjerp. They rented the car out. So I think he's pretty glad that... who did he rent it to?
Bergstrom, who's busy in Montenegro.
So I bet Hedstrom's like, yes, nice
Thank
one.
God for that.
He's not here. Right, cross car. This is the result of Q1, look. So Marco Vanica, you have to forgive us, we weren't watching Q1, we were getting ready for the start of the TV show. Sebastian Enholm, Robin Grana, Pasi Penttinen, Arttu Matkainen, Riku Hukar. So you can see we've got, obviously Hukar is a regular, but there's a bunch of Finns again who are right up at the top of the standings in this. As always, me and Hal will do our best with the pronunciations. You'll have to let us know if we're not getting it right on social media. You can reach out to both of us on Instagram via DM, and we'll try and give some people a shout out as the day goes on. We are aware there are some other motorsport events on this weekend.
No, there aren't.
I mean, see, that's how rich for you. No, but this is the point, you see. Monaco Grand Prix.
Negative.
Indy 500.
Boring. What overtaking you see there? None.
Indy 500. You won't see any wheelies at the Monaco Grand Prix, will you, eh? Unless somebody touches wheels. Right, we better crack on, hadn't we? Vainika on the inside, Enholm, Grana, Penttinen and Matikainen, and we've had a jump start. Who was it, Hal? It was Enholm.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Nitro Rallycross cross-car champion last year. Always a front runner in this category. Bit too front running there though, getting off the line slightly early.
We were 6 cars in the opening cross-car races in Nissan, weren't we? And this circuit does have 6 slots there, but we're 5 for the fastest race. Remember, fastest first in Rallyx.
Yeah, we've got 5, and then we've got 3 4s, which is 4 4s 16. Yeah, so they always try to work it out so that we don't end up obviously with a car. Nobody wants to see a 1 or a 2 car race. I would have happily seen 6 cross cars down.
You can't have a 1 car race.
No, exactly.
That doesn't work.
No, exactly. It always used to confuse people, didn't it? It's like, why are the races like this? Why don't you have a 5 car and a 1 car? So, well, that's not really going to be very exciting for the 1 car, is it? You'd be stoked if you were in the 1 car.
1 car isn't a race.
No, I know, but you set a hell of a time, couldn't you, in qualifying? You'd be over the moon. So, yeah, they have to go up against other cars. So, hence the car count varying a bit. That's it. I've just turned up the volume switch, which gives me the car noise. On the inside line, Grana coming around the outside. It was Marco Vainico nearly got to turn 1 first. But Robin Grana managed to get around the outside. Grana, of course, shone last time out, and we need to show you. So the fact it's fastest first kills me because there's so much to tell you about this track. But in the background, Hal, everyone is immediately in full set mode. Look at Grana, that wheel pouring the air. Straight away, he's on an absolute mission.
The track will have to wait on it because it's not going anywhere. Penttinen at the back had a massive chunk of curb in the first corner. Really pitched the car up on 2 wheels. Remember that shunt Penttinen had, or Penttinen and Hukar from the same team had those massive crashes in Tjerp last time out, and incredibly the squad got them both repaired to be back out for the semi-finals.
They didn't get through to the final, did they? Which we felt was a bit of a shame after they put so much effort in. But this is up. That's basically turn 2. Goes some tarmac to gravel. Couple of big crests up and over the top. And then down into this braking zone. How that braking zone, because of the way the dirt gets dragged out onto the tarmac, it varies on every lap. And it's actually really bumpy as well, just after the landing from the jump. So the car's already unsettled.
Yeah, and I love that about Rallycross. That's Grana's joking from the lead. Remember, there's only 3 laps in these Rallyx qualification races.
Oh, almost contact, just holds that inside line, and that's what Hal was saying earlier about how good. I love the Joker merge in the last.
You've got to have so much conviction, haven't you, when you leave the Joker and force your way to the outside, because if you stay tight, you lose all your momentum on the inside there. That's Hukar that's run wide, is it? No, it's Vanica, sorry, it ran wide on the exit of 2.
Grana nearly followed him, got on the gas and just ran it out wide. I was up there yesterday for free practice, and Oliver Ericsson's first lap was absolutely wild. His second lap was a bit tidier, and then he did a slightly wild third lap again. But this is the Joker split look. So left is the standard lap, right is the Joker. It's a really technical Joker. You need to go and walk it to figure it out. But there's 3 crests in it, Hal. This is the merge on the exit. Gruner's going to get it coming round the right-hander from Vainica. It's probably Vainica, isn't it, knowing the Finns? Do you reckon it's Vainica?
Probably, yeah.
Vainica.
Sounds more compelling, at least.
Yeah. Oh, we did learn, by the way, that we weren't saying Gavler correctly in Sweden. So
somebody just stop saying it.
That's the right way to say it. Somebody messaged us to say we may have said a Swedish naughty live on air. So we apologise, obviously, because we didn't know. Does that make it okay, Hal?
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. No ignorance from this lot. They know their way around. So it's fastest first, meaning that the full senders are out there. Look at this. Look at this. In this corner here, as they come over the start-finish line, is just brilliant. They pitch the car in, and you get on the gas and just fling it all the way through. I stood there yesterday in free practice and got a couple of the cars on my Instagram story, actually, if you want to have a look. And someone else actually you need to have a look at later. We'll talk to you about Matt Zoman. Hal mentioned it earlier on, but we've got some footage of that car as well that you can go and take a look at. Oh, what a beautiful day. It is quite cold unless you stand in the sun. I can move back out of the tent, Hal, just to hear in the sun. What do you think?
Enjoy.
Yeah?
Enjoy, yeah. I'm not someone who's susceptible to temperature change.
Really?
Esme, my partner, is always too hot or too cold, and I'm just normal most of the time, but now I'm too cold.
Normal's a strong word, Ridge.
Normal temperature, not normal person.
God, it's dusty, isn't it?
What is normal?
Oh, mate, normal's boring, that's what it is. Hookar person bowed into Ugar and Hume. You know this lot from last time out. Oh, Hookar resists the wheelie, how dare he? Hume on the outside line, going to try and take her in slot number 5. Bowdens is just inside, in contact between Bowdens, runs wide. Hume trying to get alongside Hookar, it narrows down here. Surely he's going to have to give that position up, just tucks the car in onto the tarmac. Hookar leads Hume inside, can't get through there as Ugar has come through into P3. Oh, big jump and sideways again. That's Rasmus Persson. I love this track. You've
got to be brave in a cross car to try and hang around the outside through the gravel trap like that, haven't you, on the exit of 1 into 2, because once you're bouncing around a lot, and a change of mind there, was it, from whom?
All the grass.
Lawnmower.
Understeer on the exit, Hal just went in a little bit too hot, but still manages to get it right.
But so we're going to see the next corner here after turn 1. Hopefully it's a wide track. You can see the gravel trap there on the left. In a supercar, you can afford to run wide and carry that momentum, but in a cross car, obviously they're only rear-wheel drive. Little touch of the wall there, was it, for
Ugar.
I
tell you, go and have a look. If you've not been here, go and have a look on Google Maps. You can put in Kouvola Rallycross and you'll find it. Kouvola Rallycross, sorry, get it right, Andrew.
That's how we got here yesterday.
It is how we got here yesterday, yeah, because I couldn't spell Tiki Maki. So it's lots of I's and K's. So, go and look at it and look at turn 1 and you'll see actually that the fast line effectively is over the gravel trap, isn't it? And as the weekend goes on, it kind of flattens out and smooths out, but you then risk being in the Armco on the outside line. Look at that, just fling it over the curbs on the inside. There it is. Literally, that's in the edge of the gravel trap. So effectively, you're straight lining, aren't you, between turn 1 and turn 2, and there should be a left there, but because there's no track limits, it's like, well, sod it, I'm just going to go straight through it.
There's a massive barrier on the left-hand side on the way up into 2, though, isn't it? And that comes up very, very fast. It was quite funny. I was in the spotters area yesterday, and Topi Heikkinen was there spotting for Juha Richten, and we're going to see...
we need Topi on, don't we, for a bit?
Hookar into the Joker.
And he goes, watch this, look, crest, dip. Crest again, dip, and then coming out, there's a crest here. Oh, and in the background, Hugh makes a mistake, gets too sideways, going to lose a place, might lose another one on the exit here. Chucks it in over the curbs, just holds on, in fact, almost gets back to Ugar. So Ugar showing us winner there. What's how Hukar's dropped.
This is why I was confused, because Hookar was at the bottom of the graphic the whole race,
right,
but
so
not on the timing screen.
Hukar's transpond.
So
timing screen showing him right, so graphics are wrong, sorry. Him from the outside, look.
So this is what I'm talking about. See,
look at this,
he's the blue car on the right, and he's going to try and hang it around the outside. It's already got a bundle of oversteer, and then you can't risk bouncing around too much when you've only got rear-wheel drive and no weight in the front. And then up there, that big barrier on the left-hand side that we talked about comes up very, very fast. and it all gets a bit more. It's easier here because it's between two barriers, but the braking is an absolute nightmare.
Easy is a relative word there. That's the most relative use of easy, isn't it? We've had today. It's easy there. Look at this. This was on the lap.
Hopefully
one
we follow
Joker.
into the Joker section here, because actually from the drone you get a good idea of the undulation, and for me that's like a tarmac finish rally stage, isn't it? Because there's off camber, on camber, big dip in the middle, a bump on the exit.
Him, three little mistakes in that one. There was the understeer in the Joker. That was a tiny mistake. There was the grass on the wings of the Joker. I like his Joker. I want to see more of this kind of thing. Hookar from Ugar, Hume, Person, Bowdens. We haven't got an update on. Yes, we have. Has Hookar slotted in? No, that's got to be the previous session. Yeah, it is. We haven't got an update yet on the timing screens as to where they are overall.
Yeah, that's classic.
Johann's already messaged this morning, just said mega track.
Yeah.
Good lad.
Well done.
He's off testing, isn't he, basically? Yeah. Johann would like to be in both places at once, wouldn't he? If he possibly could, he would do both. Ryler on the inside line here, more about him later. Eliasson, Brunkvist, or Ryler going to get the whole shot. No, loses out. It's Eek Merstad who's gone round the outside. Oh, and if you get wide in there, Hal, onto the loose stuff, and you've gone on, you just drop a ton of time and slide backwards immediately.
Especially at this point in the weekend, because the track's relatively green, isn't it? There's been quite a lot of testing here from different teams, but there was snow here not so long ago. It feels like it's snow today, to be honest, doesn't it? It's absolutely freezing. But this was a part of the world where they have snow quite late in the year, and that means that there's been no rallycross events here as yet, and the track's very, very slippery. It'll clean up across the course of the weekend.
The tyre bale on the left on the way into the Joker, to me, is a long way back off that curb.
Yeah,
so
one of the Ericssons, it was Kevin who had a massive sideways in Q1 by clipping the inside, sticking the wheel the inside of the curb, because the barrier's so far back. Of course, you want to take that extra nibble out of the corner.
Yeah.
That'll be Puncture City, I think, because that inside of that curb digs out, and then there becomes a bigger ledge on the inside of the curb. You need to be really careful.
You feel like they need, don't you, to move that tyre bale out towards the curb a little bit more. They can do it at the end of the session. You can't do it in the middle of a session because
only if you don't want to puncture. But I like watching drama, so
there
it's
is
not
that,
my problem if they run over it.
My brother-in-law is a plasterer, says that when he's plastering around my house. I was like, "Is that going to dry right?" He goes, "Today," goes, "It's not my house." Hi, Jake. He won't be watching, but oh, great! Look at that. That is Eliasson slotting in again. Just another. I love the Joker merge. Yeah, the old thing of the Joker has to give way to the standard lap. When the Joker's on the inside line, it's boring, isn't it, that rule? But when the Joker's on the inside line, it's kind of irrelevant. If they're there, they're there. You can't turn in on them, and of course you're not going to give way. It's just a great example of a last corner Joker.
That's another great example also of an opinion based on what your situation is, because if you were the one exiting the Joker and got fired off, it would absolutely be right away to the standard lap, but the other way around, like, nah.
See, look at that. That is Eek Merstad runs the car beautifully over the curb on the one side of the road. Coming out, that's a perfect exit. Merstad aiming for the 2:15. I think he's going to get it, Hal. I think he's going to get it by some margin. He does. 2:12.5 goes 2.5 seconds quicker. So Eek Merstad is at the top of the table. Great run.
Really the first of the runs not to be interrupted by any fighting on track. Hookar had a bit of a battle in the first corner, didn't he, that cost him time.
Look at this, look at Rajala. So that's the thing about slot one. Kevin, look at the lines that Eek Merstad laid down on the exit there. I was talking to Kevin Eriksson.
Ryler was fair though, Andrew, wasn't he?
Oh, he was,
to get in the brakes and not force
not fire him
wide.
off. Kevin was saying that he was really not happy he was sixth. He said, it's good that I'm sixth because I've got the inside line for turn one. But this is another one of those tracks where I'm not convinced it's always the best place to be, because when everyone runs a bit deep, you just get in from the outside. We've seen it a lot in Extreme E recently. We used to see it a lot in, Hollius it kind of works, doesn't it? Hell, it can work. Lowiak, it used to work.
But we had this interesting scenario in World RX last year with the new format that the promoter tried. The result for that race with Thomas Eek Merstad on a 2:12.5, puts him top of the order. Yeah, they tried this system where you could choose your grip position. But, whereas, Julius, great example, there was this big debate about whether anyone would choose second or third, because that gives you the better line to the first corner. But you've got to be epically brave to not take pole, and ultimately nobody chose anything other than pole, because you're already giving away an advantage, aren't you?
They always believe they'll win the start and therefore be on the inside.
That's exactly it,
Yeah. Cerner, Herskainen, Niemi, that's Maiju Niemi and Tamo Tudu.
as we wait for this, I'll continue that little story. So lots of people in the paddock in the first round of World Rallyx last year were like, oh, what would you do? Loads of people who perhaps haven't been around rallycross as long will be like, oh, I'd choose slot 5 or whatever. What would you do? Well, I'd back myself to make the best start and start from pole. No, but what if you didn't make the best start? All of these drivers are convinced that they're going to make the best start. Actually, interesting though, I watched a Supercar do a pre-launch before. It was John Rolakainen actually, who did a bogged on the pre-start. And I was thinking, I wonder if he's stressed now. But when I've bogged on the pre-start like that, you don't care. You just know you're going to make a good start.
You just got to
yourself.
I'll up it a bit, yeah.
Back yourself.
Or you stall it like I did in RX 150s. Outside line, great start from Tudo, crosses across and closes the door on his teammate Cerner. They're both running with Pace Motorsport. Side by side in the background, up the inside line. From the drone now, you can see the two machines from Pace running 1 and 2. Always tricky when you've got your teammate in front, you can't fire them off. And they very kindly, Hal, they changed the colour of the fins for us, didn't they, on the car, so that we could identify them more easily. We're still working on that, but thank you to the lads for trying to sort it out for us. And they gave us pizza at the last event, which always makes a team more popular.
But they are Estonian, not Finns.
Sorry, did I say Finns?
You said they changed the colour of the fins.
Oh, the colour of the fin. How dare you? The fin on the car. It's so technical, isn't it? Yes,
but you know, it's great to have that.
I thought I'd called them Finns, but yeah, I get you now. I get it. It's a joke on my part, like, you know, Finns, Finland.
I see,
actually.
But
it wasn't. Sorry. Okay.
But it does help.
So yeah, it does help. It does help. So we've got 5 cars on the list here when there's only 4 in the race. I don't quite know what's going on there with graphics, but somebody has made a mistake. Noah Jorgensen was in the previous race. 2, 3, 1. There you go. The green is Tamo Tudo. This section of track on the standard lap is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Particularly in cross car. They're never really... And there, out onto the berm on the outside. 2 cars.
Great example there of running a little bit too wide.
In the Edge machine, the Squarer car that's running P2. But yeah, this whole track, Hal, it's very linked. Once they get down to this, I mean, even here, look, the steering's barely straight, but from this next hairpin, in the background, sideways again, that's Heidi Niemi. But yeah, watch the linked section, and well, you can talk us through it, look.
Yeah, as you come down the hill here, you're going to set the car sideways, then for a big compression, but that directly results your line into the next corner. Now you're coming down to the Joker split, we go into the Joker, miss the curve that little bit. We were talking about how much that barrier's set back. Bit compromise on the way in. Very tidy Joker though.
Got to just hold that inside line, it should be job done. There it is, checking flag.
It looked a bit slow for the Joker, but it's actually really neat and tidy and you risk losing too much, don't you? Like in Turp, remember the Joker entry into Turp where everyone was running that little bit wide? You risk losing much more than you might potentially gain.
Yeah, so you just take it a bit steadier. Good start again from the outside of the grid. Niemi got pushed wide, didn't she, there? It was just, nothing untoward. Herskainen just claimed the track and she was aware of it and moved out to the side. There's those bumps on the braking zone. And then look at that. Look at them working the wheel up on the curb. Use too much curb and you get up on 2 wheels like you saw there. In the background, Niemi pretty much on the lock stops, got it right out onto the bank. And then that tidy Joker on the last lap, which meant that Tudo took this one. The time was a 2:15.7, which will see him slot into P5 as we stand at the minute. And we're fastest first, so you get further down the list. And usually, someone's not going to beat that time. But when I look down this list, Hal, I can still see Osterberg, Gotherson, Kong. And in the last race, I can see Elias Svensson. So there's...
And Eric Nielsen.
Yeah, hold on tight, because there's every chance that he's going to get beaten in any one of these. So Jonathan Hoffman, Jimmy Osterberg, Roos and Kalle Gotherson. Rasmus Roos in the white car P3. Look at that, the start was completely even between the 4 cars, and then just 2 of them get better traction or potentially better gear shift and just get the job done. It is Osterberg who leads as they head up onto the back, but the 4 of them literally left the line together. And I'm looking at it thinking, who do I pick here as who's got a good start? And then 1 gear change later, 2 cars have made the run for it. And
that's exactly what Osterberg needed. Got turned around in the first corner in Q1 earlier on, but had great pace, was quick in practice yesterday, so needed to get out of that first corner scrum ahead to be able to set that pace without distraction. I guess he'll go to the end now. There's no reason to joke early on this circuit.
Look at that rotation, Hal, just backing it in big time. this is your start straight into the right-hander look, and then over the edge of the gravel trap, particularly if you're in a bundle of cars. That's the big one. The tyres there are so deep, and they're so deep because so many people have hit it. Was it 2014 in World when it rained and Liam had to run back from turn 1? Do you remember?
Liam Duran is running.
Absolute carnage, wasn't it? Yeah.
But that's what I was talking about earlier. So I was in the spotters area and with Derek Towell and Toppy Eichen turned up.
This was yesterday. 2014.
Well, I was then too.
Well, you were, yeah, actually, you probably were, weren't you? Yeah.
But anyway, yesterday we were talking about the track and stuff. It was raining a bit, wasn't it? And then Toppy turns up and Derek says, I haven't seen you since we were in turn 2 in 2014. Remember there was that massive shot, and Heikkinen was there, Solberg was there. That's pre-Solberg smacking the umbrella in pre-grid.
Yes, it was.
Derek lost a wheel.
I just needed 1 more minute. He got presented that back at the next event. We used it as a poll for the sound mic in his interview. So he basically, yeah, we did the Solberg interview, put the microphone on the end of the umbrella and held it out in front of him. And we were all sitting there laughing at him, and it took him a minute or two to realise what it was. Stephen Clary's got that umbrella. How apparently?
It's brilliant.
Huh?
Brilliant.
Yeah. Clary was one of our. Actually, did the onboard cameras originally. What was the original onboard camera company? Way back in the day.
I've got him saved as that in my phone.
Was it Drift Innovation?
Drift Innovation.
That was it. Do you remember the van?
Well, at the end.
They crashed it in the end, didn't they? Sorry, Osterberg takes it 2:14.
Not enough to go faster, so a 2:14.178.
P2 then.
P3.
Good stuff by Osterberg.
Oh, no, it's P2, you're right, yeah. Just ahead of Ryler. And that's
the start, Hal. Again, you know, sometimes you think, is it gearing? Is it just holding on to the RPM? Or maybe just the other cars have got a bit of wheel spin. They have to wait for the grip to come before they shift a second. Look at it. Yes! That is what I like to see.
And that's where chassis dynamics matter so much, is in that start phase as well, isn't it? Lots of bureaucracy over the size of the sprockets on these cross-car machines, especially in junior cross-car, because they're limited in their performance. A great run from Osterberg. That's exactly what I needed to get back in this fight this weekend.
Osterberg's windows have got an angle on them that I've not seen before, which maybe makes the visibility through the front quarters a little bit better. The new car was launched, wasn't it?
Yeah, the new LifeLive machine. Looks a lot nicer, I think, the Evolution, and looks much more Speed Car Wonder-esque, doesn't it?
They got one here. Have Edge got one here? Maybe not Edge, sorry.
LifeLive?
No, our friends from Estonia. Outside line, brilliant start from Kalle Gotherson. Should get the whole shot from there. Chucks it in nice at pace.
Yeah, pace.
Chucks it in nice and tidy. They must have one with them. Surely I want to go and see it. Yeah, all the little evolutions. It'd be really interesting to see how much of a difference it makes in terms of pace on the car.
That shows someone's passion for motorsport, doesn't it? Thierry Neuville. He's made a successful business out of the cross-car stuff now as well. But
yeah.
You know, most World Rally drivers look at Kalle Rovanperä is another example because he's off doing drifting and stuff.
Yeah,
but
he won.
Necessarily
he won.
Yeah,
ridiculous. There was in Formula Drift Japan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Went over there and basically won against some exceptionally good drifters.
Some real drifters, not a rally driver that's gone drifting.
See his run in Q. I think it was in Q1. And I don't know if they call it Q1 in drifting, but I watched it on Insta, and it was mint. It was brilliant.
Well, he won. I'm sure it was mint.
Yeah, but it was just his first run as well, and there was a great bit of footage on Instagram of all the Japanese drivers. It was wet, I believe, in one of the sessions.
Yeah, it was,
they ran out to watch him do his run, and he's just like, "Go on, lad, that's proper." He's got his own drift missile over here, which he loves. So yeah, shout out. But as you say, Hal, what we were talking about is Thierry Neuville. He doesn't really need to do that for a living. But he says it's a passion for so much passion that he came to Holliers and got his butt thoroughly kicked in the first year and was like, okay, fine, we need to work. They've done that work, and now we've got the Evolution car coming out, and I'm excited to see it. We'll go and investigate, see if Pace have got one with them later on today.
There's a real bump developing at the run into turn 2. Oliver Ericsson was telling me that really cost him in warm-up this morning ahead of Q1, where the compression just forces you that little bit wide when the suspension bounces back up. No such problem for any of these guys.
My bad on the start, I was looking at the wrong grid. Sorry, of course, it wasn't Gotherson, it's Lorentzen from the outside who continues to lead. Into the Joker, up over the top, look at that, lovely, finds the traction. What's the time going to be? Not enough. Right, so we've got one race left to come. And it's got in it Elias Svensson and Erik Nielsen. So I reckon, to be fair, Lindqvist and Terrapin could also be threats, Hal, but I'm excited to see Svensson. I think every event this year so far, every round, has had to fight his way back into the semis. Remember last time, both times again, certainly both times in Denmark, but somehow when the pressure's on, does manage to find the necessary to get it done and make his way into the semis.
It's a massive shout to come here as a non-Finn and do well as well, isn't it? Because you know the Finns know so much about these circuits, of course, being at home.
Is that up at the jump section on the back? I think it is.
Yeah.
I went up there yesterday to watch. Great place to see. The cars, they come into view sideways from turn 2. Okay, we go. Final race of cross car. Just the 7 races per session. Lindqvist, Terrapin, Svensson and Nielsen on the outside. Svensson's got a good start, that's what's needed. Nielsen maybe going to go with him. Svensson's certainly going to get to the inside line. Nielsen gets hung out just a little bit, but hangs on to the throttle long enough to get in. Right, now they've got to get their heads down. Either of these two could take this session. 2:12.504 is the target, and Elias Svensson's nailed that start.
Millimetre perfect through turn 2 as well. Just had the inside wheel tucked right onto the barrier, but not too much. See, some of the branding's already gone down at the hairpin. That was all covered across the front of a supercar yesterday because you run so close to the wall here that anything that's attached to it, comes attached to the front of your car pretty quickly.
Look at that, fling it into the right-hand side, get it in tight on the inside.
Good exit though. It's amazing how much the exit of the Joker compromises you if you don't run back out to the outside of the circuit. Wow, we've got Marcus Norman in the background in the paddock, barely hear anything.
All the track there, Hal, for Svensson up in turn 2. Backs it in just a little bit into the hairpin. Must admit, I've not been watching lap times, so it's hard for us to tell. You know, first session of the day, obviously for our first session of the weekend. And identifying, that's easy for me to say, identifying a few of the finished cars. Look at Flames from the back again, pop it up over the curb, flick it back the other way, and spins. So Nielsen spins in the Joker. Shocker, loses a place there to both Lindqvist and Terrapin. So Elias Svensson has stayed out front. So just came in a bit too hot.
Yeah, that's the first real drama we've seen from anyone in this session. It's been very clean and consistent for all of the cross-car runners. See where the track's really cleaning across the top, not where that loose gravel is on the outside, but this is Svensson's ideal opportunity, isn't it, using this cleaner track surface to get right to the front of the order. Just a couple of corners now to get right through the Joker, this tight left and then through a big dip. Got to be so careful with that barrier on the inside as well towards the exit.
I reckon he's going to get this. Look at the clock, bottom left. It will stop slightly after he crosses the line. Is it enough? No, half a second. 2:13.0 though will put him P2 in the standings. So Svensson gets it done. Nielsen, unfortunately, with a spin in the 34, is going to have some work to do in the later qualifying session. So with a 2:12.504, it is Thomas Ekmerstad who wins Q2. Look at that start, chucks it in. Nielsen looked just round the outside, gave enough room just in case.
Yeah, that's
Lindqvist was inside.
That's experience, isn't it? Showing massively there. And this is the spin, isn't it?
Spin, so on. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Too much curb. Through
puts
the
left wheel on, puts the left wheel on the dirt on the way in. Look at this. Look, yes. Flames from the back. There you go. Look at the aggressiveness on the brake for the rotation. Mega. Go on, lad. Yes. Yeah. Proud. Where's he? Look, oh, look, look, baby there with the headphones on because it's far too noisy, and also blankets, but still at a rallycross event at an insanely young age. Brilliant. So that's the results after Q1. So we'll have to get you the results once Q2's done. Another look at our youngest fans here. Now we got the results. There we go. So Marko Vainica continues to be at the top of the standings after Q2. Grana P2. Eek Merstad moves up to P3. Hukar. Rajalaluk is in P5. Remember, he's double running in open two-wheel drive. Ugar, Matikainen, Enholm, Persson, Penttinen, Osterberg, Hume, Eliasson, Tudo, Cerner is your top 15. Remember, the top 18 will go through to the semi-finals. So 3 semi-finals with the top 2 going through from each one. Elias Svensson is not on that front page. So even with the good result, coming P2, doesn't appear to have gone top 16, but that seems strange to me, but well, we'll get confirmation of it. Open two-wheel drive as we stand. Lucas Gabrielsson at the top from Olli Lahti, then Joni-Pekka Rajala, Thomas Venäläinen, and Victor Johansson is in P5. So remember, Victor Johansson at the minute is the championship leader with 2 wins and a P2 on 82 points. Won't be bothered if the Finns beat him from a championship point of view, but obviously in terms of honour, he'll want to be up there. And this category here is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Like, we've just got some absolutely bonkers cars in it. We'll run you through those. Fastest first, Gabrielsson, Lahti on the inside line. Good start from Johansson on the outside line. Lahti looks to have got the best run. Rajala moves across in the Ford Escort Estate. Yes, you heard that right. Comes around the outside over the gravel trap. And inside line on Johansson. Johansson has to tuck in behind. So Joni-Pekka Rajala with the car, which I've been desperate to tell everybody about since seeing it yesterday in free practice. And Thomas Venäläinen in the Smurf car, which is always a favourite of ours, but it's Olli Lahti who leads in the Toyota Corolla. Remember, this is open two-wheel drive, so yes, it looks like a Corolla WRC car, but no, it's not four-wheel drive, it's rear-wheel drive. But Rajala, for me, Hal, that's the car. That's the one.
It's always nice seeing different things, isn't it? And there's a lot of different things in open two-wheel drive this weekend, especially. And an estate car. Remember how well received the Volvo estate car was in the British Touring Car Championship?
I was just about to reference that. Yes, you legends. Such geek idiots. It was though, wasn't it? Was it the 850?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. But that's
who was in it? Harvey, Tim Harvey.
No. No, I forget, but it was partially done with it as a marketing exercise. It was only ever a 1-year thing, blah blah blah. But it's well remembered, probably best remembered of many of the Super Tourists. And all credit for doing something different. I love variety.
Look at it. That's a Ford Escort Estate. It's not even.
And these cars are wild. So there's a 3-litre engine in that Ford Escort Estate. The car in the Joker Nap, Olli Lahti, who was leading. Maybe he won here, I think, on the first day of the doubleheader last year. He won in open two-wheel drive in the new RX Masters series up here in Finland last weekend. Their first round was in Honkajoki. He won there. In that is a 3.2-litre custom engine. The block comes from America.
Epic.
It's just absolutely ludicrous.
Absolutely epic. Yeah, Lahti, you're right, Hal. He won on day 2. He was in the final but retired on day 1 last year.
And he was super emotional, wasn't he, as well, with scoring that result.
Contact here. Gabrielsson getting into the back of Rajala. So he's got plenty of room for contact with that huge boot hanging out the back of the Escort. So he'll be all right.
And these guys are really used to racing each other, aren't they, up here in Finland? So know exactly where each other's weaknesses are.
Watch for Lahti coming around the outside. Johansson is there as well. Is he going to be close enough? Rajala going to try and squeeze in between them. Johansson going to try and come around the outside line. 3 cars in a row. Lahti's going to take it. Rajala gets P2, then Gabrielsson and Johansson. Johansson almost could have been second there, but on the outside line couldn't get it to work. So Lahti takes the win.
We need all of these guys to come to Rallyx at every round, because Victor Johansson, in arguably the most interesting car of all because it's hybrid and has got some incredible engineering in it, didn't even get a mention in that race because it was frenetic at the front, and also there's just such incredible machinery. I think Rajala might have got that done, in the final corner, but had such a bad exit relative to Lahti from the Joker. Look at it lift the front inside wheel there. Setting up a Super National car, an open two-wheel drive car in Rallycross is such an art. Rajala with lots of steering inputs there, down the hill into the hairpin. Gabrielsson in the Toyota Starlet, all over the back of him. This is Victor Johansson hanging it around the outside, trying to get that big Merc stopped and remain on the tarmac.
So Larty's time has disappeared from the screen, which is handy. Oh, there it is, 2:8. Just as I say, that comes back, 2:18.991. Previous session was at 2:18.2 for Gabrielsen. Gabrielsen was P2, I think. So they would be tied, I think, at the top of the
Ryler was second.
Ryler was second, sorry, okay, so then in that case, Larty will be in the TQ at the moment. But Tiger, Harkonnen, Norman, Sepper and Jensen, great start by Tiger on the inside line. They only started that car a couple of days ago after blowing the engine last time out in Tierp. And Tiger's actually got less power but more noise. So the exhaust was broken, they've lost the mufflers, so he's running a straight pipe on that as if it needed to be any noisier, but actually had a little bit less power, and it looks to me like it's worked brilliantly off the start.
I love the fact that he was in the studio with us, wasn't he, in Tierp, and he said, we've got 600 horsepower. We don't need 600 horsepower, but it's cooler to say you've got 600 than 400, so we've got 600. They haven't got 600 this weekend, and he's probably all the better for it, to be fair.
What do you reckon? He's got 595? I mean, it won't be far off, will it? He had another engine which was in bits, and we knew it was going to be tight for them to get it done. We're looking yesterday as well how when he was in the pre-grid at the offset of the chassis compared to the axle positions, like the whole chassis has been moved back. The front wheels nearly touch the front of the arches, and likewise with the rear wheels. And there you can see it, that it's like the whole chassis has been moved back on the axles, and that's just to try and get more traction.
Well, that's so the front wheels being moved forward is to get more caster, which helps the geometry on the front, and the rear wheels move forward because then you've got more overhang, and the balance of the weight and how you set these cars up by having enormous quantities of weight in the rear is remarkable. I was talking to Victor Hansen about that in Tierp, and he was saying, you know, the reason he loves this class is it's just so different to other motorsports. You know, if he talks to circuit racers and they say, oh, what have you done this week? He goes, I put 100 kilos in the boot, and they're like, oh my God, why have you done that? Yeah. Like, oh, because we've got loads more traction now, it's much better. And the circuit racer's going, I've lost 2 kilos, it's a massive gain.
Harkonnen put it on 2 wheels there, Hal, in the last corner. Not too badly, but we have seen it before.
Have we seen a roll there?
I think we have.
Definitely seen rolls in the first corner and the penultimate corner.
We've seen the timing equipment taken out on many an occasion. So Jensen, unfortunately, here is costing Tiger time. It's not going to make any difference to the ultimate result of this race, but it is going to make a difference potentially to Tiger's race time.
Especially as he's not in the fastest of the session as well.
Qualifying is done by race time. Look at that when he gets freed up, launches it, sparks as it touches down beautifully through the second to last corner. Fling it into the right target time. He's going to miss, I think. It's 18.9, it'll be close. 19.8, so he's 9/10 off, and that will see him. Yeah, look at that though. He's going to see him third already. Joni-Pekka Raiola in the Ford Escort estate. They call it a Maxi over here, I think. I'm sure that's what the Swedes were calling it yesterday. Ford
it's not an Escort Maxi.
Well, it's not a Maxi like we know it. No, it's an F2 rally car. Again, geek mode on. Skarner Campbell sent me a video of the 306 Maxi Hal down at the what's the event this weekend? Rally, what is it? Rally, not Rally Legend, is it? It's called something else. I know, there's an event in Italy with loads of cool rally cars at it. I want to see a 306 Maxi in this. I don't think it'll win, but I don't care.
Yeah, that's the problem with valuable old rally cars, isn't it? No one wants to fill them full of stone chips.
No, true. I mean, they've been to so I've seen these. There's these little huts up at the back of the spectating area. I don't know if it looks like they're food.
Yeah,
I was wondering if they were like VIP areas, you know, like a shed at the back.
No, they're just Nordic events have good facilities.
Food. I want to be in one. They nearly put our commentary box literally next to the grid, between the grid and the tyre warm area, which would have meant that my tinnitus would have been 10 times worse by the end of the weekend, but I would have liked it. Sari on the inside line with that incredible rear wing. Going to get down to turn 1 ahead of Bjorn Stur, who had a good weekend last time out. Bjorn Stur was second in Tierp on the first day, 4th on the second day, but beaten by Sari in the Datsun down to turn 1. Look at the rear wing on this, Hal. Look at that. It's like a WRC spec rear wing on the back of a Datsun. Look at it. Yes.
I'm not sure about its aerodynamic credentials, but...
do you think it's been in a wind tunnel?
Yeah, definitely.
I like it though, do you? Hal, you've had this a long time thinking.
I'm not sure.
I'm horrified.
No, I do like things being different.
Too late. Too slow, Ridge. You've lost some brownie points there. I expected it.
Do you like
that.
everything?
I like it. No, I don't like it. I don't like queues, as you well know.
No, I do like it. I'll say yes. It looks a little bit like, remember the WRC Lancer, the last one, the Evo 8 or 9, when they put the spoiler not on the back of the boot. It was halfway up, because that was better for aero. Looked odd at best, but was...
So maybe it is good at aero. I'd love it if he came out and was like really insulted and said it has been in the wind tunnel actually 18 times. The drag coefficient is 0.76 or something. We'd be like, okay, well, we'll have to, I don't know, eat your hat.
So we've got another absolute open two-wheel drive nerd in the paddock, and that's Sean Hassett, who works closely with Derek Tohill. So unfortunately, Derek's supposed to be in this race. They've got an engine problem, and that is weekend over. But Sean's messaging me with all sorts of wonderful information about these open two-wheel drive cars.
Why doesn't Sean come and join us?
He should do. For the next session, we'll get him in here.
Yeah, Sean, you're coming in the commentary box next time. You can come and join us. I wonder if he's watching at the paddock now, is he?
No, he'll trackside watching open two-wheel drive.
He will be, won't he? Look at the cutouts on the boot, Hal. Look at that. I love it. So Sari to Joker on this last lap. The gap is 3.5. Let's see what it is when he comes out, because that'll give us a little bit of an idea on Delta. You see the width there. People are using all of that gravel on the inside. We'll chuck it in now. Yes, 3.5 is easily enough on this occasion. Going to come round and take it. So actually the Delta's going to be way tight, isn't it? What do you reckon it is? A second or two max? What was the gap at the line? 2.3, so 1 point, that would suggest 1.2.
It is close here, isn't it?
Yeah.
I tried working out earlier, but none of the spotters I was speaking to had a clue, including some very experienced supercar spotters.
I love
so
that. That's great, isn't it? Yeah, we don't know. We're not sure. Now that tyre bale's moved, we're even less certain. Look at that, up on one wheel at the back. Sari's 219.3. We'll put him in actually into P2. So it's a great run. 219.3 goes P2. That knocks Ryala down. Tiger.
Sari is quick. There was on the podium in RX Masters last weekend in Honkiyoki, so right up there with Gabrielsson, Venäläinen, and the fastest boys in the class up here. Stuart's getting quicker as well, isn't he? Was quite, to be fair, quite off the pace in Nice for the first round, but was quicker in Tjerp and
saw that with
going well here.
Didn't we? I don't know if it's first round nerves or if it's little issues, little niggles that you pick up over. And the only problem with a double header is if you have got niggles, you haven't got any time to solve them. It can be, oh dear, jump start on the inside line. That's Osmo Lempinen. So your grid is Osmo Lempinen, Marko Malinen, Miska Altonen, Janne Schelt, and Jori Seppala. All Finns. Seppala with the Toyota MR2. Look on the outside. Skoda Fabia. Janne Helter. Where's the Corsa gone? Did we see the Corsa earlier? Here, Anton Seppa. He's in an Opel Corsa. I think that's the only front-wheel drive car. It's actually quite tidy, the Corsa.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. So Lempinen inside has jumped the start. We'll have to do two jokers. This time is nervous off the start, middle of the grid. It's Altonen who gets a good one, but from the outside, Seppala going to get there. Hjelt comes across and hits Altonen. But it is Altonen who gets P2, but that's massively helped Jori Seppala out front in the Toyota MR2. So Seppala last time was a DNF, so we don't really know Seppala's pace in the MR2. Look at the variety of cars in this class, it's just ridiculous. Long left-hander. It's so linked up, isn't it, that whole corner, and again there's crest and dips in it. Yeah,
every corner on the circuit, as you were saying, can gain or lose you time in the next corner. It's all one constant flow, and
I bet that's why Johan likes it so much.
Yeah, it's good and bad as a driver, that, isn't it? Great when it's going well. When it's going badly and haven't got the flow. Oh, great switch
some
back.
of that. That was lovely. Two wheels in the dirt on the outside the whole way down the straight.
Yeah, I do think Lempinen's got a problem, but
I just enjoyed Hjelt's line. But yeah, you're right. He's a long way back now. Still good. We still liked it. We haven't found much we don't like so far today. The car's bouncing through that long right-hander look and really leaning on that rear right tyre as well.
You see a driver with lots of confidence as well, don't you, when you get the rotation done nice and early into the corner. Altonen relying on the front axle a lot, leaning on the understeer on the way in.
There's those tyres on the outside. The arm come on the inside's had a few victims over the years. Onto tarmac, back onto the loose. Crest number 1. Watch for crest number 2. They do get air, and then the braking zone here is bump, 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 bump. There you can see the wheels deflecting off the bumps down through.
And they haven't managed that over the years as well, have they? So as the track's evolved, they've left it, and that makes it even more challenging, which is
great.
Fantastic, yeah.
You always want areas where people can make a mistake. Anything that's hard, you're more likely to make a mistake on. Look at this, crest dip, crest dip. We've seen people making mistakes, and when the delta is only 1.2, that mistake is even more magnified. Target time is 2:18.9. Not sure Seppala's going to get there, but going to be fairly up the order. 20.5. We'll see him slot into Q8, and that's a good indicator of how close this is, because that's only 1.6 seconds back and 8 cars down. Great start from the outside line. Watch for the contact here in turn 1. It's not as heavy as it... Oh, okay, that was what it was. It was a glance off the rear wheels coming into contact with each other. Just fired the cars harder than you thought. Schelt then went out across the outside of the gravel trap, and if you lose time there, you just losing positions so quickly. And then this was Schelt using the 2 wheels offline down here. As Hal said, there was a problem for Lempinen anyway, but look at this, backs the car in and chucks it to the inside line. Lempinen, I think, heading off to the access road on the outside of the circuit, because we didn't see him later in the race. So Jori Seppala takes the win, 2:20.5, slots him in lower end of the top 10. And that's it for Open 2-wheel drive in Q2.
Wind's picking up, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Every event I've said bring a stapler, and I've not bought one yet. Paperwork and outdoor commentary boxes. Olli Lahti is the top qualifier at the moment with a win and a P2 from Lucas Gabrielsen. Joni-Pekka Raila is up there. Villasaari, Simon Tiger P5, Victor Johansson P6, Thomas Venäläinen is up there too. Now they're saying 3 semi-finals for Open 2-wheel drive, so it'll be top 2 from each one.
Which just depends how many are left, doesn't it? Yeah,
it does. Yeah, they do tend with the homemade engineering to what is it they say at SpaceX? Spontaneously self-deconstruct. I can't remember, but we'll have a bit of that anyway. Unfortunately, we think that's what's happened to Derek Tohill's engine.
It is, yeah, they're out.
They're out. We're going to try and get his man Sean to come and join us on air, I think, for the next session, Hal. What do you reckon?
I think we've got a guest for the next session.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You arranged it.
Ah, okay, yes, I did. Tommy, yes. Howman, if you're wondering, yeah. He's here commentating with the local commentators, actually. We're going to borrow him for a session, so... Olofsson, Sjöqvist, Enlund, Janssen and Experth. Olofsson with a great start on the inside line. Who's going to back out of that line and try and tuck underneath him? It's Janssen who does it. Look at that, Casper Janssen. Is he going to make up any spaces, though? He does. He's going to go from P4 to P2, is he? No, just holds on round the outside. Oh, still contact all the way down towards the braking zone. Janssen has to drop it to P3. Olofsson with the best start. When you see someone brake like that, Hal, out of the line, you think they've lost so much time by doing it, and then they cut back in and you think, yep, it was worth it.
Yeah, and I think he's learned a lot of that from racing in the US, hasn't he, where the tracks really are those undercut, overcut type flowing corners on the loose especially, and you have to check up early to gain in the following corners, and I think that experience shows massively there for Janssen.
He's gone straight into the Joker on lap 1, so he lost out to Sjöqvist on the first lap, who you can see chasing Olofsson now. We reckon the delta in 2-wheel drive was 1.2. The gap at the minute, look, is 3.3, so the contact between them has maybe put Janssen out of touch with the front 2. He could potentially get Experth.
Experth had a shocker here last year, didn't he? So he was pleased yesterday evening to be third in the first practice sessions. This is Sjöqvist jokering.
So that's maybe to cover off Janssen. You can see coming through. Jansen's
already got Experth as well.
Experth coming out of the Joker.
Experth must have a problem in the background.
Yeah. So Sjöqvist holds on to P2. We said, didn't we, thought he was too far back. There's a big bump coming off onto the tarmac there, and then again, it's quite wide from Olofsson. Is that going to cost time?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, lost momentum up the hill and then over the bump.
There's also a bump, Hal, as they go through this next left-hander and they go from the gravel onto the tar. Here, watch this. That's not too pronounced. The front camera angle
always evolves as the weekend goes on there.
Olofsson into the Joker. He had a small margin over Hookfist, and he's going to hold on to that. So pretty textbook stuff from the lights guys as Kasper Jensen runs it all the way up the dirt bank on the outside. Closes down the gap to Enlund, but not going to get the place. So didn't actually work out backing out of that line in turn 1 for Janssen. Olofsson takes the first of 2 races in lights. Olofsson starts. So watch Kasper Jansen here. Look, he's in 4th on the grid. He's in that line of cars. Nobody can turn in, and he breaks out of the line, cuts to the inside, gets back on the throttle. It's a brilliant move. But unfortunately for him, Expert has still got a good exit. Expert actually gets contact from the outside and the inside, look. And Janssen's fully inside him now. Look, in that point, it looks like he's passed him.
Yeah.
And Expert just keeps it lit. It's quite brave. And good, I think, to get it back to the tarmac line on the inside.
It's Shookvis around the outside, isn't it, in 2 with the orange front.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, still, like you say, amazing... amazing that they managed to get through there without any further drama.
He was half a car back from Janssen and just lit the throttle up and got round the outside of him. Normally, if you're not on that tarmac line on the inside, you've
had it, yeah.
And he really squeezed him on the exit. So yeah, Shookfist, nicely done on Janssen in turn 1, and that cost Janssen really for the rest of the race. But Olofsson takes it with a 2:14.1, which is 1.5 seconds quicker than he went to win the previous session. Now, just looking at this, Lucas Anderson, Hal, in the previous session, who's been a superstar of this series already, having only made his debut at round 1, was P7. He's on the grid here in 2nd. Ida Tornholt inside him, Haug outside, Nils Christian, then Lars Erik. And Ida Tornholt's got the better start than Anderson. Anderson tries to go the long way round the outside, all the way across the gravel trap. Oh, risking it there, but gets away with it, gets the car stopped as well. Very, very brave from Anderson. And that's what he needed, because that's not a great result, but I don't know if there were any issues in Q1.
Yeah, there were. So they had an electrical problem yesterday in free practice, which caused a misfire, and then again in warm-up this morning, and it still continued into Q1. Jan Kristoffersen said there was cables everywhere. They changed everything, and they still couldn't get it sorted.
Misery.
Change of mind in the background there. You just lose so much time by doing that, because you've got to carry the momentum into the Joker.
Yeah, not when it's even at a 1.2 Joker. I mean, that's, no good.
Lars Erik Haug in the first of these 2 white cars in the back from the Haug RX team. He was fastest in pre-practice 2 yesterday, so he's had a torrid season so far, but found some pace. 43.1 last time around for Anderson. I think that's a pretty good opening lap, actually, so maybe they are now on top of the problems with this lights machine. There's probably, after OMSE, there's no better squad in the paddock to sort that problem out than JC Racetech.
Hate electrical faults though, they're misery.
Yeah, you can't see them, can you?
No, I remember I thought I'd sold one on my rally car, so I took it for a drive around town and it broke on the way out of a junction, so I'm sitting there in a rally car with no throttle going, great, cheers.
And
I
LRT.
think it was kind of insured, I think. I'm not quite sure, really.
A 42.6 on lap 2 for Anderson.
Bang on it.
So that's a long way off. Shookvis best was a 41.7.
Really?
So the ultimate. Shookvis was the only one in the 41s in the previous run, but it's we'd expect Anderson to be right there on lap time pace.
And don't forget, Anderson's been here in a junior cross
car,
has,
yeah.
So it's not like he doesn't know the circuit. Having said that, it's a very different machine that he's using around.
I still think the circuit knowledge is more important than the difference in car.
Yeah, little bumps and things, he knows where everything is. Let's see how tidy his Joker is. One application of the brake, smoothly done. Again, another one here, getting rotated in on the gas on the exit.
Miles ahead.
So 2:14.1, he might be close, Hal. It's going to be way up there. Is it going to be faster? No, 2:14.6. So where does he go? P3. Better than...
So I reckon it's sold.
Yeah.
To be that close. Because Olofsson...
And how was that last lap time?
But he Joker,
no good, yeah. Okay.
But Olofsson didn't really have any problems, did he? Ran that little bit wide at the top of the hill once, but...
Watch this start. Hal, I think it's pretty brave what he does across the gravel trap.
Yeah, I'd like to see that from the back, because it looked pretty close to that tyre stack on the inside to me. This is the same angle we saw during the race.
I mean, that is the gravel trap.
Yeah, it's not. That's not the track.
there's no delineation there though. You know, where normally you would go...
There used to be, didn't there? Used to be a whole row of posts.
Yeah,
Remember,
which would last,
now they've done away with it.
Half the way through Q1.
Well, I think it survived for a while because you weren't either side of them.
Yeah. So you might be able to hear in the background tyre warms going on, tyre cleans, practice launches for Supercar, because they're up next. Olofsson leads the standings in Supercar Lights, having won both the qualifying sessions. He's at Sjökvist, has been P2 in both. Enlund right up there. Lucas Andersson moves up from a pretty poor Q1 into a good position in Q2. Kasper Janssen is 5th at the moment. Okay, Supercar, top 12 go through. As you can see, Kalliokoski, Belevsky, Rutkanen, Hedström, Eriksson, Putken, Ollikainen, Oman, Tam, Franks and Jari Turi are the current top 12.
So Ollie Eriksson will be in the first race, fastest first on the outside. He's now there. He just stalled in pre-grid with his in his tyre clean area. One of the OMSE mechanics had to dive under the bonnet before he restarted the car. So it'll be interesting to... Of course, you can't do a second tyre clean, so...
I wondered where you'd run off to. Yeah, I heard the stall. So here we go then. Kalliokoski, Belevsky, Rutkanen, Hedström and Ollie Eriksson. Eriksson gets away this time. Okay, Belevsky looks to have got a better start than Kalliokoski. Kalliokoski has the inside line contact. Belevsky goes round. Kalliokoski over the curbs. Hedström out onto the gravel. Eriksson too. Belevsky's facing the wrong way in the turn 1 gravel trap. What's going on track? Where are they in turn 2? Kalliokoski's got it. He leads. And it's Rutkanen who's in P2. Hedström P3 and Ollie Eriksson down to P4. Dusty up at the back section there.
I think Ollie Eriksson's got damage from being collected there by Belevsky. I wonder if it's broken the rear suspension. We saw some bodywork come off the Honda Civic in the background. Doesn't look to have great pace. Will anyone joker this time around? Rutkanen does. Rutkanen dives to the right. Hedström, that is, following on the standard lap.
Quite carnage, however, Supercar. Often we expect that particularly the quickest heat guys to not be careful, but to have the experience to avoid each other in turn 1, and there was contact on that run down the straight. Kalliokoski using the gravel trap, coming in hot, big time.
That's the first drum we've seen in the first corner, really, all session.
Yeah. Up over the crest, look at the brilliant view from Vigo's drone. Gives you an idea of how many corners there are there. You know, 2-3 little kinks over the crest. Kalliokoski, who led in Q1, remember, Hedström is right there. Hedström 0.9 back. Got a joker this time round if Kalliokoski doesn't go. Kalliokoski doesn't, and Hedström doesn't. Should have gone.
Can't have done, because Belevsky's in the joker, so great work by their spotters to say that Belevsky's going slowly in the joker lap section. Don't look, he's parked in the joker now, so you can't risk going into the joker. Great spot from Rob.
Well done, mate. Yeah, nice assist by that man by Hauser. Belevsky with an issue. Kalliokoski, he knows this track, how you can tell by the way he hangs it out with all the risk. So close to the Armco on the inside line. He's dialed around here.
He is, but yet again, Hedström's going with him. He went with Johan Kristoffersson in the opening weekend of the season. He banged on about how great this Hyundai is at length, didn't he? And that takes some doing for Peter Hedström. He's really on it. He could be in this championship fight, you know, if he gets another good result this weekend.
I hope he is. Into the joker lap now. Where's Belevsky? He's not. He's just moved the car, it looks like. Managed to get it going. Kalliokoski with a decent joker through the right-hander. Hedström going to go with him. This is the end of the run. And it is a 2:10.8 last time.
Where's
out.
Eriksson? Can we see the white Honda Civic on track somewhere?
Is he still running? What does timing say? Rutkanen a DNF. So Rutkanen went at somewhere. Watch the start. Okay, inside line. Watch for Belevsky in the Audi versus Kalliokoski. So does Belevsky move across on him? Or is it Rutkanen backing out for turn 1 to try and come in? We can't see that from that angle.
Have to see it from the front, wouldn't you?
Yeah, or the drone. The drone was up, look. Oh, and then he goes backwards into Ollie, but only into the door. Oh, look at the front right corner, though.
It's in the wheel.
Here we go. Watch this.
No, just a racing.
Oh, yeah, totally.
No, but watch Ollie Eriksson now. He gets a good old thump in the front. We can't see it there. I think he took a hit in the front wheel.
Here we go. Watch Eriksson on the outside. Belevsky, look. Belevsky's a passenger. Nothing he can do about it, obviously.
Hedström was lucky then, wasn't he?
He does hit
smacking the wheel, yeah.
He does.
I'm surprised that Belevsky's got that much damage.
Eriksson, that's parked up at the hairpin, is it?
I wonder if does that wheel look a bit far back in the front arch? It might do. But then I wonder if he's spun it because of that issue and then it's stalled. And again, under the bonnet to try and...
Yeah. Door looks like it's going in the bin, doesn't it?
Oh, fan belt squeal. Okay, so
Eriksson's car didn't want to Did he stall it in the hairpin and maybe couldn't restart it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah, because he
with
couldn't restart it in
the pre-grid.
in the pre-grid.
Okay. Are they allowed to touch the car
Well,
in the
there's
pre-grid?
Rukkonen.
Yeah, so Rukkonen, well, he was DNF 2 laps down. That came up on the screen
Of
just
course,
as
yeah.
an
Well, I
Ericsson.
was busy watching Kalle
In fact, Rukkonen showing as a
That's at the
DNF
that's at the
before
bottom of the hill. I
Bolevsky.
wonder if there's contact between... No, because Rukkonen was right at the front, wasn't he? I don't know what's gone on there. He was the first joker, of course, Juha.
Yeah, Rukkonen is showing as a DNF before Bolevsky at 1 lap.
Yeah, because Bolevsky kept going, didn't he? Rukkonen
Do you think
joked on
Bolevsky
lap 1.
got
I think Rukkonen stopped during lap 2. That's why he's only got 1 lap completed, whereas
Yeah.
Bolevsky kept trundling around.
So you think
That's at the
Bolevsky
bottom
got
of
it
the
going
hill.
again?
Yeah, he did, because we saw him in the joker. That's why Hedstrom couldn't take his
I
joker.
thought that was when he'd start. We're going to see the start again. Let's have another look. So from the drone look, so there's contact between Bolevsky and Kaliakowski, not a lot. And then Rukkonen brakes because he can see the squeeze coming. And in fact, then Bolevsky's rear left touches Ritkonen's front right, and that pitches him into the spin. Look, Rukkonen's all locked up trying to get to the inside line and probably seeing Bolevsky and doesn't want to hit him.
If we see that again from that angle, I wonder if we can do that again in the truck.
Yeah, we
to
can,
see
I'm
that
sure.
again. If there's any responsibility, I think it's the first corner drama that
So
no
do
one's
I.
responsible for. But I actually think if anyone's responsible, it could be the person on pole, because. But you're not going to give it up either, are you?
Can we see it from the drone one
The
more time,
luckiest
please,
person
guys?
there was
Look at
Peter
that.
Hedstrom. Look, Hedstrom nearly got collected again here. Look, he's just going to.
Look at his rear right. Look, he's either on the bar or heavily on the brakes, trying to get the car to stop before he hits the gravel trap. Ericsson, look there it is. That's a great angle of the contact there. But as we say, we're not actually sure that's what caused his ultimate DNF. Here it is. So look, Rukkonen backs out, contact. Hedstrom's also had contact with Rukkonen as he's come out. So if Rukkonen's just got squeezed or. But I mean, Kaliakowski, yeah, he's not going to give it up. He's kind of alongside Bolevsky.
Yeah. Great save from Kaliakowski there to pitch it into the first corner.
Look at that
He wasn't
shot.
even on the
Look
track
at that
limits.
shot from the drone. Like, it's bonkers,
There's
isn't
cars everywhere.
it? It's just, Vigo, you're a legend. Vigo crashed yesterday.
Did he?
Told me this morning. So he had a problem. I can't remember what it was he said. Basically, he said
Well, he's lacking in experience.
the same camera was doing the FPV as the feed, basically, and he lost the cable that gives him. So basically, he completely lost vision. He said I think he said the JC kids found it for me. So he crashed over in the trees. He knew roughly where it was, but he
means Lucas Anderson, the championship leader in Supercar.
Probably might well mean that, yeah. But kids from JC found his drone.
Yeah.
But he said otherwise he was going to have to. He can make it beep. So if you can't find it, he can make it beep. He was telling me this morning. But he's only had 2 hours sleep last night because he's not because he was on a bender. He was prepping for a movie this week, so he's off shooting a movie. How cool!
I had loads of sleep last night and I'm still tired.
I had a good sleep. Yeah, it's the 2 hour time difference. No good for us Brits, is it? It's terrible. Latvia used to be the same. Gets all
well, still is the same in Latvia, actually.
Yeah, but I just haven't been for a while.
Oh, you weren't there last year, were you?
No, I'm gutted. That was the best night out of the year, wasn't it? Hell of a leave.
Well, holding an event on a Friday and then a Sunday does leave room for...
In Riga?
Yeah. In the summer.
Leaves room for an interesting evening of entertainment based around adult beverages. I was gutted to miss it. What was I doing? I can't remember.
Extreme E.
Was I? Yeah, okay.
Wonder what's wrong with Rukkonen, because all looked fine and dandy and he didn't actually get any contact in the first corner. It's gone terribly dark all of a sudden.
Yeah,
I'd fancy a rainstorm.
Don't mind it. I'm a little bit close to the edge of the...
Well, then put a wall up, can't we?
We could put a wall up.
But I'm all for action. Don't worry about your own condition.
No, that's fine.
Don't be selfish.
Okay. 3 supercar races here. This one is Kevin Eriksson, Jari Putkinen, Jonna Olakainen, Mats Oman and Maiko Tam. Kevin Eriksson was happy to be on the inside line, wanted a good start from there. Oh, stall on the grid there for Olakainen in the middle. Kevin's not got the start he wanted, but he goes late on the brakes, going to get the whole shot anyway. Flings it across the gravel. Maiko Tam's out really wide, going to squeeze into the back of the pack. Kevin Eriksson gets into the Armco on the inside line. Very nicely done after not the best start. He has got what he wanted, which is not to be in the dust, which is what he had in Q1.
And Puckton run very wide there in turn 2. Mats Oman got up the inside, a little bit wide from Mats at the bottom of the hill. The grip changing there every single lap, but never ever ceased to be amazed by Mats Oman. Tam has a little look to the inside, but really there's no way through there in that corner. Tam's going to joke it to the right. Mats Oman's following compatriot Kevin Eriksson.
So Mats Oman, he broke his back, I believe, in a snowmobiling accident, wasn't it? And basically, he doesn't use a steering wheel, he uses a lever with a handle on it. He has a contraption, which is the best way I can describe, which is on his right arm, which does everything else pretty much, Hal, doesn't it? Pretty much, yeah. It's imagine something you put your arm inside, you hold your fist around the lever, that deals with the gear change. Well, that's actually the handbrake in your lever. Moving your elbow side to side does the gear change. That system's been in various different supercars. Maybe the Volvo S40 was my favourite. Kevin Eriksson's on a massive charge here, isn't he? But the JC squad's worked hard to get that system into the Audi. This is the second Audi that Mats has raced from that team, and doing a brilliant job. Going to hold on to P2, tidily done by Mats Oman. His daughter very kindly showed us exactly how it worked a couple of years ago now, I think at Hollius. And I hate to plug Instagram, but it's on my highlights. So if you want to go and see it, his daughter sits in the car and shows you how it all moves, and it's just fascinating. He blows me away. Hollius, I can't remember when it was, but it was Hollius sometime, and he did one of his amazing performances, and the crowd, literally, they go mad for him, don't they? Like they do when Larson gets all sendy there. He's just, he's brilliant. I'm a huge fan. Kevin Eriksson into the Joker lap. He's targeting the time of Jiri Kaliakowski, which is a 2:10.8. Can he get near it in the Civic? He's certainly trying hard. I think he is going to be near it. Kevin Eriksson trying to win the session over the line. It's enough by 1/10 of a second, just about, maybe not even that, half a tenth. Kevin Eriksson gets it, 2:10.78 compared to a 2:10.83. And take nothing away from any of the drivers in the last race, but no one will be beating that time, I assure you of that, because that was one of the world's best rallycross drivers on a mission, on a track that he's really enjoying driving. Look how deep he went in turn 1, Hal. He'd lost the start, hadn't he? But because he was still there, and to be fair to Putkinen, didn't turn in on him because he knew he couldn't at that point. He's backed out of it on the brake and slotted into P2. Look at that, how close he is to the barrier. That's risking it. But you can rely a little bit on that bank holding you in as well. So yeah, like a snowbank. Yeah, look at the gravel trap again. The track. Yeah, sorry, yeah, gravel track, and again on the exit. And that's Kevin using every single bit of the track and all of his talent as well. And there's plenty of that, so. We can assume that he'll be doing more Nitro Rallycross this year, can't we? And what brilliant preparation than racing this Honda Civic on these Nordic circuits. Like, he's going to be so race sharp. Yeah, he will. I really think he will. And I think some of the other Nitro drivers won't have done so much over the, I was going to say the break. It hasn't been very long, but. Final race of Supercar coming up. Remember, Victor Frank's running in an RX2E car. Trying to look and see where he was. I think he's made the final, the Pro. We got Pro-Am, so we have 2 different finals. We'll talk to you about it later. They made both the finals in Tjerp. Doesn't get the best start here, though. Loses out to Jari Turi. Turi maybe going to lose out to Ari-Pekka Niemi in the Polo, but Niemi ends up going across the gravel trap and drops back. You've also got Edsis Oss in another Fabia in this one. The 2 Fabias running out front. Eddie Oss was up here in Finland racing in RX Masters last weekend in Honkajoki. Saw him for the first time in Rallyx in Riga last year, racing in his home round, and did a good job in a car that's not of the level of a works-built car like the Audis, for example, or a team with experience like OMSE. So doing a solid job. That's a sort of home-built Skoda. The Skoda for Turi in the background. I'm pretty sure that's an R5-based chassis, so that comes with good credentials as well. And Victor Franks in that slightly wound-up RX2E car, a bit more power than he has in the RX2E series, has been impressive this year, hasn't he? Although had a bit of damage and stuff in Tjerp, but was right there at the end on both finals. Oh, Oss runs a little bit wide at the top of the hill. Turi's going to have a look to the inside down, but I think Eddie Oss just gets the door shut. Pretty respectful there, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, you could have, if you'd got a bit leery, things could have got very interesting. But you just risk so much then, don't you? Because the guy's going to get turned around your nose and you're going to get stuck and have to reverse, and it all gets very tedious then, doesn't it? Oss goes Joker. Turi stays out on the standard lap, so Turi going with the alternate strategy. Franks has got him though, and Franks is out. Franks is going
like a terrier.
Turi as well.
Like a terrier, annoying, always like nipping at your heels. Like,
Oh, gets it a bit crossed up in turn one. Bit of oversteer, bit of understeer through there. You can see him working the wheel.
Talking of people being race sharp, first round of Rallyx is in Norway in a few weeks, and this boy, and he's a boy, has had so much seat time before the season's even begun.
Is he using the same car as he got to?
Yeah, no, this car, So, like,
they
it's
just
it's an extension of him now, isn't it?
Yeah, put the correct map back in it, obviously, to give it the same power as everybody else, because RX2E is full on one make. But he's had some brilliant results here, showing that you can mix it in an RX2E car with these supercars. Going to take the win in the final race in supercar. Oss trying to come round the outside, but can't hold on. It's Turi that gets P2. And then the Amy coming over the line for fourth.
Sorry, Andrew.
That's all right.
He's going to be sixth quickest overall.
Really?
In the session.
Brilliant. So that'll see him up in the next race as well in supercar, which will be better, won't it? You want to be in nearly into the top race.
One of the reasons he's sixth is because a couple of the quick boys had problems, didn't they? After that contact in the first corner of the fastest race, the first race of the session. So it doesn't necessarily always go to plan in that respect.
Supercar done and dusted.
He's a bit dusty, needs a bit of watering before the next session, but there's time now, isn't there? A bit of a gap in proceedings.
Yeah, there is.
Ahead of Q3.
It's a good racing. Bit of unexpected carnage in supercar. We often expect that to be the cleanest category. Wasn't the case this time round, but some people looking for recovery drives. Franks wins Q2 Heat 3. Turi, Oss and Niemi. And we'll be able to see the standings at the end of Q2 in a moment. There they are. Jiri Kaliakowski with a P1 and a P2 is in the TQ position. Kevin Eriksson comes up to P2, having won Q2. Hedstrom is in P3. Mats Oman P4. Like I said, go check out how the guy drives the car and double your respect for him. Yuri Belevsky P5. Mikko Tam, Putkinen, Franks up into 8th. Rutkinen, Turi, Olekainen, and Ollie Eriksson's in P12. So Ollie Eriksson really needs a good result. Doesn't want to miss out on being in the semi-finals later on today. Just the top 12 going through. So that's it for Q2 here from Finland, round 5 of Rallyx. Nordic, well, I was going to say Nordic, just Rallyx now. Hal? Oh, what's going on?
We've got a cluster of Erikssons there, haven't we?
Somebody about to be terrified in the FC1 look.
Kevin's got that job as well.
There we go, there's the pointing. Terrified person. Kevin's going in, there's Andreas. Wave. There we are. Andreas Eriksson waving. Hal, you were in his way. He couldn't say, Hal, stand back. Okay, wave. There he is. Always the best moments, aren't they? Is it Kevin getting in the car? Yeah.
Kevin's driving, yeah.
Yeah, so sending the FC1X out on track, literally sending. So just coming out for a quick wheel nut check. And the person in there is being mic'd up as well, so they're obviously expecting them to be fully terrified. There are loads of people taking pictures of the FC1X earlier on today, so final prep going on that car. They're going to be heading out for a little run around track and having some great fun. So hope you've enjoyed Q2. We've got another qualifying session to come up, Q3. That will start with Junior Cross Car going through to the semi-finals and finals later on today. We've actually got a bit of a break, Hal, because they're running 15 minutes ahead of schedule and they're not supposed to come back until 2:20. Now, someone's probably going to ruin that and tell us that we're coming back early, but we're going to hope that we're not, because we're hungry.
I want lunch.
Yeah. So 2:20 local time. What's that? 1:20 most of Europe, about 12 if you're in the UK. Elsewhere in the world, you're going to have to check the little thing on your phone, I'm afraid. But join us in about... Ooh, is it really? 50 minutes?
Yeah.
50 minutes. A luxury lunch break for Coley and Ridge. See you in a bit. Welcome back to Kouvola for rounds 5 and 6 of Rallyx 2023. My name's Andrew Coley, this is Hal Ridge. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So, we're over at Tuomas Venäläinen's area. Last year we very kindly got a cap, they got the T-shirts on show. This is the Smurf car with the flames. Come and have a look at this. I mean, what is not to like? Can you get in here, or are you going to trip over if you go in there? We're going to go. Okay, we're going to try. We're coming in round these legs.
So, Andrew, have a look at the rear brakes on it, because this is a good example of open two-wheel drive at its finest.
Step over the legs there. There we go. That's our cameraman. We're helping him in. So go on, Hal.
So these are as a motorcycle rear brake arrangement, because of course in a rallycross car, so much of the weight transfer happens with the braking on the front axle. You don't need amazing rear brakes always. So that's a sort of indication as to how different an open two-wheel drive can be from more conventional supercar
and also have a look at the Smurf and the flames on the side of the car, which are equally impressive, I think, Hal.
Well, the flames are normally coming out here as well, aren't they? So they're even better.
They are. Come around this way. We're in the open two-wheel drive paddock. We're just having a little bit of a wander about. So I don't want to trip up. Let's come around this way, because I think you're less likely to trip up. Look how far back the engine is here. Just, how the engineering on these things, it's different to a supercar, but it's outrageous and brilliant in the same way. Yeah,
and the engine's in a different place to help with the balance of the car. Look at the amount of space here between the front of the car and the engine. Oil cooler lying flat there in the front. So easy to work on, so unsusceptible to damage compared to a supercar as well. Behind you, Andrew, though, look at this setup in the side of the trailer. I love how organised this array of spanners. Look at all the little boxes down at the bottom.
Straighten that one out for them there. Look, is that the 15? Oh, no, I'm not. I don't want to mess it up. There's spares. That's good. You never want to lose the 13mm spanner. It always goes missing, doesn't it?
Or the 10.
The 13 and the 10 always go missing. But so good to finish. Thomas, you good? All good? Let's have a quick chat. So you're making some setup changes?
Yes. We started horrible.
Horrible?
Yes.
Okay. And you think this will be better?
I think. We'll see.
Okay. Can you win?
Of course.
There we are. That's all we need to know. We wish you the best of luck. We love you guys. So good luck. All right. We'll see you later on. Cheers. Right. Let's head out this way. Hal, I want to go over to the Tiger paddock.
Yeah. Let's have a look over here.
Hero, you good? Yep. Now, hang on just a second. I think these are surplus to requirement, but
I don't know. I've got my woolly hat on. So we might need these later on this afternoon, might we?
Studded tyres. Yeah, definitely. It has been cold, but not quite that cold. So yeah, over here we've got Simon Tiger's pit. Simon, he's in there. Come on. What are you doing? You watching the race back? Okay, so this is what is this? Is this meta? I think Simon Tiger is sitting watching the race from earlier on today. How did it go?
Yeah, it was good. I think if I wouldn't been stuck behind the Ford, I would have been faster. So it felt quite good.
Yeah, we thought on the last lap you might have been held up a little bit. Is the new engine okay?
Yeah, I hope so.
It's okay so far?
Yeah, so far it's good.
All right, awesome. So, yeah, we had a great chat with Simon at the last event. He was threatening to put a drift engine in it, Hal.
He was, yeah, and he also thinks that open two-wheel drive should be the headline category, and quite often I agree with him. Let's have a quick look in the front of Marcus Norman's Mercedes. This was built by the Tiger team, and anyone who knows anything about an internal combustion engine will know that this looks rather different to what we saw in Venäläinen's car, for example. That's because this is a rotary engine, and it sounds absolutely extraordinary.
Look how low it is in the chassis. Like, it's just ridiculous. Everything's just so far back and so low. It's impressive, isn't it? We keep saying they need to start an F1 team. Said this last
All
time,
of them,
remember?
yeah. The home engineering is incredible, and this is part of why I love Rallycross so much. This is definitely trip zone.
Yeah, we'll just help you out. He's genius cameraman. You're there. He's made it. Right, let's head this way. First session, bit more carnage, I think, in Supercar than we were maybe expecting.
Well, the only carnage was in Supercar. We saw a couple of spins otherwise, didn't we? But other than that, it was pretty clear cut. I think almost everyone had a good run. Didn't see many retirements until Supercar, and then it all went a little bit crazy. Talking to Oliver Eriksson over lunch, he was pretty unhappy with the first corner. Felt like he'd been taken out. He was in the brakes, got in the throttle, tried to stay out of it, and got collected.
It's gone to the stewards. So Rolf Volland has gone to the stewards on Belevsky's behalf. They're all kind of like Belevsky is saying. Oh, well, actually, Rolf, basically, they told Rolf they weren't interested. Apparently, that made him angry, and now he's really cross, and he's really having a go. So what they're saying is that Kaliakowski had room to his right and was moving to his left, and that left Belevsky nowhere to go. We kind of felt racing incident. Obviously, the stewards and Rolf will have to have that argument, and we'll see when the grids come out about 3 minutes before the race whether or not he won the argument, won't we?
You would have to be a master tactician, a Ross Brawn type persuasive tactician to to win that battle, I think, because in the first corner of a rallycross race, it's so hard to lay blame at anybody's door. Kalikowski wasn't all the way behind, was he? He was in the rear wheel of Belewski, so he was still there or thereabouts. You know, we always say, don't we, when someone gets turned in on, that you've got to leave the space. You can't expect a car to disappear. And I think even if you've won the start, you can't assume that the guy on the inside is going to disappear.
Let's come on to the pre-grid. Come on.
By the same token, I don't think you can. When you're on the outside, you've got to assume that you can force the guy on the inside to brake as well. So I think just watch these cables. Yeah, I think no one's going to win that battle, and I don't think anything. I personally don't think they'll do anything. I think they'll just leave it as a race against in the first corner.
So we're heading on now to Junior Cross Car for Q3. They're going to start this session, and you'll be able to see them having a good old fight. Basically, this is Yulalami, who's been epically impressive this year. How they've been podium lockouts, haven't they? Yulalami, Hallinan, they've been right up at the front run the entire time.
And Yuito, who's just behind in the blue car. They were racing in Finnish Championship in Hämeenlinna a couple of weeks ago, so all of these same juniors racing in that championship as well. So they're so race sharp and they're so talented. It's going to be really exciting to see them for the first time in Q3.
Yeah, it is indeed. Sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. How long we got? Let me check. We have to get 4 minutes. There we go. Eero knows, because he knows we have to be in the commentary box. So we just push our luck and stay, because we like being here. Given the choice, we'd watch all the racing trackside, and you guys would be screwed for commentary, because we really like rallycross, if you hadn't realised. Here's Yuito, rolling slightly backwards. The cars are pretty much, in terms of the chassis, they're very similar. Michael's tall enough, but some of these drivers are so short that the pedals have moved right far back in the cars for them. So just basically the layout of the cabin is a little bit different. Otherwise, you can expect someone like Hal to jump in one of these.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at Oliver Solly's car, because Oliver isn't the tallest driver in the paddock, is he? Be able to have a look. But they still sit so low that the pedals are here, so they're nowhere near as far forward as they could be. And
they can go right the way forward to the very front of the car if you're lanky like me and Hal are. So. I guess we should head roughly towards where we go. Let's go out to the tyre cleaning area. Come, follow us. Here's Lowry's dad. I want to have a chat with him. Sammy, you guys, last night you had an absolute shocker. You blew the engine, and I know you wanted to thank the rest of the paddock because they were very kind to you guys.
Yeah, it was the rules say that if we can take every driver's the sign, then we can change the car. And we are very thankful that every drivers in junior class signed the document, and we can change the car, and then we are back in.
And he's on the grid. So thank you. Come on, Hal. Thank you to the whole grid. So Hallinan say they couldn't change the engine in time, but they had last year's car, and everybody signed. The same as with the Ericssons at Tierp, and that's great, isn't it? Because he's one of the front runners. You thought somebody might have gone, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, great, feel-good attitude for everybody here. But, these guys are mainly here to learn. Okay, winning the championship's great. Ultimately, when they hopefully become a world championship driver or whatever, what they do at this point isn't going to matter. So let them drive, let them have fun. Of course, they want to win on track, but it's all about getting experience.
So they're all in the pre-grid here. This is the tyre warming area. In case you can't see, there's 5 cars on the grid behind me, which really means we need to go over here to the office. So we're going to head into the commentary box now. And we'll be with you in about 10 seconds, I guess.
Are you going to run?
No, I'm not going to run. It's just I don't want to be out of breath, Hal. What do you think? Do you wish you'd run?
It's about 5 metres.
There we go. There we are. Hello. Oh, double sound. Here, Eero. Eero's going to appear. Come on in, mate. Come on in. This is Eero, our cameraman. There you go. He's an absolute legend, a master at walking backwards with a see you later. Thank you, mate, as always. A master at walking backwards with a big camera on his back. I promise you, it's not easy. It's not easy not to trip over as an adult without a camera. I'm going to take my coat off, Hal. The sun is shining.
In here as well.
Is it shorts weather? Okay, enough of the weather. Let's go racing. At the minute, it is Oliver Solly, who we just saw down on the grid, who's in the TQ spot. And look who's right behind him. Michael Luiti, Unitin Yulalami, Larry Hallinan. And I can promise you, and I swear, I haven't looked at the results, so I had no idea who the top 4 were. But let's be honest, Hal, that's not a massive surprise, is it, with the way those guys have been going this year? They're bang on it, aren't they?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and also indicative of where we saw them in pre-grid, because they were lined up in the same race, weren't they? So that gave us.
Yeah, but not overall, Hal. That wouldn't have told us overall, you know. It's a technicality, I know, but it wouldn't have told us.
I know, but they all were pretty consistent if you looked at the points across the
I didn't look at the points, though, Hal. That's the point. You see, I didn't look at the points. I just used the force, and we went and looked at the right.
Is that like when you say, what time are we on air? I was like, read the schedule, Andrew.
Yeah. Tough work reading schedules. Right, grid, where is it? I thought they were off then for a second. Julalami, Terpainen, Uito, Hagström, and Oliver Solly on the outside. Oh, it's warm, I can't believe it. It was freezing. It was 7 degrees Celsius when we walked back last night. It's still daylight, 11:30, which is always a little bit weird, isn't it? No, it's not shorts yet, mate.
It might be. On the back of my legs are really hot.
Yeah, but you put shorts on, you get sunburnt. But you haven't, so is the suntan lotion
sun cream's still taped to the desk.
Taped it to the desk. Was that in
Denmark?
Yeah, you didn't need it in Dieppe, did you? Jesus. Needed thermals in Dieppe. This has been the championship of freezing cold weather. It might as well have been RX on ice.
And we're not back until the end of August. So.
I know. You reckon it'll be cold again? We'll have missed summer.
Yeah,
We're missing the summer window. What are you playing at, Andreas? Sort it out. Thank you to the lovely people of Kouvola, by the way. Kouvola. Got given these bags. We've got a nice thermal mug in there.
Need that, don't you?
We do. Yeah, well, I've got my R2D2 mug, but I'm not going to say no to another mug. I do enjoy a tea. We'll show you that later. What's the delay here, Hal?
I don't know, Andrew.
They're over talking to Oliver Solly. There's the fans. Oh, we haven't really seen the grandstand today. Loads of kids. I like to see that. That does help with the weather. I did see somebody earlier on who said there was a fair old breeze coming in from the behind, and it was still a bit chilly. Hal, there's your grids and results for lights later. Here we go then. Junior cross car Q3 final qualifying session. Julalami on the inside line doesn't get the greatest start on the outside. I thought Solly had, but Solly now drops back as well. It's Uito's going to get the whole shot in the 30 blue car. Solly runs a bit deep in the background. Julalami's going to hold on to P2. Look at that though. Uito just completely in the clear, coming out of the melee, and with a significant gap on lap one. I say significant, it's not that, not huge, but against these juniors, you'd be happy with that. Yeah, significant in junior cross car terms. Uito's been the man to beat, or the boy to beat so far this year, hasn't he? Won the first round of the Finnish Championship in Hämeenlinna as well a couple of weeks ago, ahead of Halonen and Julalami, you'll be surprised to know. So, yeah, using his pace there as well. Imagine getting that amount of seat time, Hal, at this age. You know, when you think how quickly you learn at that age. You know, you try and learn something when you're, I don't know, even mid-20s, it's just not the same as they are at that age. They learn so quickly and they're getting so much seat time, it's almost obscene. Uito is the championship leader at the minute from Halonen and Julalami. Uito with 2 wins, 1 for Halonen, 1 for Julalami so far this season. Uito's actually the only driver you're looking at now to have been off the podium. He was 4th in Dieppe. And both Halonen and Julalami have been on the podium at every one. It was Joni Terpainen who nicked P3 last time out. But that consistency as well is brilliant. And Terpainen was 4th in that Finnish Championship race a couple of weeks ago as well. There we go. That's Uito. Uito, yeah. So Michael Uito, the championship leader, stuck it in the wall. Up on the second to last corner. But he rolled into the wall and nudged it with the front of the car, didn't he? So I wonder if he's tipped up onto 2 wheels there in the penultimate corner, and then it's landed, and by that point he's been a passenger. Hopefully we can see a replay of that after the race, if that's available in the OB truck. We're sitting second in the standings, Hal. I'm pretty sure we'll still make it through to the semis by virtue of the fact that he was, say, P2, even with a DNF. And he's going again, he's going again, is he? Right. So it won't be a DNF, it's certainly going to be right down the order, but he'll still make it, but that's going to drop him back a few rows. Uito, the series leader, is going to have work to do in the semi-finals. There'll be 3 semis and only the top 2 are going to go through. Julalami, nice and tidy there towards the end of the lap. Our timing screen showing 4 Michael Uitos at the minute, Hal, so the graphics are bang on, and the timing screen's gone absolutely bonkers. Yeah, and Uito hasn't got going as Julalami crosses the line to win the race. Uito didn't actually get going, we saw as he came. Yeah, timing screen playing up. Sorry, we've got 4 Uitos on our timing screen. Your graphics are correct on screen. Uito is a DNF. Might see it in the replays. One Uito's quick enough, really, isn't he? Yeah. Yes, 4 would be a nightmare in the championship, wouldn't it? Imagine trying to commentate that. At least we'd be right 4 out of 5 times. Uito going through turn 1, look, getting that lovely big lead.
So that's Hampus Hagström, isn't it, on the outside that got hung out to dry. This is Uito. So Andrew, watch the screen as we go here. I think it's going to be too much curb. Yep, exactly as I thought. Nearly rolled.
Well done.
And then just nudged into the... I wonder why he couldn't get out of it, though. I wonder if the...
Yeah, but think about trying to select reverse in these cars. It's normally, you have to pull a lever, don't you, because it's to get...
Yeah, but they're experienced, aren't they?
They
it
are,
won't be
but
the first time he's had to do that.
But it's rare, isn't it, in a race situation when you're flustered. It's unusual that he couldn't get it out inside a lap.
I also wonder if the steering's broken or something from that impact, and then...
Yeah, gone in fairly hard. Yolalami took that one. The time was at 2:25.5, which is...
Again, I didn't write the lap time down.
2:24.4 was Q1 and a 2:22.8 was Q2. We've been joined in the commentary box by Tommy Howman. What a legend. I'm just going to switch you on. There he is. Can you hear us, Tommy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. So you're here today not in legendary rallycross driver stance, but you're here as a commentator, like me and Hal.
Yeah, exactly. Finnish commentator.
So with a local commentary?
Yeah.
But you can't be here tomorrow. Why?
I need to go to a folk racing event. So to work there.
He is a busy guy. So even when this is him, Tommy Howman. Recently winner, of course, of the World Finals at Nitro Rallycross at Glen Helen. That was a good result, wasn't it, mate?
Yeah, it was an amazing event, and the result was also good. So yeah, I will remember it for a long time.
And that was with Team Fahren.
Yeah, that's true.
And then he's in Scotland last 2 weeks ago, can't remember.
Yeah.
Not that long ago.
Yeah.
He was in Scotland, and he was the championship driver for Extreme E, but you're still trying to make your plans for this year.
Yeah, that's true. It's so difficult, to build something clever. You can always try to drive as much as you can, but I think that quantity is more,
quality.
Yeah, exactly. So it's difficult, but yeah, I will definitely do anything I can to make it work.
Where do you want to be? I guess any top series is the answer to that, but have you got a specific one you'd like to be in?
It's difficult, I want to be in the top thing, but it's quite split now in Rallycross, so it's...
And with Extreme E also, you got Nitro, World RX, Extreme E, they're all kind of fighting for the same drivers and manufacturers, I get it.
Yeah, it's but it's fun. I've been now doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes and being around a lot, also traveling a lot, trying to see people, and it's been like a lot of fun to get to know people and do stuff that you wouldn't do otherwise than by motorsport. So, but yeah, obviously the number one goal is to be racing, and that's what we are still missing.
And you drove Travis's FC1. I may have to interrupt you if we get the start on the way, but you drove his FC1 in Vegas.
Yeah, that's also true.
I mean, that's a pretty cool thing, isn't it? I drove Travis Pastrana's FC1 in Vegas. That's a phrase most people would like to say.
Yeah, an amazing experience. What did you think?
Crazy car.
There's one behind you. Should we see if we can sneak you onto the Supercar grid with it?
Yeah, I think so.
I think Andreas Eriksson would notice, but I don't know. Okay, here we go. So stay with us, Tommy Howman, Nico Kinnan, Lauri Hallen, Alfred Eriksson, Tino Niemi and Kevin Darback on the outside. Niemi gets left behind at the line. P2, Lauri Hallen has managed to get a great start around the outside of Nico Kinnan and slots in just in front. Kinnan and the red and yellow Edge machine going to hold on to that second place. So Hallen in last year's car, remember. And actually, Hal, they said, didn't they, when they got the new car, they struggled a bit with it to make it feel like last year's car, even though in theory they're identical.
Yeah, they were a bit lost in Nice, weren't they? What were you talking about with his father in pre-grid? It was so loud I couldn't really hear you.
When on the pre-grid.
Yeah.
So everybody they blew the engine yesterday, and they didn't have an engine, but they did have the whole spare car. They didn't really have time to change it.
Right,
so
it's because they didn't have time, right? I see.
Yeah,
so I was wondering why they hadn't just put that engine in.
I wondered too, but everybody on the grid, his dad, Sammy Hallinan, went round and every single driver signed the thing to say, yes, you can use the car, which is exactly what happened in Supercar with the Ericssons last time.
Yeah.
It's cool, isn't it?
Amazing, yeah, and like I said in the opener, it's all about getting seat time. Important that Larry got off the line well there. He's been driving a lot around here as well, hasn't he? A local took over, of course, so he's been doing testing. I think he's driven a supercar here as well now, hasn't he? It might be, in fact, be the Skoda that Turi drives in the supercar category. So much experience for these young drivers.
He's sponsored by the Licorice Company, isn't it? Which is apparently famous in Kouvola. I think Kouvola is quite famous for licorice production. Is that right, Tommy?
Yeah, that's true. And here, actually, Lauri has also been driving rally this year in Finland and in Latvia, I think. So he's doing a lot of stuff, and I think he's evolving also really good.
Yeah, doing really well, developing all side by side. That's Darback.
All Finns like licorice, don't they?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't?
Me.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Really?
Yeah. Are we
What's
mad?
wrong with you?
Tommy's just shaking his head.
What's wrong with you?
I really want to be Finnish. Apart from that, if it meant I had to eat licorice every day,
I don't get it. I don't get licorice. Yeah. There's Tom Jeffs who works with you on WorldRx. He loves licorice. Sally Blower, WorldRx. She loved licorice.
Says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I posted her some last year. I got a bunch off the Hallinans and posted it to Sally. Hey Sally, if you're watching, Tom, licorice fiends.
Legends.
It's like you see, it's such a specific thing. Hallinan's using all the curb, a bit of the dirt on the inside. The target time, bottom left, is 2:25.5. Can he nick it? We know the quick drivers were in the first one. I think Hallinan's going to get this, going to cross the line. He does, 2:24.6, so Hallinan goes top. When you bear in mind that Yulalami, Solly and Ito were all in that first race, that might well be the session win for Hallinan. Sitting P4 at the minute with a 3rd and a 7th. And we'll be hoping to move up thanks to that one.
Good start. Great drive into the first corner after that launch phase. Tommy, you've driven around here a lot. What are the secrets to those first couple of corners?
It's difficult actually, and also when you're going up the hill through turn 2, there's a massive hole, and it gets there every year. No matter what they try to do, there's a massive bump and you get in the air from that in the braking, and it makes it extremely difficult. And I think in turn 1 it's important to stay safe, you know, because it's so easy to get in trouble there when you're going 5 wide.
Larry Hallinan takes the race win with 2:24.675. That is 9 tenths up the road from Yulalami. Yeah, that bump's interesting, isn't it? Oliver Eriksson would say that was developing even yesterday in the Supercar. He lost a second in the second practice session because the car just got that bit of compression and washed out wide.
Yeah, and it's exactly in the braking. So when you touch the brake, you hit the bump and get in the air. So
Suono with a great start from second on the grid. Going to move across immediately on Atterblad and just hold that inside line position. Or spin in the background. But just hooked that up. That was absolutely mint, wasn't it? Perfect start, Hal.
Yeah, Suono, another one of the drivers gaining experience all the time with doing these double-header Rallyx races. Helps so much, doesn't it, to have all the track time across a Rallyx weekend. 6 qualifiers. Very, very useful indeed. Victor Christensen's been getting quicker as well across the course of the rounds we've seen so far. Of course, the pace drops off a tiny bit as you get down the order with his fastest first setup, but still so little to choose between any of these junior cross-car drivers.
There's that curb which upset Ito. How much of a fine line is it, Tommy, between using the curb and putting the car up on 2 wheels like we saw Ito do? It's a tiny difference.
yeah, I think it's in the last corner you can take the curb a bit and it helps, but in turn 1 or the second to last turn where he almost rolled, I think you shouldn't touch them because they are so high. And I think also Jonne Ollikainen knows quite well what can happen from the second to last curve. And I think he will like that I tell that. But yeah, I think he has tried it once and it was pretty similar than with Ito.
I was saving that one, mate, but he, of course, he came through the RX Academy process like you did. We were at all of these circuits for a time in RX Academy, and Jonne's been impressive this weekend so far.
Yeah, I think definitely he's been really fast, and it was unlucky for him in the last one that he got or stalled in the start. I don't know exactly why, but they're trying to work it out, and I think he has good pace, to be honest. If he can get like a clean run, I think he will be maybe top 5 even.
And your route to what you're doing now is very different for these young drivers who are racing in junior cross-car. You came from a more of a folk race background, didn't you?
Yeah, folk racing and then stage rallying for 2 years. Actually with Sami Pajari, who is now in WS2. I had a really good battle with him in the Finnish Championship back then. And then I came to RX Academy and then Rallycross since that.
You are looking at Alexis Suono heading into the Joker on the last lap, I think. Going to come through and hold on to that position. Is it going to be close enough? It won't be far off, you know. Not going to trouble Hallinan's time, but it's okay. It's a second down, nearly exactly a second down. Runs 1 wheel off the side of the road, and a second down, 24.6 to 25.6, going to slot him into P3. So Ito with that DNF going to tumble down the order. I say we'll have work to do come the semi-finals. Look at that for a start. Just straight to the inside line. Turn 1 here is tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult because you get quite a lot of speed, you know, through the straight there, and then it's quite tight, and there's no room for 5 cars to go side by side. So And also, if you solve that, then they will probably go all together into turn 2. So you will always have carnage somewhere.
Yes, if not in turn 1, it'll be in turn 2. Tommy Hammond says, and he is the expert. Great to have you with us. I think that's up on the jump. Oh, hell, that's that horrible fairground ride in the background, is it? We think it's a ride. What is that thing in the background?
Yeah, it's a ride.
No, it's a no from me. Straight. Is that going?
Yeah, you can see it.
There it goes. Look at. Oh no, absolutely not, Hal.
That is high as well, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
I mean,
look at those people in the background. They're mental.
So for reference, those trees
are tall.
I'm not very good at meters.
Enough meters.
Yeah.
Look at it.
How tall are those
Can we
trees?
see that from here? Surely we can see that from the commentary box. Look at it. Oh.
But those trees must be 20, 30 meters tall.
Does it go higher than that? It must, mustn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. Do you want to go on it later, Hal?
No.
What about the ski jump? You wouldn't do the ski jump, no?
I might do, yeah.
Really? What, now? In the summer?
No, I wouldn't do it.
You go up
climb
it.
to the top.
Should we go and have a look on the way home?
Could do.
We took Toppy up there to film the opener for World RX once and strapped a pair of ski boots to a pair of cross-country skis, which were not the correct skis. We were aware of that. And then a piece of wood, launched it down there and filmed it to look like Toppy had gone off the ski jump. Then one of our cameramen at the bottom had to catch the skis as they launched off the bottom of the jump. Tom Jeffs again, actually. It was brilliant. There's a great piece of footage of him appearing on the GoPro that was strapped to the skis, jumping up to try and catch them before they went off down the hill. Very dangerous old structure, the one we were at. We saw one yesterday. It looked very tall and a bit newer, so we might
giving away all of television secrets.
I know, yeah. We might go looking for ski jumping later. Oi, oi, oi. I'm warm. I'm very warm. My side of the commentary box is more in the sun than yours, Hal.
So my legs are hot, but then it was breezy, so my top half was cold, so I put my coat back.
Yeah, I think just taking your hat off, though. Hal's had a beanie hat on right the way through to race 4 of Q3, which is a record. So this time in the middle of the grid, it's Pontus Oskarsson, who looked like got the best start. Essi Suono in the 12 on the inside, they're going to get the whole shot. Oskarsson in the 11 does get into P2. So Essi Suono from Pontus Oskarsson. Oskarsson with the trainer cars behind, led by Anton Soderholm. Soderholm getting up the inside. Nice pass, and that shows if you just get out on the dirt, you can lose too much traction.
Yeah, and especially in turn 2, if you are going like on a train, and if you are outside, you will go to the last probably, because it's so difficult to stay around the outside because there's so much loose gravel on top of the tarmac.
Where's the best rallycross track in Finland, or can you not say that? Will that get you in trouble?
Yeah, I think this is one of the best, totally.
Yeah. Why?
Because it's so technical. It has like, you know, uphill, downhill jump, curbs. It has pretty much everything you need.
That's a big shout though, isn't it? Because there's lots of great rallycross tracks in Finland.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones, but I think this is probably one of my favorites, to be honest.
Good to know. Johan likes it as well, doesn't he? I think a lot of the top drivers really enjoy their time here. We've seen some great close racing, some amazing finishes over the years. We can hear Crosscar in the pre-grid behind us, get themselves lined up already. 7 races of Crosscar, Hal. It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Into the Joker on the inside and around the outside lap as well. Look, there's that great merge. They put some water down to try and kill the dust a little bit. Oskarsson in a fight with Antila. Antila now looking to the inside line up to turn 1, but Oskarsson moves across to block it. That costs a bit of time on the exit. Antila hasn't jokered. Oskarsson has, so that gap will increase at the end of this lap. Suono, what's the gap? 1.6. So Suono from Soderholm. This will actually be pretty tight, and that's not necessarily the best exit from that hairpin. We've only got one split, I'm afraid, in Rallyx, so we only get a gap update at the end of the lap. Here we go, standard lap then for Soderholm with the blue and yellow. Joker lap for Suono, drops a wheel off on the dirt. I think he might lose this one. Soderholm going to have great exit speed on the inside line. Suono going to try and protect this. Soderholm goes around the outside line. Very nicely done. Soderholm takes it, 2:27.5. Doesn't trouble the top of the timesheets, but a great close finish to that one. Oh, super close as well there. For P4 and 5, Antila and Bjork look separated by less than 1/10 of a second. Mega. Back backing out at the end of the straight there to try and get the undercut. You can do that here, Tommy. You don't always need the inside line to get a good start.
Yeah, it's actually some drivers here prefer to go from the outside, but to be honest, I would still stay from the inside, because if you get an equal start with everyone, the one in the inside will decide how it will go, you know.
We were talking about this earlier. You drivers, you always think you'll get the best start, don't you? You always believe you'll get as good a start as anybody else.
Yeah, you have to believe it.
Well, the context was, I was talking about the format in World RX last year where you could choose your grid position in the qualifying races and in the semi and final. So, you know, based on your qualifying position, you could choose first to fifth or whatever. And every single time, the first driver chose pole, because you always back yourself, don't you? You know, even if it's not necessarily the perfect place, it's the perfect place if you make the best start, and you always assume you're going to make the best start.
Yeah, and it's even with an equal start, you will still always get to the lead from the pole, probably. If you get the good start from the outside, you may get to the lead, but if you're equal, then it's gonna be difficult.
On to cross car then, fastest first, Ingmerstedt, Svensson, Osterberg, Ryala and Grana. Merstad loses out off the start there to Svensson, gets the best start from slot number 2. Grana going to try and come all the way around the outside, and does. So Robin Grana braves it out around the outside line, straight to the whole shot. Svensson in behind, Merstad side by side, manages to get up the inside there of Osterberg. Osterberg going to lose another position here. Osterberg going backwards. May end up down in P5, side by side on the braking zone, down into that corner with Ryala. Has Ryala got it? He has, so Ryala sneaks up too.
Perfect example of what Tommy Hamlin was just talking about there, the outside line being ideal if you can make it work. Grana hung it round the outside, right to the gravel trap on the exit. Oh, that hasn't worked out for Merstad at all, has it? Following Svensson into the joker. He thought about changing his mind, but once you've committed there, you've got to go of it. You lose so much time.
Got contact, and he goes. They both go round. So contact for Svensson on the exit. He was it Ryala or Osterberg? There was contact with them. That's how close the pack was. Also an indicator of just how short the joker lap is here. It's 1.2 seconds.
It's very short if you get the joker hooked up, and it was just such marginal contact with Osterberg, wasn't it, that then pitched
both Svensson and Merstad
round, and then Merstad was just a passenger.
Oh, that's gutting, isn't it? Like, you wouldn't have thought they would joke from P2 and P3 and come out in the traffic.
Grana's joking from the lead now, taking that opportunity of the gap behind. Is going to get out ahead of Osterberg as well, so perfect call from Grana's spotter. Brilliant awareness, global awareness of what's going on around elsewhere in the race.
Hardest job, isn't it, Hal, I think, spotting, to nail, you know, we've said so many times, you get it wrong and everyone's like, it's a terrible call, you get it right and it's the driver wins.
Yeah, goalkeeper in football. Yeah. It's the only analogy you can use. Oh, Osterberg's having a look to the inside of Grana, but there's going to be no way through there. The track actually just comes to the left a bit there and sort of funnels down, so it's very hard to make a move stick up the inside.
Osterberg and Ryala will go joker now. Grana splits off to the left-hand side. So Grana's only threat is Ryala, who's on that inside line. Or Ryala on the throttle. Grana's going to have to go around the outside again, but he just gets in and gets to the apex. Tidily done. Round the outside at the first corner. Around the last corner, Robin Grana takes it from Ryala and Osterberg. Svensson and Merstad within, 1.23 seconds, having had a half spin in the last corner. They were hauling on those other laps.
And Svensson all over the curb in the final corner as well. He is fantastic to watch. Massive attitude in the car. Again there in the first corner, big lump of curb. Grana no such trouble. Didn't actually run that wide, Grana. Just had it hooked up, ran to the edge of the course, but not through the gravel trap. And now we're going to see, this is Merstad all over the back of Svensson, having followed into the joker, thought about changing his mind, watched the blue car on the left. That's Osterberg.
Oh, he just tagged him in the front right, and look, Merstad almost could have got away with that, couldn't he?
They barely touched there.
Yeah.
Merstad was the most unlucky because just had nowhere to go.
I love that shot when the cars appear sideways into action. It reminds me of the very first time I watched Rallycross at Brands and saw the cars coming out from the little chicane through the back of the pit lane and watched them coming sideways.
Before 2013?
Yeah, back in the Group B days, Hal. Will Gollop, Pat Duran. Pat actually burnt out one of the BBC's cameras and then gave a brilliant interview going, all you licence fee payers, I've just got you some of your money's worth there. I'll never forget that interview, it was amazing. My mum said hello to him in the pit lane and was all stoked. Yeah, it was brilliant. Well, stoked wasn't a word back then, of course. She would have been very pleased, indeed. Sorry, Tommy, that was exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, here we go. Hukar, Tudo, Lorentzen, Weinica and Cerner. I want you to correct our finish in a minute, Tommy. But Hukar on the inside, that was a great start. Wheelies as he goes into second gear, maybe going to hold that inside line. But it's Weinica again, I think, is he who's going to come around the outside. Tried that in the first race. Gets the whole shot this time. Hukar drops another position back. It's Lorentzen who's got around the outside. Hukar clatters the barrier on the inside. Going to lose another position. Goes back behind one of the two. Oh, unbelievable, Hal.
Hukar got just forced into the wall there. Nowhere he could go. You can't even lift out the throttle at that point because you're already on the inside. Fantastic start from Weinica, but we're still collecting that moment up all the way into turn 2. Hukar will joke at this time again. Yeah, absolutely the right decision. Look at the attitude of the car there. When we see that in the replay, he sets the car up ready to go on the standard lap, sees no one else goes, and then you're able just to open up the steering angle, let the car wash out wide and go into the Joker. Perfect to have the option of doing either, but not lose any time.
It's Tudo who is the head of the two Pace Motorsport cars. I was frantically looking down at the entry list trying to figure out which one it was. We will get those colours right at some point. Tommy, can we not persuade you to go and get out in a cross car? I mean, I know it's not career progression, but it does look like a lot of fun, doesn't it?
I once tried a cross car, but I wasn't really so good at it.
Really?
It's so different because, you know, I'm coming from Rallyx Academy. You have to be so like paced and no sliding at all. You know, so neat and tidy. And with this, you have to be
all sliding.
Yeah, and before the corner, you have to set it up sideways before the corner on tarmac, which for me, you know, as I used to be the front wheel drive driver, it makes no sense. It's so difficult.
Cerner just coming out in front of Tudo into the straight. Tudo, I thought, was going to make a move, but couldn't quite make it stick. Oh, that was close between them. Really aggressive entry as well into the Joker by Cerner. Tudo's still going to do the Joker. Hukar, with all the carnage at the start house, ended up at the back of the pack.
Yeah, unlucky to lose out with that moment in turn 2. Such fine margins, isn't it? Had that not happened, then he would have been in the mix. Took a great Joker as well, and it would have been very different, but isn't to be this time around.
So Weinica drops into the Joker lap, along with Lorentzen. Cerner in the background isn't going to be close enough. Weinica's trying to chase down that top time at the minute of Robert Grunner. Is it going to be enough? Could be close. It is, by 0.4 of a second. Right, so Tommy, Marco Weinica, how are we supposed to say it?
Marco Weinica.
Weinica.
Yeah.
Marco Weinica.
Basically.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Weinica.
Yeah. It's good.
Weinica. Okay, that's good. And what about Hukar?
Huuhka.
Hukar.
Yeah.
Longer on the hook.
Yeah.
Hukar.
Yeah, just keep it steady and, you know, calm.
Calm and like a... okay, further down the list, Matikainen. Here, look, it's here. Matikainen.
Yeah, it's like Matikainen. It's actually quite close to.
Okay, Penttinen.
Penttinen, that's also quite close.
Okay, Hurskainen.
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 Yeah.
Sorry, Finland. We try our best. Hal, do you want to go at one?
No. My favourite thing is when we're saying, I don't know, for example,
Timerzinov.
Ryler. We're saying Ryler and some Finland guy, I don't know who do you mean? Ryler. Show you on the entry list to go, oh, Ryala. Okay, that sounds exactly the same.
Ryala.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to spell the R a bit differently than you do.
Ryala.
Yeah,
But
that's good.
We can't do the rolly thing.
Right. No, we don't roll our R's. What English is a bit rubbish, isn't it? It's so much more fun other languages, especially Swedish. And last time, Ugar loses out at the start. P2, it was Lindqvist, I think it was in the brightly coloured buggy who didn't quite get there. And it's ended up being Alexander Hume with the whole shot. So Hume tucking in on the inside line.
Good start from Persson as well, right on the back of the leader at the moment in the red and black machine.
Oh, I thought he was going to collect him there, didn't you?
So did I. You can just see the attitude of the car, can't you, when the braking's that little bit late and it's all moving around underneath you. Got it stopped though.
Horrible, because you just think, please don't, because if you clean them out, you know, A, you've ruined your race, but B, you're going to have to go have a really awkward conversation afterwards about what you've done.
Probably get a penalty.
Yeah, true. Tommy, what do you do when you take someone out by accident? Do you go and see them, or do you just sort of hide in the tent? What's the tactic for Hellman?
I think they will come to see you.
So hide it, depends how big they are, yeah? Is when you hide in the tent.
Yeah. Run as fast as you can.
But Tommy's whole career success has been based on a penalty that you maybe should or shouldn't have got anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, I don't know. It's difficult, you know. I don't know.
Where was that, Hal? What was that anecdote?
Well, so to give some context, we did a feature recently, didn't we, in a British newspaper, Motorsport News, where Tommy was talking about his career so far, and I'll speak on your behalf just to tell the story quickly, but he got a penalty when we were doing Rallyx Academy in Riga, and he felt it was unjust, and ultimately lost the championship because he did everything he could after that point, but couldn't get enough back to win the title, because Rasmus Tuominen finished second at every point and claimed the title overall. But well, you can tell the story for yourself, but what Tommy said was that there's such a fire in him that he hasn't been off the podium since. So sometimes those sorts of moments can help you rather than hinder you.
Mate, your finishing record in lights, RX2, NRX next, whatever you want to call the category when you've driven in it. What's your statistics? Do you know them?
I think it's 15 races, 15 podiums, and 10 wins. I think.
Yeah,
No, but I mean,
that's correct.
So,
15 races, and we're not talking 15 races full of numpties, are we? We're talking 15 good races.
Yeah, like Rallyx Nordic and then the Nitro races.
Yeah, so that's absolutely incredible, really. That is the win for... Oh, it's gone quicker. No. Which one's the time to beat? How to... No, yeah, 2:15, yeah.
Yeah,
So Hume's gone
the current
2:12.
time is at the bottom. Yeah.
3 seconds quicker. This was the start, look. Coming in from third on the grid, but with enough room here. You might have a glance across and see it's clear, but you still got to be brave to pitch in at the apex like that. But he does. All going off behind. Look at that. And then watch here on the brakes. This was the bit where me and Hal were both going, ooh, because you just think, oh, don't take him out. Might see it into the hairpin. No, we're not going to see it from that angle.
If I ever had the opportunity to watch a motorsport event from the sidelines, that's the sort of thing you do with a beer in your hand next to a difficult corner. Every car that comes like, oh,
another sip. When do you go and get your next beer? In the break?
I'd probably have a cooler like most of the Finns and Swedes.
Would you?
Yeah,
they do that in America as well, don't they? We need to up our game, don't we? Where is it? Is it
don't
back?
ever go down brilliantly if you started drinking beers.
What, live?
Today?
Don't know. I think it could be one of our best broadcasts ever. It might be one of our...
Might be your last.
Yeah, but it'd be fire, wouldn't it? It would be fire.
Depends if you got drunk enough to give your
The
opinions
real
on everything.
stories, yeah. Join us in the bar later in Kouvola for the truth. Yeah.
Selling tickets.
Yeah. Okay. 4-car races from now on.
And that's really going to help these guys. Penttinen in this one, and Bowdins and Enholm and Gotherson can really mix things up now in the timesheets.
Definitely. Oh, contact off the line down towards the first corner. That's between Brunkvist and Penttinen.
Penttinen very decisive there about taking the inside, moving over already. That's sometimes questionable, isn't it? But they've all got away with it, so I think he'll get away with it as well. There won't be any questions asked about that.
Herskainen got past Brunkvist as well in turn 2, so it moves up into P2. Trying to come around the outside is Matikainen, I think it is.
You Finns love a double drive, don't you, Tommy? Ryler's the king of that, driving multiple cars in classes, but Penttinen also in the Finnish Championship driving Supercar, isn't he, in the ex-Ekland Saab and racing the cross car. Must be quite difficult to switch your mindset every time to driving a different machine like that.
Yeah, probably. I haven't done that myself in any race, but yeah, you just want to drive, so why not?
Great answer.
Yeah, so everybody does, don't they? Just want to drive, why not? I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that. Down towards that tricky hairpin. Early on the throttle, look, getting in close on the arm on the right side. Well, the trouble is, there's always a good camera position now, so if you're doing the branding, you have to look at putting branding on the inside, Hal, but you know if you put branding on the inside there, someone's going to rip it off.
Yeah, it happened yesterday in practice, didn't it? That
spin. Half spin, anyway. Tons of time lost, maybe a position lost it is, or maybe not, tries all the way around the outside. Brunkvist trying to hold on. Matikainen gets through, now going to come under attack from behind again. So 2 places dumped there. Tarmac to gravel, from gravel before it. There's that second crest, look.
Unfortunately, we've got a little bit of an issue with the timing screen I have done through the session, so we don't really know what the lap times are like compared to previous runs. But this has been a pretty clear run from Penttinen, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Coming through. Oh, massive wheelie. Get in, Penttinen. Immediate gold star for that. Through the last corner. He's not going to get the fastest time, but he is going to get some sort of an award from me and Hal, because that was mint. That's what we like to see.
Third quickest so far, I think. Yep, third overall. So a good run nonetheless. And a wheelie to boot.
The wheelie's the winner for me.
Not quite as good as Hukar's off the line wheelies, but they've been a bit disappointing here, really.
Yeah, Hukar's dialed it back a bit. He was wheeling all the while, wasn't he, earlier in the season, and very much impressing us.
Should probably get a penalty for that.
Look at that, Hal. Look
No,
at
not
that.
not this. Hukar for not doing wheelies.
Oh, yeah, agreed.
Oof.
Oh.
The jump doesn't seem as big to me as it did in the past.
You mean here before?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. 10 years I've been coming here. You've been coming here even longer.
I don't think you've mentioned that.
Bigger jumps? Do you want bigger jumps?
Just like that jump, because it jumps into the braking, and I think that's what makes that section so interesting for me, is there's so many different elements to it. I love a heavy braking after you've been unsettled like that. And look at that wheelie, that is absolutely fantastic.
Penton at 2:14.2. I have to say, Him's time of a 2:12.8 that's 4/10 up on Person, who was a 2:13.2, and then a 2:14.2. So 1.4 seconds quicker than the P3 driver is what Alexander Him did. That's mega. But it does so much of that. You could lose that second in turn 1, you know, and the rest of the run could be amazing. Right, we should have a bit more time to chat with Tommy Hellman, who I'm sure is going to have to disappear in a minute, but we're going to try and hold on to him just for another run. Baldins from slot 2 and Enholm from slot 3 are our 2 hot shoes in this one. Oh, Enholm chucks it in sideways. Baldin's going to hold on to second place. Still some water down in turn 1, which is keeping the dust down in there, which is handy. That will get worse by the time we get through to some later in the session, Supercar and so on. And there's that one slightly cleaner line, and then when you get into the corner, it is a really clean line. Tommy, how much will this track develop? There's that area that you get bumps there. You particularly get bumps in the braking zone up on the ridge section.
Yeah, I think you get the biggest bumps in the uphill in the braking to turn 2. But I think Jon actually told me that there's quite a big bump just before the jump. That it's gonna, unsettle the car quite badly. So that's something new. I haven't really recognized that before.
So track changing, as always in Rallycross, lap by lap. So he said, where's the biggest bumps? Here,
yeah.
Really? Right.
Yeah, maybe not yet, but when the supercars come after a few races, there's gonna be bad bumps. And it really unsettles the car. Just when you hit the brakes, you jump in the air, so you can actually get quite wide.
And at high speed as well.
Yeah, and you lose the time for braking because you're in the air, so...
And I guess that's why we see people run wide. We often see that shot from the front, so as a general rule, we see it after they've hit the bump and made the mistake, I guess.
Yeah, but you can get away with it on the exit, can't you? Because although it's loose gravel on the outside, it's not like the bank comes back to the racing line.
So Enholm is how far up the road from Baldins? He is. They cross the line. Come on, timing screen. Wakey. No, it's not having it. Okay, timing screen's out, so we'll just do it off the graphics instead. The graph is 2.2. So that should be enough for Enholm. Squashes the jump on the landing.
Enough,
1.2 we think is enough. Look at that, lifts a wheel, great traction on the exit. Watch now for Enholm's Joker. So up into this Joker section, backs it in, a little bit of rotation, dab on the brake again, change of direction. In the background you see Baldins, of course, close enough. Thought it was going to be a lot closer than we thought it was going to be. We thought 1.2, he had 2.2, and Baldins challenges him to the line, but Enholm takes it. 2:14.5, we'll see him inside the top 5, both of them, I think. Look at that understeer from Enholm as he appears into the shot. Baldins already on the lock stops. They are still getting a bit of air there, aren't they? Tell you what, it feels like a lot more air in the car than outside. So Tommy, I'm guessing you've got to go and do your job. We've stolen you for quite a long time.
Yeah, I just need to switch the language.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, back to finish. So I wanted to ask. That's a question I wanted to ask. We're going to ask it for one of our guests tomorrow. How on earth do you commentate in Finnish when your words are so long?
I don't know. It's not so different, to be honest, than this. So because obviously it's your native language, so you don't really think about it.
So you don't just say less like Finns do, you know? Good
but you're an unusual.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're an
actually.
Unusual Finn, aren't you?
He talks quite a lot, doesn't he?
Quite a lot of talking.
Yeah, that's true. Like it's honestly true, because I think usually Finns don't talk too much, but I talk a lot. Too much sometimes.
he's making up for the rest of Finland and their lack of talking. So, oh dear, is that a jump start? That's not what we needed. Back come the marshals.
So not so much of set promotions rubbed off on you yet, because there's sometimes a lot of silence there as well, isn't there? Very Finnish.
I love how comfortable Finns are with silence. Like
They love it.
If I was
Absolutely
sat
love
around
it.
the dinner table at a Finnish table, I think I'd be thrown out within about 5 minutes.
Well, we've been in those situations, haven't we,
know.
where everyone's just sat there grinning at you.
Yeah, because I'd just talk.
Yeah, it's true.
So an uncomfortable silence is good in Finland, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody enjoys it, yeah?
Yeah, it's more comfortable than talking to most.
That's so good. I love the idea of everyone sitting around all quiet going, I don't fancy a chat. That's amazing. Okay, here we go. Majuniemi, Hoffman, Jorgensen and Roos. Great start by Hoffman in the mint green coloured buggy. Red and white for Noah Jorgensen, going to slot into second place. Jorgensen trying to go around the outside. There's a great pass between turn 1 and turn 2. Noah Jorgensen comes around the outside of Jonathan Hoffman. Or now Hoffman are going to get back up the inside line again as they head up to the top. Not going to get it done there.
Look how small the racing line is when you see from the drone shot there, because the cross car's got such a narrow track.
Yeah.
When the lights cars come in a few minutes, it's going to be, or open to a drive first, sorry, but when the open to a drive cars come, it's harder for them because the loose is still in the racing line that little bit.
Great stuff. Well, I'm going to check my messages, Hal, on Instagram, see if there's anyone who wants a shout out. Knock me out. You having a finish? Do you have a finish?
Should we do Finnish commentary? Just watch. Jorgensen took 2 bites at turn 2 there. Hoffman still going with him. Oh, gets all out of shape on the jump landing.
So Hannes Gratshev, Hal, says that last weekend Raila raced 4 classes and had 4 podiums.
Yeah.
What a legend. What do you get a special prize for that?
3rd in autocrossy, 1st in Super National, 3rd in Supercar, 3rd in cross car.
That's insane.
In Honkijoki. Honkijoki, that's the best circuit name going.
Do you reckon he left the pre-grid? He must have been.
No.
He must have been in the pre-grid all day. You'd be knackered. Lost a lot of track time.
Imagine
though.
driving home.
Oh mate, I'd have to get somebody else to drive me home because you'd just your energy levels would bomb, couldn't they? You'd just be gone.
1 mile out the circuit, crash.
Boom, yeah, into the barriers. First crash of the
No,
day.
not crash, but you're like you.
Well, yeah, but
energy.
if you're driving, you'd crash, wouldn't you? You need somebody else at the wheel. Oof. 4 classes, 4 podiums. What do you think, Tommy? Is that for you?
I don't know. Seems quite rough.
It does, doesn't it? Not too much talking and not too much driving, but we do want some driving. So we really do want to see Tommy Howman back out. He's a very talented driver. So he's been the championship driver in Extreme E. He's the Nitro Rallycross World Final Champion for NRX Next at Glen Helen. Hell of a track, that place, isn't it?
Yeah, that was so much fun.
Was it your first time there, or did you go there?
Yeah, my first time. And I think, for example, Kasper, it was maybe the 3rd time.
Yeah, it was.
Or the others also, so... Yeah, I was a bit of an underdog there, to be honest, and it was difficult on day 1. It wasn't so easy, but luckily I got it back together towards the final. But yeah, it's difficult to go on a track where you've never been before and others have experience, so you really need to fight for the win.
Well, we want to see Tommy Howman fighting for wins more, so if you are in a position to help the young man out, then please do get in touch with him via social media. Of course, we want to see him competing in the top category, wherever that is he chooses to be. It would be great to see him. And, mate, it's been great to see you in here
You
today.
can help me out first as well, because I think I got myself confused. Honkijoki was last week in RX Masters, wasn't it? And then Hamelina was SM the week before, and Ryla must have been driving in SM, surely, not Masters.
I think he drove in the Finnish.
Yeah, so it was 2 weeks ago in
2 weeks
Hamelina.
ago.
Hamelina making its return to Rallycross, having not been there. Used to be some epic old school Rallycross races in Hamelina.
I think Hannes Gratshev, who's been sending me YouTube videos, which I haven't had time to watch yet, because aside after this, I'm going to the TT, and we've a bunch of stuff going on basically, and then Nitro's a busy time. But I'll save them for the plane. They're in Finnish, but he reckons the subtitles can come up in English. I'm excited to watch that because I've seen subtitles of our commentary, and it doesn't often make a lot of sense how the subtitles on YouTube, does it? Imagine subtitles going from that. Eric Nilsson in this one could trouble the top of the timesheets.
Made a mistake, didn't he, in the previous race?
Was it a spin in the Joker? I think it was.
Was it either the Joker or the penultimate corner? I'm pretty sure it was the Joker, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
The second phase of the Joker, yeah.
It really needs to have a great run. I like the livery on that, I have to say. I think it's cool. What livery would you have, Hal, on your cross car?
We've been through this.
Well, we're doing it again.
Kawasaki green.
Oh yeah, I like that. I could pick
Or
you out.
not Kawasaki green, but slightly off Kawasaki green.
Why not Kawasaki in case you get sued?
Bit garish.
Too bright for you.
Slightly too bright, yeah.
That's great. I love how rich.
Tommy, what would you do?
I think some bright color is actually quite good because, you know, for example, Backers used to have the light blue, and it's like his trademark, so bright colors are always good.
Yellow, you always go with yellow, don't you?
Yeah, yellow has been my color so far, yeah.
I'd like red or yellow.
There's lots of red ones there.
My first rally car was red and yellow. My second one was yellow, and then the last one was red.
Good for you.
Well, that's what I mean. I'll go red and yellow. It was red and yellow. There are a couple of red and yellow. Maybe more yellow than red. Just, I'm always, the trouble is always at my commentator head on, which is if you've got a really obvious livery, I'll see you immediately. Whereas if there are 5 white cross cars, it's very, very difficult. There you go. Last year, World RX, Hal, that has got to be the least diverse liveries I've ever seen. They're mixing it up a bit. Good to see the Hansons go back to the classic red, I think, on the car. Could have done with a bit more white on the roof, I think, to tell the difference between the two in turn 1, but I'll leave that to you.
Let KMS reveal their red liveries in the test in Portugal today.
I know, when the liveries got revealed last year, I was like, oh no. Like, it's always like they'd used the same graphic designer. It was so close, wasn't it? So yeah, good to see that get a bit mixed up, but that's our
Makes
top
a big difference,
tip.
doesn't it?
Yeah,
you know, and what KMS do with the roofs, where half of it's white for Johan's car, makes it so much easier to see.
Yeah, Subaru did it with rear wings and mirrors. The Markland team used to do it with rear wings and mirrors and roofs.
And the other thing is we're going to see.
Oh, is he going to get now? He's not close enough. Where's he going to go, Hal? It is timing screen is killing us right now. 2:15.5. Yeah, so around 6th or 7th place.
The other thing about bright colours is the autofocus on still cameras will naturally go towards the bright colours as a point to focus on. So black cars are
no.
Black wheels are a no, black cars are almost a no.
There you go, see. So now basically when you all want to join in mine and Hal's series, which is starting soon, called Island RX.
White wheels only. We could recruit a driver here.
Yeah, do you want to do Island RX? Have you heard about this new series?
No.
So the venues so far, we're roughly Hawaii, Jamaica, Barbados, Ibiza, Mallorca, Menorca, I don't know, anywhere in the Caribbean. We're going to go to the Keys, even though there's a bridge to them now.
Oh, yeah.
Isle of Skye.
So, yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Not the Isle of Skye, Hal. It's lovely there, I'm sure, but it's not full of sunshine and party. So, although we're going there because apparently the best rallycross tracks are in these islands. They're just undiscovered so far.
Unbuilt, but we'll work on that.
Jamaica's signed up. Peter McConnell's signed up to a 10-year contract. He doesn't know that yet. Joel Kristofferson has signed up with JC Race Technique. They're coming.
Simon Tiger. So the headline class is open two-wheel drive.
Yeah, but that's because Simon Tiger will only come if it's the headline class. So do you want to enter?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
There we go. Yes.
Which class are you doing?
All of them.
There we go. So Tommy Howard is going to do all the classes in Island RX. I didn't see who the TQ was. Apologies. Can we see that graphic again, just one more time, please? Because we were trying to recruit a driver for Island RX. If we could have the cross car graphic one more time, graphics, that'd be amazing. Oh, you legends. Marco Vinica takes the TQ. We'll invite him to do Island RX as well. From Robin Grana, Alexander Hume, Person Penton and Enholm Ryala. Let's see if anybody on the second page hasn't made it. Osterberg is in 15th. Who's in the bottom part? Tudor hasn't. Brunkvist, look. Kalle Gotherson hasn't. Eric Nilsson hasn't. So there are Patrick Kong. There's a few people there, Hal, that are not in top 18, but I think our championship front runners mostly are.
And the best thing about the double header is they can start afresh.
We did double headers in Island RX or not? No. But we could stay there for 2 weekends and have a week off in between. Think of
Friday night,
think of
Saturday
Riga.
night.
Race Friday, have Friday off.
No, for racing Friday.
And then party on Saturday night. So Friday, Saturday.
Sunday night after parties.
Yeah, no, Saturday night. No good, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, how I get that. Tommy Howman, you're a legend. Thanks, mate.
Thanks so much.
Tommy Howman, you'll see him in Island RX soon, hopefully in something else as well. At the minute, though, we're getting on to Open Two-Wheel Drive Olli Lahti, Vilasari, Raiola in the middle of the grid in that Escort estate, but it's a brilliant start by Simon Tiger from P4 on the grid. Not going to get to Olli Lahti though. Lahti takes the whole shot. Simon Tiger into P2. You heard Tiger say just at the start of the show, live on camera, I reckon I would have been quickest if I hadn't been held up by the Ford, and he's looking fast here. He didn't get quite as well. Maybe he did get as good a start as Lahti, but Hal from P4 on the grid couldn't get there.
And Lahti's a master of this circuit, isn't he? All that local knowledge really does make that, when it's such marginal differences, even though these cars are so wildly different from each other, that makes all the difference. I wonder if Tiger will duck out and Joker this time around. The pace in this race is good. I think he's going to. Yeah, he does. You could see that from the attitude of the car already coming into that corner.
What was his gap? We're not quite sure yet. So here's Raiola on the outside. Expect Tiger to come out. He'll want to come out in P3, I reckon. He does.
Done it.
So that's...
You rely on Raiola's pace here, so you know you're not going to get held up. And that's the advantage of being in the fastest races, is you know you can split the strategy up. You're not going to fall into the clutches of someone who doesn't have the same pace as you and the other guys.
Right, if I'm Lahti, I'm going Joker now, Hal. Like, he's only got 1.3 over Raiola, but Tiger's catching up to Raiola already.
The trouble you have here is Raiola and Tiger are very close, and you don't want to end up on the outside of both of them.
So you think maybe hold on for the final lap?
Go again.
You go again, right? Hal would stay out. I thought I might respond, but I think he's right. I think the spotters will tell Lahti to stand. Lahti goes Joker. I was right, Hal, in your face. Raiola goes onto the standard lap and around to the right. Lahti on the inside line. Raiola going to get him, but it's about Tiger because Tiger's Joker already. Tiger slots in behind.
Tiger lost a bit of time there, so that worked out perfectly for Lahti, and he didn't end up in that fight.
Trying to make a pass up the inside in turn one, but Gabrielson's right behind. Gabrielson trying to come around the outside of Tiger. It couldn't be closer between these three.
I would have stayed out if I was Lahti, because now they're in a fight here. Look at Raiola's head looking out the side window, like old school Group A rallying, that, isn't it?
Proper. You've got to have the head tilt if you're sideways. You've got to have the head tilt.
But they're losing time by being in a fight. I would have stayed out and just done your own thing, and then if you have a fight in the final corner, you only lose a couple of tenths or whatever.
So Raiola's about to go Joker in the Ford Escort estate. Yes, estate. Watch him go in here. Oh, look at that. Lahti almost wheeling through the left-hander. Raiola on the inside line, going to come out to a row of three cars. He's on that inside line. Around the outside comes Lahti to take it. Simon Tiger looking to pass Raiola on the run to line, but he can't. It's Lahti, Raiola, Tiger and Gabrielson within 0.9 of a second. And Sari comes in 2 seconds further back. Thank you very much. That's why Open Two-Wheel Drive is the headline category in Island RX coming soon. How good was that?
Fantastic. Raiola made a good initial reaction there, didn't he? But Lahti's car is just so well hooked up. That Toyota Corolla had it easily done into the first corner, really. Bit of understeer through the mid part of the turn. Bigger jumps now we're seeing from the real cars rather than the cross cars. And look how high that front wheel is.
That was it on the last lap. No, that was earlier in the race. It's insane.
That was on the first lap, wasn't it? Tiger Joker on lap one. But that was the slowest race time that he's won with.
What, Raiola?
All weekend. Lahti.
Sorry, yes, my bad. Think of the. Sorry, I thought we were at the check. Look at this. Look at this. Look. It was
couldn't get a lot between those two cars, could you? When you turn across the car that's just come out of the Joker.
0.9 over the top four cars. Look at that. Look at that. Lahti, Joni-Pekka Raiola, Simon Tiger, Lucas Gabrielson within 0.9 of a second.
I think we could see that time beaten though.
I think we could too. Who's your money on? Venäläinen with the setup change in the Smurf machine?
Venäläinen or Johansson's got to be...
Can Johansson get a good enough start against these guys?
100% yes.
Does he deploy the hybrid off the start?
Yes.
He does?
Yeah.
Right. Where's the hybrid going to be enough? Johansson, Venäläinen, Seppala, Jensen and Stur. Middle of the grid's the best start for Juri Seppala. But then just come blasting past Victor Johansson, and in fact Bjorn Stur around the outside as well in the focus. Going to get mugged though as they head into turn two, gets a bit squeezed. Venäläinen's ended up all the way down at the back of the pack, so I don't think it was a setup change for the starts. But Venäläinen's out. Venäläinen pulls over in the Smurf machine. That's a bit of a shame.
Had a bit of contact there, didn't he, at the back of the pack? So wonder if maybe the steering's broken on the front of that car.
Can you believe how quickly Johansson came back in the Mitsubishi 190 Evo Hybrid, epic name, off the start? When he lost the start there, Juri Seppala, the start in the MR2, he looked like he had a car's length on him, and he literally drove past him before turn one.
So the way the starts work in that car is he's basically got 100 100 horsepower more from the electric powertrain in the car. So the way his starts work is he's got 2 throttle position sensors, one obviously for the internal combustion engine, one for the electric motor. So what he can afford to do is keep the revs relatively low. Normally you'd have to start at, say, 6,500 RPM. He can afford to start at 4,000 RPM and map in the electric motor so that the motor helps
With the torque.
but not to get too much wheel spin. And that's why maybe the reaction isn't, well, that initial phase isn't perfect, but then he gains so much more as you go through first gear.
Joel Kristoffersen's just joined us in the commentary box. Joel, are you going to sign Johansson as an engineer or a driver?
Yeah, I think proper engineer speaking here, right?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, how good is that? This is like a home-engineered rallycross car.
Yeah, but
It's amazing.
and also Victor have done a lot of work in Mats' car as well. He's one of the guys that have done the most work on the handicap system for Mats. So
Really?
Yeah. Most of it.
Mate,
So he's.
I didn't know that. That's incredible.
He was in the tent for half an hour ago and was mapping the hand clutch for Mats to make it better in the start. So.
To give a bit better feel? Or
He want a bit more play in it. So yeah, Victor is a really good guy. I mean, he's a really fast driver, but he's one a hell of an engineer and mechanic as well.
He's going to take this. Is it going to be in the quickest time? I think it might well be. He's got 6 seconds to make it to the line, just the right hand to go. Seppala going to get P2, but there he comes over the line. Is it enough? It is 219.9. Victor Johansson goes top of open two-wheel drive. There's a few cars still to come. I think that might be enough to hold on to that personally. Look at this start. So look at this. He loses out at the start, and then watch this.
Yep.
Just literally drives past on the inside.
Yeah. And it's about 100 more horsepower, I think, that kicks in there.
Here it is. Look. Bye. It's just amazing, isn't it?
And once he's past 40% throttle angle, the throttle curve or the deployment curve below 40% is quite gentle. And then once you get past 40%, then basically has all of the electric power then. So once you go flat out on the throttle, you've got another 100 brake horsepower immediately.
Hal, you're writing an article about the car. In all seriousness, I'd love you to plug where it's going to be, because I think a lot of people would like to read about it.
Yeah, in Race Tech magazine, published throughout the world, but it's English language, so predominantly in England and the US. But it's this sort of thing fascinates me more than a works team developing a car. That's always interesting, of course, but someone doing it on their own and doing such an amazing job is fascinating.
Victor Johansson goes quickest with the 219.961. Seppala, Jensen, Stur and Venelainen, and there you can see little setup change on that car, but unfortunately didn't pay off, and they're getting the scoop.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I mean, Victor have been working a lot in the teams and also with Mats, and I would say he's incredible work there. And I mean, hybrid. I think it must be the first rallycross hybrid car built, or?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and he's building one open two-wheel drive for Mats right now.
Is he?
Yeah.
For Matt Toman?
Yep.
No, what's he building?
Audi RS3.
Oh, mate, that's epic.
Yep, with hybrid as well.
No way.
Yep.
Why does he want to get into an open two-wheel drive? He's got a supercar.
I like to have one.
Is he going to do both?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
But he wants to do a couple of races for sure.
Will that be this year, or is it?
No, next year.
Next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
That's an exclusive for you.
Yep.
On Rallyx from Joel Kristoffersen.
Top secret, but don't tell anyone.
But Mats loves rallycross, doesn't he? That's why he's here and then.
Yeah, I mean, he loves all the motorsport. He's a big interest of it, but I mean, he rallycross is very warm to his heart, and I mean, he wants to do everything, and he have been done a lot of Supernational before, and when he saw Victor doing this, I guess he get more interest of it. So
that's brilliant. And the hand control system in the car. You said already Victor helped out with the engineering on that. What do you guys have to do to adapt the car to that system? It must be quite a lot of work for the team as well, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, we started already 2019, and it's been a big job for us to fit it into the Audi, and it works. And Mats, he's want to win and have the best all the time, and he's never ever happy with it. He always
Really?
He always wanted better, and I mean that pushing us to make it better all the time. But in the end, it's difficult. He lives very far from us, and it's a lot of testing and stuff. But it's not easy to get anyone else testing the car either. So
Well, that's what I was going to say. Has anybody else tried to drive it at speed?
No, I don't
No.
think so. No.
No.
But I barely can drive it in the paddock. But
Really? terrifying.
I'm scared.
Yeah, but that's right. It's so hard to explain. I say it's on my Instagram highlights with his daughter showing how it works. And I believe is it push for throttle and pull for brake, or is it the other way?
You throttle, pull, and then push, and then
push brake,
and then clutch.
Clutch is here, yeah.
And then all the way down is handbrake.
So clutch and then into handbrake further.
Yes.
And then the gears are
up here.
Yeah.
And downshift here.
And then the other hand is on the wheel. And
yeah.
Is the glove taped on? I can't remember. What
yeah, it's taped on. So it's half an hour, 30 minutes that way and 30 minutes that way.
Right, and that's the whole lock of the car, is
it?
So neutral for him is not here.
It's
here.
15 past.
Okay, so that's a lever. So that's a lever off the centre of the wheel to the right.
And
then a hand clutch. Where's the hand clutch on this?
On here. So here is the hand clutch when it drives in the paddock and the start.
So for the launch, same?
In the law, you go down here and then you go preload.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
How I think he's a legend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for you, Joel, you work with many of the best rallycross drivers in the world, but it's pretty special to be involved in this sort of project as well.
Yeah, amazing. And I mean, the thing is with Mats, you get always surprised how good he drives. I'm still surprised how good he is, and yeah, it's very, very impressive.
Marcus Norman, Miska Alton and Harkonnen, Sepper and Persson. Oh, it's a good start from the outside for Persson in the VW Golf. Going to try and get inside surely, but Norman's going to be there. Running him out wide all the way across the gravel trap. Cheeky little look up the inside, but Norman's just going to hold on. Bun fight behind him. Marcus Norman in the big Merc CLK, screaming its way down the back straight. Body panels flapping about everywhere. Yoey's got to go, so I think he's got jobs to do.
Change of headset, now into spotter mode.
Just put another set of cans on and disappeared out. I love that. He saunters over with his coffee, doesn't he, just to come and have a quick chat. Legend. Great guy, Joel Kristoffersen is. And it's so nice to hear about Johansson and the work he's done as well on that hand control system for Mats Owen. He really is a very special character.
There's a lot of special characters in this discipline, isn't there? Rallycross isn't necessarily a sport, is it? It's a discipline within motorsport.
Yes.
And within this little discipline that we both operate, there's some amazing, genuinely amazing people.
Yeah. Lavera as well, of course, another driver who's driven with hand adaptions on the car. They've been some brilliant. There was the performance at Le Mans, wasn't there?
Do you know my favourite thing about this is you learn something new every single day you're
here.
Me too. Whatever series you're in, whatever paddock you're in, or not in, I learn something new about rallycross every single day.
It's great, isn't it? There you go, you see.
Bit deep, isn't it?
Oh, I think
look, there's a Mercedes there, yes!
That's more like it, Hal. Let's get basic. Problems there. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's mechanical. Marcus Norman's absolutely flying here. It's Harkonnen who's with him. Timing screen is literally...
It's gone, forget about it.
That's absolutely bang on. That is a reference to Linden Hill 2013 and a man called Steve Saint. Who won't be watching either. Was it Sutton or Matt?
Sutton, wasn't it?
It was Richie Sutton, yeah, Richie, legend. That was about 2 in the morning. All sorts of problems. The show was supposed to be on the satellite the following, I don't know, at 6 in the morning. It ended up going on a motorbike on tapes and stuff up to London. Like
Steve Saint deserves a lot of credit for how rallycross is today as well. A massive part.
He took it to IMG, didn't he?
Yeah, a massive part of what the sport became.
I love Steve. He's a legend. He gave me some great opportunities. I'm a big fan of Saint T. But yeah, he's a great character. We need some sort of a podcast with these people on it as well, don't we? The background stuff.
Let's do it.
All right, we should. I'm just not sure how many of the stories we could do before we want to finish.
You'd have a great podcast when you go, nah, that's never going to see the light of day.
That's like, I literally thought about it for 10 seconds. I'm like, not yet. Oh, mate.
That was very close to the wall there for Michael Persson, is it? In the
Golf, yeah.
In the Golf.
Was the all for the danger of the podcast or the danger of the wall?
The danger of the wall, but I mean, it works. Either way. Same.
So we're waiting for the result of that one from Marcus Norman taking the win in the CLK. That we just had a good peer under the hood of, didn't we, in the paddock? Very impressive indeed.
I looked under the bonnet.
Yes, hood, bonnet, yeah. boot, trunk. Oh yeah, bonnet and hood I don't mind as much. I have to say I'm not sure that boot is the right word. What do you think? What do the Swedes say?
Trunk,
English?
but then they're lovely.
But then they say maxi about that Escort, and that's totally inappropriate.
I'm not an Escort maxi.
No,
it's cool, but it's not a maxi.
No, it's not a maxi. A maxi is what? Who wrapped one up in the Isle of Man? Was it Gwyndaff? Did we talk about this last time?
Yeah, Gwyndaff had a fair one. Do you remember when he had that crash and ended up in the passing place, so on the onboard?
Yes, that was the Isle of Man.
That's the Manx one where he has that big crash and him and Howard Davies end up in the lay-by and it just says passing place. Oh, very convenient.
Howard Davies in the best quote ever when they wrapped up another car on Rally GB once.
What did he say?
He said something that he thought the BBC wouldn't use, and they rolled it in at the end of the programme. It was absolutely brilliant. The car's best part of, really, with another word in the middle.
Not very well.
No, you won't. We can't talk after our efforts with Gabler last time out, can we? So Corhan on the inside in the ascent, I thought was going to get that, just gets completely mugged, and that's what we mean about turn one not always working out.
Accent.
Look at that, bumper off the back. The two Volvos out front, it is Marco Malanen leading. Oh, listen to that, clatter, clatter, clatter.
I love that noise. An ascent is going up an incline. That is a Hyundai accent. Like you and I have different accents.
Yeah, okay.
It's not an ascent, like descent.
Did I call it an ascent?
Yeah.
No, there you go. Hyundai. Oh, I got pulled up last time. Actually, George McGuinness's mum said that we don't say Hyundai right. Maybe we're saying it right now, Hyundai? I can't remember.
I mean...
Hyundai, I might have said Hyundai.
But it's not an American brand, is it?
No. No, true. They're probably right, I think. Not sure. What's the other one? Porsche is one that lots of people argue about, isn't it? Porsche is correct.
Porsche or Porsche?
It's Porsche, yeah.
No, but that's the argument.
Yeah, that's the argument. And I was used to think it was Porsche.
What do the Americans say? Hyundai?
I don't know.
Hyundai, yeah.
Oh, Hyundai. Yeah, no, it wasn't that.
Hyundai.
Yeah, but there's...
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I can't spit it out. I had a little
spit it out.
A little replay moment there. Hyundai.
What?
Hyundai.
Of Thursday.
Hyundai or Hyundai?
Hyundai.
Hyundai. Yeah, no.
But it's Hyundai.
Not,
we say Hyundai.
It's Hyundai. Yeah, it's definitely not Hyundai. That's not a word.
Is it a Fabia or a Fabia?
Fabia for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Fabia for me, all the way.
But you are a southerner, so you say grass instead of grass.
I do say grass, yeah, and I say castle as well.
That's wrong.
What would you say?
Castle. No,
you would say castle. No, it's a castle. Toothpaste?
Toothpaste. No, it's not toothpaste.
Yeah, see, I've got my auntie says toothpaste. She lives in the West Country.
Oh, well, that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, back to the racing. A little bit of a pass here in the background.
We joined quite late into that, didn't we? So I didn't quite see whether that was up the inside from Korhonen, but no, it'll be the first pass we'd seen up the inside into the not the final corner, but the bottom corner after the jump there.
Thought Malanen was going to get this, but going to lose out to Lempänen. Went into the Joker with more than 2 second gap.
It's definitely not a 7-minute race time, is it? So there's something.
Something epically tweaky going on.
That was the gap, wasn't it? Yeah. We haven't seen that before, actually. They haven't seen the countdown gap on the time to beat graphic, or at least I haven't. I'm normally looking at the timing screen.
Yeah, but that's right now. It's about as useful as a chocolate teapot. So, or the other one is about as useful as a bicycle to a goldfish. I always enjoy that.
I've never heard that before.
Have you heard? You haven't?
No.
It's great, isn't it?
Chocolate Fireguard.
Yeah, that's a good one. I wonder if those sort of sayings are international.
I doubt it. Most of what we talk about isn't very international.
No, I know. I don't know how we get away with it, really. Do let us know if you have sayings like chocolate teapot in other countries. Obviously, think about it, how it works. Chocolate teapot's not going to work, is it? That's the point. Gold bicycle for a goldfish. There must be other ways of doing it.
What did I tell you yesterday that was going to work and you believed me briefly?
Oh, I can't remember.
Something quite funny.
What was it, an invention or something?
Or something.
You made it up and I believed you?
Yeah, but...
Was I tired? A couple of pints in, maybe. I bailed early last night, didn't I? You were very disappointed.
Everyone did, yeah.
Yeah. Well.
I had the most sleep I've had in months.
All season. He's a very busy man, Hal Ridges. Olli Lahti takes the top qualifier spot from Lucas Gabrielsen. Victor Johansson is the first of the regulars in P3. Joni-Pekka Raiola, Simon Tiger, Vilasari, Marcus Norman, and so on down the list. So at the minute, the top 3 in Open 2 will drive in the standings for us are Johansson, Tiger and Norman, and they've all made it. Derek Tohill, unfortunately, we say he's blown that engine. Did you find out exactly what it was, or no? They thought valve, didn't they? But they weren't
There's
sure.
a few things going on, I think, but they'll be back for Julius. They promised us that.
I've already spoken to Derek. He's not sure which engine to put back in.
No, he's absolutely sure. There's the plans concocted. It won't be that one, I promise you.
Oh, no, it won't be that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were 2 20 minutes before that. Has he narrowed it down to 1?
Well, I don't know. I think they're going to go to the bar tonight, and the stories will probably get even.
Oh, good God. Should we go and help them decide? Could be bad for the show tomorrow.
Never. We could create a great concept, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we would. We would. Get him signed up for Island RX. On to Supercar Lights. Derek's in, I know he is. Can we not get Derek over here? Where is he? Has he gone back to the hotel already? I'm looking over at his car now.
They don't do hotels. They'll have an Airbnb somewhere in the woods.
Oh, will they? Right, Olofsson, Hookfist, Anderson, Enlund and Janssen. Olofsson gets a great start on the inside, but so does Lucas Anderson. Anderson putting the squeeze on Hookfist. Contact between them the whole way down the straight. Hookfist is inside there. Anderson going to get dumped out to the outside line. Enlund coming up the inside. Hookfist, Anderson trying to go around the outside. Comes back in, contact between them. Hookfist going to try and slide inside. Anderson goes back behind Casper Janssen. So goes from P2 to P5. Had to try it. I'm glad he tried it. It didn't pay off this time.
Enlund's got broken rear suspension. Sorry, Andrew.
Yeah.
Broken left rear for Enlund. It was Enlund that Lucas Anderson, sorry, that Lucas Anderson came back across on, wasn't it? So
yeah.
Lucas just got hung out to dry in the gravel because he couldn't get to the inside. And Enlund, who we've seen so many times drive with broken rear suspension. Remember in Neeson on the opening day, every single race almost, he broke the rear suspension on that barrier in the final corner and kept it going every single time.
Just looking at it now and thinking, I fancy his chances.
Well, it works on this circuit, doesn't it? Because it's going to help him turn in up here. As long as the problem will be in the compressions, there's massive send from Martin Enlund. Casper Janssen's going to get up in the inside to go up to the jump at the top of the hill.
He's got him. Yeah, Janssen's in front in the background.
This is just helping Simon Olofsson out massively at the front, though, isn't it? All this backing behind.
So Janssen's through, but that's going to be, what is he? He's 2.0 back, so Olofsson will have to watch him. We were saying 1.2 earlier, Hal. I can't really see how the Joker lap develops much here, other than exit traction maybe here, and also the bales moving, but it did seem to change earlier on today.
If I was Sandra Holmgren, Simon's sister, who spots for him and runs the STX team, I probably would have jokered, it's so easy for me to say from here, isn't it? But I probably would have jokered Simon then with the guys fighting behind, just to maintain track position, because if you get a puncture, if something happens, look at Enlund backing into the top of the hill, just misses the barrier on the inside.
If you get an Enlund, you know, look at that, if he was in the lead, you could potentially hold on to it.
All you've got to do is kiss the wall and you've
exactly.
broken the suspension, so I would always take track position, but maybe that's just the cautious side of me.
Yeah.
And it's like backing yourself to make the best start. You're backing Simon to not make any mistakes and to get the best race time.
And he's absolutely nailed this. He's absolutely nailed this. So Olofsson has been on brilliant form. He's won both the qualifying sessions so far today. We won't know if this is going to be enough until we see the next race. I think he will be looking at the entrance in the next race. Expert could challenge him, but I reckon Olofsson's got a perfect TQ there.
Spun in the final corner. Just took too much curb on the inside. Hasn't been Anderson's day, but we saw his first win in Denmark, didn't we, where he fought back massively. Well, not fought back, but fought through the field, having not qualified particularly highly. So
well, watch him here, Anderson, in the middle, in the blue and silver in the 99s. He squeezes all the way in here on Hookfist. So he's on the outside now. Look at this, Hal, trying to go across the gravel, but look how wild he is, and he comes back in.
Yeah, and this is where he's up the contact with Enlund, side by side.
Wasn't much, was it, actually, for Enlund?
No, but you're meeting the two wheels are meeting there, aren't they? Well, they're both rotating.
So the forces are high.
But I wonder if we can see that drone shot again from the top if there's a delay to the next start or something like that. This is Anderson running that bit wide. That's why I got confused by my Janssens and Andersons on the opening lap.
There's a lot of suns in it. There's an Olofsson as well, yeah.
There's not much sun out here, though, is there? It's going very cold. But what Anderson did in the first corner was to pick the throttle back up. He braked as if to try and go around the outside of Archibald and then pick the throttle back up to carry that momentum around the outside, and it almost worked. That's where Joel Kristoffersson disappeared to. Didn't quite pull it off though.
Olofsson 2:14.555. That is a very motorsport finishing time, and that is, he was 2:14.1 in Q2, 2:15.6 in Q1, and what is it, 2:14.5. So Hookfist has been second in both sessions and hasn't gone quicker than that. So Expeth, where was Expeth? Expeth has been 5th and 8th. Yeah, okay. Tornholt on the inside, Haug, Exmouth and Haug. Exmouth with a good start. Tornholt gets released, it goes round, bit of contact between them, and as soon as that got released, she just got catapulted into the spin in the first corner. Side by side now with Exmouth on the inside line from Nils Christian Haug.
Exmouth was fair there on the inside because you don't have to give right away to the person who's hanging it around the outside of you. You could easily have forced Haug out into the loose gravel.
Lars-Erik Haug is running, is it the blue wing? No. Yes.
Lars-Erik's at the back of this order in the number 33.
Sorry, the orange wing then. Yeah, so
yeah,
there we go.
Wings,
they've tried.
His brother, Nils Christian Haug. And Nils Christian's car's got that big orange...
stripe down the side, yeah, I hadn't seen that. I was looking at them from the front of the grid and thinking, they look remarkably identical. Mistake there, Exmouth going to go on the inside line. Look at that, 5 car lengths lost.
Is that a puncture left rear? I wonder if we can see that. Maybe it isn't. I just wondered if the car stepped out. Oh, left the braking late there, closed right onto the back of Markland Exmouth going up the hill. That's where Tommy Harmon, who is a master of driving these Supercar Lights machines, was talking about that compression being.
15 starts, 15 podiums, Hal. That is incredible, isn't it? At the level he's competed at, Nordic and Nitro. Yeah, if you had a podium in either of those series in lights, I think you'd be over the moon.
Yeah. Extraordinary talent.
15. What's your podium?
And what's even more impressive is he's driven 3 different lights cars in that period as well, and with 3 different teams.
Yes, yeah, true.
And largely running, so the car he's raced most is a Set Promotion owned car. Set have helped him out massively in the last few years, but his family have run the car, so him and his dad and his grandfather and his brother have run the car themselves. You know, they bought new bodywork for it, but didn't dare put it on until after the season because they wanted to return the car in the condition they got it and not waste putting the new bodywork on mid-year. That's an example of how little budget they've had.
Yeah.
So to achieve what he has against people whose budget has been significantly better is even more remarkable.
Yeah, it is. I agree. I'd love to see him get picked up, but it's tough in motorsport. We all know it's expensive. Exmouth's going to go Joker. I was just thinking earlier in this race how drones have really just revolutionised the way we can look at the sport, and it is fantastic. Some of the angles, that angle we had today at the Supercar start where everybody went round in turn 1 was just epic. But it's revolutionised the steward's office as well. Exmouth with a 2:19.2. This was the start. Look, so watch on the inside, Ida Tornholt. Does she come out? There's a squeeze, so to be fair, there's absolutely nowhere there for Lars-Erik Haug to go. And
generally the person in the middle is innocent at that point because there's nowhere you can go.
And he's had to come out that gap because it's closing, but Tornholt's leaning on him, and then when you get released from that, it's instantaneous, isn't it? It's like having the rear of the car fired around.
But how often do you see the people who've made the better starts either side be the ones that get turned around because they've got that much more momentum and then get rotated around the front of the car in the middle? Nils Christian Haug in the 83 machine, finding more pace. They've had a difficult start to the year, the Haug squad. Got a bit of time now to regroup, maybe go and do some hill climbs or something in Sweden and Norway and just get more used to driving the cars ahead of the final 2 rounds. Single headers, of course, in Grenland and Helios, so not so many points to win there, but plenty of time for them to prepare.
It's going to seem very strange, isn't it? How double headers. Might actually have some time off between sessions.
Double headers have become a thing now in every series, haven't they?
Yeah.
World Rallyx has gone back to single headers in Europe this year, though, and that is lovely.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. Am I missing Supercar grids? Not sure.
You can have mine, I don't need them.
Thanks, mate.
I'll just have the standings.
Love the standings, eh? Oh no, they are. I've got the standings. I think I'm missing the grid. Yeah.
Have you dribbled them?
No, it's just my water bottle. That guy on the plane yesterday was livid, wasn't he?
I didn't see.
There was a guy on the plane yesterday. He stood on the chair in front of me and Hal.
Simon
Olsen, look at that. Perfect TQ. Hookfist, Jensen, Enland, Anderson, Exmouth, Kasman, Haug and Haug. Jari Kalliokoski at the head of the Supercar field as we come to the close of qualifying. Kevin Eriksson very close behind. Hedström, Mats Oman. You heard earlier on Joel Kristoffersson explaining in detail how he drives that car. He's ahead of the likes of Belevsky, Tan Pudkinen, Ranks, Rudkinen, Turi, Olekainen, Oliver Eriksson on the cusp. So Eriksson, Oliver needs a good run here. So yeah, this chap stood on the chair on the plane, and me and Hal were horrified because that's just not cool standing on the chair. You know, other people have got to sit on that with your dirty shoes and everything. And then he went to get his coat out of the locker at the top, and it was wet, and he looked very, very grumpy indeed. And it was only when I went and got my drink out of the overhead lock halfway through the fly areas it had leaked. There you go, mate. That's called karma. Kevin Eriksson inside, Kaliakowski, Hedstrom, Oman and Tam. Come on, Mats Oman, let's go. Oman's made an adjustment to the clutch. It maybe hasn't worked out quite right, but on the inside line is Kevin Eriksson and Kaliakowski. Eriksson gets to the inside, but Tam goes all the way around the outside line. Maiko Tam gets the whole shot. Kevin Eriksson gets into P2. Kaliakowski there has been mucked as well by Hedstrom as they start up into the turn 2. Maiko Tam leads, so this is going to be a trickier one to decide on Joe Lap tactics now. Tam's quick, but he's maybe not as ultimately quick as the couple of cars behind him.
Yeah, absolutely agree. All the experience of Peter Hedstrom and Jarek Kaliakowski not to run into each other on the exit of 1 up the hill into 2.
I think Kevin will go, and he does. Kevin goes straight away, and so Kaliakowski changed his mind at the last minute. I don't think that was the right call, but if 2 cars had gone in, maybe you got to.
Well, he changed his mind because Hedstrom had gone in, and there's nothing you can do at that stage. Hedstrom, no, not quite going to get out next to Kaliakowski. It would have been close, and that's an indication as to just how much time Kaliakowski lost by changing his mind.
He did. Supercars look so capable of running out over the gravel. Tam's made a mistake. Tam's got out in the dust there and will lose a fair bit of time to Eriksson straight away. The gap was 1.5.
Look how
and
well
you can
that
see he's
Fiesta
back on it already.
That M Sport built Fiesta
revolutionised when Rallycross when it came in, didn't it?
Massively so.
The handling was so far and away ahead of, I suppose agricultural's not fair, but the WRC had way bigger development budgets. When that appeared in Rallycross, it was a big step.
Well, of course, and that car's designed to do the Safari Rally, isn't it? It's, you know, and the suspension geometry and all those things are designed to do much more than a Rallycross car ever could. The reason that Rallycross cars went to double wishbone suspension was because of the friction in the McPherson damper, and McPherson damper technology has improved radically in the last few years, and that's what made cars like this so much better. Kevin's not losing that much time behind Tam at the moment, and fortunately for him, Tam's going to joke on this final lap, and he won't lose out too much. Tam's doing a good job. A couple of mistakes here and there. So inexperienced at this level.
I reckon he could hold on to P2. Watch for the battle between Hedstrom and Tam. So Tam goes joker now. Eriksson's going to go in front, but it's the battle for P2. I reckon Eriksson will be there. Watch for Hedstrom versus Tam. Here comes Eriksson. Tam comes out just in front. Hedstrom looks to the inside line, but Tam's going to hold on. Eriksson takes it from Tam, Hedstrom and Kaliakowski. After a fair bit of chopping and changing, not too much time lost. 2:10.8 is not as quick as either session so far. Kevin Eriksson won Q2 with a 2:10.7. Here's the start.
All very respectful, wasn't it? Oman hung it round the outside. Hedstrom had great drive off the corner and then sunk it up the inside of Kaliakowski as well, who stayed out of trouble, knows the importance of staying on the clean inside. No point trying to hang it around the outside there and get stuck into the loose gravel.
Look how that is.
He's knocked the post down as well. 10 points for the post.
Look at the accuracy on that. Was it Kevin or Ollie in the first? It was Kevin in the first session, wasn't it? As well, using
it was on the outside of the circuit then as well, wasn't it? On the bank on the main lap.
Only other driver we've seen doing that today for me is Kaliakowski, the local.
And here Hedstrom, I thought he was going to get back up the inside. That's in exactly the same car that Timizianov was driving in 2020 when he sucked it up the inside of Kristoffersson in the final corner of the final.
Good. That was brilliant, wasn't it? 2:10.8 for Kevin Eriksson. Will that be enough to win Q3? And if it does, he should take the TQ from Kaliakowski, because Kaliakowski was just 7 points in front of him, and he's finished 3-4 places behind him. So depends a bit now. What Kevin actually needs is not to be beaten by Oliver. But I'll tell you what, the last race in this is a banger. So this is the second to last. Ranks, Turi, Osh, Budkinen and Niemi, middle of the grid. Edges Osh has not had a great start, beaten down to turn 1 by Jari Turi.
Osh came very close to jumping the start then.
Turi's lost a couple of spaces there, Hal.
Bit of creeping on the clutch. Up the inside for Victor Ranks. Yet more great racecraft from the young Belgian. All out of shape on the jump landing as well, but gets it tidied up and back to the inside.
Budkinen who leads though.
Fantastic having the Finnish locals here, isn't it? Really adds to the diversity and competitiveness of the supercar category. I love it when you've got good pace throughout the field. You know, no one's massively off the pace because you've all got someone to race against within your pace window.
Franks makes a pass up the inside of Osh, so Osh loses out. Let's see if he gets out, dragged down the straight, sticks it in the dirt on the outside. So it's all gone wrong for Osh on this. I was going to say I felt Victor should have joked actually how on the previous one when neither of the two cars in front went, but he didn't. He committed to the standard lap and stayed on it.
And he set that move up for 2 corners, didn't he? And that's the experience he's here to gain. There's almost no point in joking early to get a better race position. Who cares about that? He's here to try and overtake the cars in front and learn about all the scenarios you end up in Rallycross, and that's clearly what he's doing.
Well, do you remember last time he was in the third race? Yeah. Now he's in the second race. He looks like he's going to win that one. So he's gone up a race. Franks looks like he's going to take this as well. Was closing down on Putkinen. Putkinen stays out. Franks goes in. So now Victor needs to just focus on a really tight lap. No one behind is going to trouble these top 3. Oh, the dust! Look at that. Merged there between Turi and Niemi. Right, let's look at Putkinen. Keep it tidy. Nicely done through there. Up and over the crest. Keep it on the clean line on the brakes here. Drops the nose down. Gap was 1.9. That would be enough over Victor, but Victor, remember, had just joked, and now he's closing that gap down. I think Franks is close enough. Hal, what's your money on?
We've got those second times, haven't we? So it's hard to say, but I think it will be enough, yes.
So Franks in the standard lap. Putkinen runs slightly wide of the apex, not a lot. Franks is going to have to light it up early. Putkinen gets on it super early, maybe gets 2 sideways. Victor Franks around the outside line, chucks the RX3 car in. He went up a heat race and he wins that one as well. Franks.
Scruffy joker, wasn't it? From
it was.
Putkinen. I think that's what ultimately lost him the race win.
Enthusiastic joker, Hal. Solberg style. Well, bit too sideways.
I think Osh thought he jumped there, didn't he? And got back in the clutch and then had to go again. Franks is miles away at the back of the pack there. There's Niemi swapping
gets 1, gets 2, look. So 2 cars past here, and then I thought he'd go. I think he almost ran him wide there on purpose, which is fine. You can do that, but it's clever if he did. And then this was, I thought he was going to joker here, and he didn't. And look at this. It's not much, is it? But it was enough.
Osh either miles off the apex or very respectful and left the door massively open there, because you just shut the door, wouldn't you? If someone lunging up the inside of you like that.
And then Putkinen just slightly too early, needs to let the steering run a bit, be slightly less aggressive on the throttle, let the car use the exit of the road, but Franks nicked it at the line. Victor Franks with a 2:11.9. Hal Ridge, do you want to reveal to the audience at home how you knew to bring a coat and jeans to Finland? City centre cars?
Yeah, because I looked at the Instagram stories.
Yeah. So there were a load of cars in the city centre in Kouvola on...
Well, that's not a revelation, is it? That's
no, but I was just looking at the weather. I like your research style. It hadn't occurred to me. I just looked at weather. Hal looked at the stories, realised all the Finns were wearing coats and was like, I better take one.
Well, I would not bring a coat.
I changed my mind at the last minute, actually. Right, this one's going to be good. Olekainen, Eriksson, Belevsky and Rutkinen. Any of these could win the session. Eriksson gets a good start, but is he far enough? He's not. Belevsky's going to get the whole shot. Rutkinen trying to hold on round the outside. Oliver Eriksson is in P12 in the standings. Just needs a relatively good run, and he's going to get contact. Turns Belevsky round, but Rutkinen had hit him. Belevsky's door gets over the windows off the car. Surely, is that going to be a red flag if Belevsky's
I think Rikkonen's got broken suspension as well. Yeah, front right, is it, or just twiddling the wheel around a lot, but he was all out of shape, wasn't he?
I'm not sure you can blame Ollie Eriksson for that, Hal, because Rikkonen was in the side of him. We'll need to see replays of it to figure it out. I don't know where Belevsky's car is.
I think they're both broken to a degree, but I thought that Ollie's front right suspension was definitely, apparently he wasn't broken last time around, I was wrong, but looking from the drone where they had the contact, it looked like Ollie's wheel had been pushed back.
Belevsky is going, Hal, I saw him in the background. It's just dropped from the hairpin into the bottom section.
So if Rikkonen's car isn't broken, Andrew, he was well out of shape, wasn't he, coming down the hill? Maybe Ollie's okay, actually, but it looked like he's got a lot of understeer there. I said his suspension was broken last time around, and then he told me it wasn't. But and he
what was it? He said that he didn't stall it. It was like, okay.
Yeah, he was a bit annoyed at me that I said he'd stalled it. What happened was they've got the dampers inside the engine bay with the inboard suspension, and basically it was chewing through wires. So it went through one of the cables that meant it wouldn't restart, and then it went for another cable that meant it completely shut off. But Stefan, in all his wisdom, managed to get that sorted very quickly, and now that's no longer an issue. They were really getting into each other in the first corner, weren't they, and in the run to turn 2. So it'll be interesting to see the replay and try and dissect it.
So Hal, I'm looking at this, and Osh and Niemi are behind Eriksson, Ollie Eriksson that is. but Osh is only 1 point behind Ollie Eriksson. How much time did Ollie Eriksson lose? Because Osh is a 2:16.6. So although the target time on your screen is that of the winner of the session, I think Eriksson's only got to beat Osh to hold on to P12.
Rukkanen's run wide there on the way into the Joker for the final time of asking. Ollie Eriksson's going to get this.
Or has he got a puncture, Hal, front right, or is it just suspension? Oh, I say just suspension, that's still pretty...
There's puncture.
Yeah, there goes puncture, yeah, the tyres off the rim. Look, for Rukkanen's going to hemorrhage time here. So we don't know, and Eriksson's taking it with a 2:15.2, which is ahead of Osh. So unless there is some kind of a penalty for the contact...
Bolevsky had to finish this race as well to make it because he'd have been in trouble otherwise.
Where was he overall?
Well, he had a DNF in Q2, didn't he? So.
Oh yes, he's going to drop down there. That might even put Ollie up a place. Right, let's have a look at this. Hal, what you got? Well, everything's cool here, look.
So Ollie's gone to the inside.
Rukkanen goes across the gravel trap, I think. Well, not really. It's contact between him and Ollie the whole way through. He then squeezes Ollie. Ollie can't go into the wall. Okay. Stewards for me, but I couldn't pick why.
I want to see that again. Oh, the door came open on Bolevsky's car.
Yeah, the window came out. It got hit so hard.
He lost the window somewhere else as well, didn't he? And there's Ollikainen. What a rubbish debut for Jonna Ollikainen in the luck stakes. He's just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's not Ollie Eriksson's fault because he and Rukkanen are just having a battle.
Oh. Bolevsky's rear window gets popped out, look.
There's a souvenir.
That's turn 2 again.
Please, can we see after this look? This is the moment. Look how long this goes on for. That is a tank slapper.
Catching a wasp in there, isn't he?
A whole nest of wasps.
Yeah.
Please, can we see in the truck, pretty please, the drone shot of the contact again after this replay package as we're at the end of the session. All the supercars are driven behind us in the background and I've not looked at any of them, so I can't really tell you what was wrong with. So this is the shot, Andrew. Oh, and what? Maybe it wasn't the drone shot. Maybe it was the trackside cam. Oh, it was the drone. So watch Ollie Eriksson's front right wheel. He's about to get into Bolevsky.
He gets pushed from the left, like he gets hit
again. Bang! Wow, that's taken the B pillar, isn't it? Look at the wheel.
I'm actually slightly concerned about whether or not that's the case.
Wheels. Well, okay, maybe I'm completely wrong again.
One more time, please, EVS, if you got it. That's replay, it's a technical term. Just from the drone again. One more time. Here we go. So look at the Rukkanen's trying to squeeze Eriksson. Eriksson's trying to come out of the wall. Yeah, then Eriksson gets pushed sideways, hits the wall, but he's now in the back of Bolevsky. But
I mean, ultimately, you can't take out the guy in front, can you? So the person behind is largely responsible. But I don't really feel like anyone was wholly to blame in that.
No. I think...
Okay, I don't think his suspension was broken.
I think racing incident, but I also think stewards, 100%. Yeah. Don't you? You know, all three drivers are not going to look at that and go...
Well, no, there was an instance when he's looking at, but...
Where's Ollie? Can we get Ollie to come and join us?
No, I don't think so.
I'm waiting. I want to see if he can. No, okay, yeah. Eriksson 2:15.2. That should be enough to see him in the semis. Bolevsky is a question mark over whether he did finish, but is he going to drop him down the order too far? No, not at the minute. So as it stands, Kevin Eriksson, TQ, Jari Kaliakowski, that's not in question. Hedstrom, Micah Tam, Victor Franks, Jari Putkinen, Oman, Oliver Eriksson in P8. Yeah, he was in P12, he's in the semis. The question mark is over the contact between him, Rukkanen and Bolevsky. But Bolevsky, even with the result he's got, has made it. Jari Tiri and Edsis Ush make it. Ollikainen and Niemi don't make the cut. They're not in the top 12. We're going to just... I was going to check when... yeah, okay. Well, that's where we are. So that's maybe going to the stewards, and you'll find out when we find out, which is when we see the grids for the semi-finals. I'm not sure if a DQ would drop them out of... For Ollie, it might. Ollie was in P12. If he was deemed to be at fault, Hal, a DQ from that might drop him out of the semis, which would be a shame, because I want to see him in there having a fight.
Yeah, be a shame for any of them, wouldn't it? But
Andreas Eriksson's behind us. So is he going to see the stewards? Here he is. Look, there he's marching across. I'm going to ask him. Hold on. He's coming. Right, yeah. Put this on. What happened there?
I have no idea.
We thought you were marching up to see the stewards.
No, not at all. I looked on it. Oliver didn't know either. They don't see so much up there. And then I asked what happened. I said it was Rytkönen, it was him. They all came up there, and then.
Right.
Who knows?
Okay.
I was actually going to the podium to secure that so it doesn't blow away again.
Okay, so
Jack of all trades.
He's doing, like we said last time, he's doing everything. Right, go on then, off you go.
Thank you.
He's going to love that.
Dismissed. It's like a football manager. I didn't see it. I don't know.
Okay, so we're hearing the stewards are saying no change to results, so that should be your top 12 then for Supercar.
I do like how quickly they make decisions in Rallyx.
Yeah, me too.
Done. Move on.
What time are we back on? Someone in the truck tell me.
16:25.
16:25. Hal found the email faster than I did. What's the time now, Hal? 20 minutes. 16:04 local. That's 4 p.m. if you're in the US, but 24-hour clocks are the way to go. That's just a little lesson there. Sorry. Oh, we did have a good one coming from Jody Finley in America. He says, about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. I think the screen doors are like the fly doors, you know.
Oh, I see, yeah.
I think. Nice one, Jody. See you in 20 minutes. Well, it's a beautiful day here in Kouvola. Those people are very happy that they've just been lowered down the incredibly high, dangerous-looking fairground ride mast. And there's some incredibly happy spectators there, look. And there's me and Hal Ridge, who are also incredibly happy. Because we just like rallycross, don't we, Hal?
Love it, yeah.
But a good day.
Did not realise, yeah.
I did realise. It is a bit hot now. Look at that weather. I'm going to have to move this chocolate bar. I'm going to have to move, Hal.
Where did you get that?
Maria Eriksson gave it to me.
And then went, shh.
Yeah, she basically, there aren't enough to give to the mechanics, so she just gave them to me and Hal.
I can't believe you
special.
just said that.
I was going to drop that in there. They won't be watching, will they? Well, anyway, I've hidden it. It's a Twix, if you're wondering. And I might munch that later. Thank you to the lovely people of Kouvola. Look at this. We've got a little bag each.
I've got one as well. Look.
Yeah, we did have a spare one, which was going to be for the presenter, but we haven't got a presenter at the minute. Molly might be back in Norway.
I think it's improved my looks immeasurably.
Get a little Kouvola magazine. Look, what's in there? Man with a tennis racket. Got a little high-vis kind of neckerchief thing if it gets too dusty. You're going to hold that up, then just hide Hal for the whole show. And then I've got a little mug, look, to go with my R2D2 mug. I mentioned this. Look at that. Look, it's a little mug with a picture of Kouvola on it. Kouvola in the dark. It's not very dark here at the minute. It's half 11 last night, and it was still light when we walked back to the hotel. I woke up this morning at about 4 in the morning. I was like, oh, God, have I got to get up? But it was broad daylight.
Why didn't you shut the curtains?
The curtains were shut.
They can't have been. My room was dark.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe, I had the window open by then. It was a bit stuffy, so I opened the window, so they were blown about a bit. Anyway, it's not as light as it was in Oulu, where me and Hal have got a picture of us at an unholy hour eating a pizza on the Sunday night. And it's broad daylight. That's the most daylight I think I've ever... Is that the most north you've been in the summer, Oulu?
It's the most north I've ever been, yeah.
Do you go to Race of Champions?
No. I've been to Iceland. That must be further north?
I think it is. Geography.
Went to Iceland in the winter. It was so dark at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's a bit mad, isn't it?
I never went that. I've been to Iceland, but not then. Iceland is the most expensive place I've ever been.
I mean, the restaurant we went to last night was quite expensive.
It was, but it makes Scandinavia look cheap, doesn't it, Iceland?
Well, we're not in Scandinavia.
Well, no, eh? Well, OK. But the rest of Scandinavia, Norway's cripplingly expensive, isn't it, unless you're a Norwegian. And I promise you that Iceland will empty your pockets faster than any other country you can possibly go to. My mate Tim came to Iceland to meet me and my wife. Got a taxi from the airport to Reykjavik. That was the first mistake, 'cause he paid more for that than we paid for the hire car for 3 days. We went out for dinner that night, and the bloke in the supermarket asked him if he wanted a bag for his bottle of water. He said, no, thanks, mate. I spent all my money. He'd only arrived on the island 7 hours before, literally.
Wonder how much the bag in the supermarket costs. It's 10p at home or 20p at home, isn't it?
It's probably about £800. But, I mean, he had the Twix he was putting in, it was £1,000. So, I mean,
it's worth it, though.
Yeah, worth it.
Twixes are good.
I didn't see the Northern Lights. I was pretty annoyed about that, to be honest. What's that? How cross car? Good God, there are a lot of cross cars, aren't there? Go down there.
I'm really hot.
I'm boiling. I might have to take off the zippy in a minute. Have I put my uniform on? I have. I've put uniform on underneath.
Wow, that's a turn up.
That's unusual. That's unusual. Well, I haven't had any reason to take the zippy off. But now I might be able to get some sort of a suntan. I think I might even... Me and Hal are both hiding from the sun. Come to the commentary box and have a look. Just have a quick look at where we are. Come on, Henka. What's he doing? He's looking at the pre-grid, I bet. Is he listening? Then he is. I'm going to talk to him anyway. There, I've just spoken to him on Talkback, see if he's going to come. There it is.
Oh, I'm in.
Hal was there this morning, he had a beanie hat on. Here's me, look. It's absolutely boiling out here. Like this morning, I had to step. I had to be right out here this morning to be in the sunshine, which was nice and warm.
I would love it if you reversed off
Fell
that
down
bank.
the bank and pulled everything off. I'm pretty close to it, but it's so hot now. Like I'm fully in the sun here. I haven't put Hal has broken out the suntan lotion. Denmark, written Hal on it because it was £8,000. It wasn't actually. It wasn't too bad, was it? But yeah, it's boiling. So you'll find me around here basically when we're commentating, maybe.
I have to tape that here because you get so unreasonably upset with someone who takes luggage. So you've only got hand luggage only, means you can't take sun cream.
Don't travel with a case with me. Like unless you've only allowed a case if you're on holiday for a week, or like maybe 2 events in a row.
Yeah, but I'm doing useful things.
I went to the Race of Champions and to Calgary and to Trois Rivières with all the snow gear with just hand luggage.
Oh, good for you.
I was boiling hot on the plane.
Oh, I'm glad.
Some lovely shots from Eero earlier on today. Look at that. He's arty as well, isn't he, Hal? As well as being talented with us, coming around doing all the filming in the mornings. Hanker, our director's just obviously makes you guys look good. It's a good job somebody does.
That is a tough
It is a tough
roll.
call. I'm hoping when they switch the lights off in the studio, which they're going to in a minute, they will actually be able to see the screens, because it is so unholily bright in here at the minute. We're basically being roasted from behind by the sun. Someone asked me the other day, how come you've got such a good head tan? It hadn't occurred to me, Hal, it might be the lights in the studio. 3 events in, you know, like I've been living it up on the beach.
Well,
I've had a few dog walks, to be fair. Yeah, I've had time for that. It's been very nice. So we're just hearing from race control that there's a little delay on Crosscar Junior because somebody's been DQ'd. So who was on the naughty step? Hal in Crosscar Junior? Don't really remember, do you? Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember at all. Absolutely no idea. There's 7 races in Crosscar that we've done twice. That's 14 of them, plus the 4 in Junior. That's
the only dramatic thing was
18 Crosscar races. I can't remember anything.
Yuito crashed on his own.
Yeah, not his fault. Well, certainly not going to get DQ'd for it.
It was absolutely his fault. He crashed on his own.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. But he's not caused anything. He's going to get him DQ'd, is there? There is fair. That's fair. It is his fault.
You can't blame anyone else.
No. Let's come back to the studio, Henker.
I'm trying to see who.
Here he is. Go on, Hal.
Oh.
I was going to drink my tea there. You're allowed to look at your paperwork.
I know, yeah, but I just don't know. It's useless. Oh. Boomerang paperwork. I'm going to find out.
So now I'll have to take over. Hal just leaves the comment. That's it. Off he goes. No worries. So like and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. How very dare you? We are getting good views, but we can always use more. Still need some more sponsorship of the series. Let's go. Tommy Howman needs sponsors. Let's do it. Someone said to me the other day, how much is it to get you in a supercar, Coley? I don't know. 20 grand? Let's do it. I'll happily leave Hal in here and go race a supercar. That's absolutely fine. I'll leave him in here to go and race open 2-wheel drive, crosscar, anything, to be honest. But yeah, like and subscribe to the channel anyway. We've gone off piste a lot today. Let us know on social what you've enjoyed the most. Was it the sayings? You know, are you up for Ireland RX? Do you think it could be the best rallycross series in the world? Just going to check my messages. Let's see what's going on. Any of you been in touch? And if not, you miserable lot, why not? Hal, what's going on? He's just been out there for it. Here we go.
I don't know.
So this is Joe Henning Thurmios, who says, I just logged on to watch the RX stream and you two are talking about how you say toothpaste. For a second I was wondering where the hell the sound came from. Laughing so hard I forgot all about the racing. There we go, that's it. I was just asking while you were gone what was the favourite bit. So apparently it's the toothpaste bit. There you go, Joe, nice one.
What the favourite bit from today?
I've been sent, that's no good. I can't watch that on air. It's just a meme or something. I mean, it's great, but I can't watch it on air. Adam Anderson, I've thrashed it back from Cornwall, live stream straight on. I'm loving the commentary to finish off the birthday week. Oh yeah, Adam from Gloucester, happy birthday, mate. Siders in the guard for the rest of the weekend. He's winning on his birthday weekend. Mate, what is going on in Junior Cross Car? Like, we could be in a tan here if we had beds to lie on. Art Mather, enjoying the coverage. Well done, guys. Thanks, Art, you legend. I got one earlier. Oh, Ian Campbell sent me another video of this Peugeot 306. Scooter, watching Rallyx, love, you know Scooter, obviously, Ian Davies. And he said, yeah, I'm watching, he said, the world's become obsessed with top class, it's Prime TV. I'm loving watching Crosscar. Well done, Rallyx, Scooter. Cheers, mate. Good to hear from you.
Big part of this championship a few years ago was Ian
Davies. And he said, I know I'm biased, he said, but Nordic's what RX is all about for building a fan base, which is great. Cheers, Scooter. You legend. Pete Robb has replied saying, beast about Johansson's car. I agree. Chris Buck loving the stories. Victor Johansson reposting from earlier. There we go. What you got, Hal? Liam McHugh. Marcus at the Mythical Rally yesterday. Yeah, me and Hal spotted that at breakfast this morning. So Marcus Gronholm's at the Mythical Rally in a beautiful WRC Subaru.
Formally beautiful.
There we go.
I really hope he hasn't damaged the roll cage in that car.
I hope he hasn't damaged himself. Well, he hasn't.
He's fine, isn't he?
But he binned it big time.
No, but if the cage is damaged, it's just a shame with those. Of course, he didn't mean to do that, did he?
Of course,
but
also, respect to
I don't really, not that bothered if someone wraps an R5 around a tree and everyone's fine because they're disposable, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
But period cars are irreplaceable once they're broken.
But isn't it also cool of the owners still to want the likes of Gronholm to drive it? You know, they own that car down. The reason they own it is because the likes of Gronholm drove it. So there's a bit of you that surely is like, I want to see Marcus drive the car. So okay, drove the car.
It's a bit like Ollie O'Donovan letting me drive his Will Gollop Peugeot 306.
That is
you know,
true.
it's the responsibility is
huge.
Enormous.
It's huge. I'm going to give you that as your last grid for open 2.
I've got an entire library of paperwork here.
Yeah, I know.
And almost all blew off the desk. Oh, we're done. Let's go.
Right, okay, we're getting some cars on the grid. Making a bit of space in here. Right, what have I got? Cross car, junior cross car. Just going through the paperwork. Sorry, I know it's live. It's just the way it is. There we are. Right, we've got grids and paperwork for the first 3. Okay, this is how qualifying is according to this. So I'm just checking this. Top 4 are the same. Hal, Naomi Kinnunen, to Christensen, to Pine and Darback. I'm just checking Hagstrom, Soderholm, Snatterblad, Suono. Nothing's changed in the top 15.
I think Kevin Darback.
10, he's on 101.
393. Someone was just sent out of pre-grid then. But
Okay,
this isn't necessarily
can you go
updated.
down to the next page? You got the next page on graphics?
Is this updated or not?
We have. So Terpine and Oscarson and Svedland. That was the top.
Yeah, I don't think this is updated.
You don't think that's updated, right? So we think that might be the points as they stood. So maybe one of those drivers has been. Stewart's inquiry has finished later than we started the show. Krista's message, technical protest in juniors. He's technical, okay. I'm going to ask him what the outcome is. Excuse me, Hal.
Look at all the trophies in the background. That's what everyone's fighting for this afternoon. We're at the business end of the weekend, or the day, because we've got 2 events this weekend. The business end of the weekend will be tomorrow.
It will.
But there's still all of those trophies to fight for this afternoon. Yuito needs to get back to the front in this semi-final because relatively poor qualifying from him, and he needs the points.
Yeah, that mistake in Q3 when he nearly he did put it in the wall, nearly rolled it. Better to put it in the wall than roll it, obviously. Pole in this one, Hallinan, Alexi Suono alongside. Row 2 is Uito and Darback. Uito, remember, the championship leader. 2 wins, a P2 and a 4th. 4th is lowest result. Hallinan and Yulalami behind him.
Top 2, remember, you need to be to
go through.
So it's a big ask.
Where's Suono though? Because Alexi Suono's front row.
4th in the intermediate classification.
Alexi's not made it out of the semis so far. So with the greatest respect, I'd have my money on Uito. But turn 1 here is tricky. Long old delay here. Want to get everything ready. And it is hot now, sitting in one of those cars. They're pushing the outside car on row 2, which is Kevin Darback, back into position. So, or are they pushing him off the grid? What's going on, Hal? I got him on the wrong row. No, that is, who's that? That's Alfred Eriksson, should be on row 3. Hold on. This might give us an idea of what's going on. No, he's, yeah, him and... Is there a car missing? Darback is out. From race control, Darback's been removed. That looks like a technical infringement, so that's why Eriksson was in the wrong slot on the grid. That helps Uito out because he's on row 2, all on his Jack Jones. It's rhyming slang for on his own. Off the line, Larry Hallinan not on his own. Suono's right there. Uito trying to close down. Uito goes out wide. That's just to get a bit of better exit speed here. Going to get up the inside. Might get past both here or backs out of it. Decides not to get squeezed. Suono sideways. Hallinan nearly spins. Uito up the inside. Contact. Uito's out. Championship leader has been pitched up over the bank. He's parked it. Hallinan as well, who's right up there. And that has left out in front. It is Alexi Suono, who stayed out of trouble. It looked to me like almost a half spin for Hallinan, Hal, and then just an avoidance from Uito, and they both ended up out of this race.
That has blown everything wide open, hasn't it? So Uito did absolutely everything right there. Went wide into the first corner, cut back in, went up the inside, scared Suono into running wide. So he'd done the hard work, hadn't he? It's like the Ayrton Senna thing of just showing yourself in the mirrors of the car ahead and then being scared out of the way. Suono ran wide here. Hallinan was having a spin all on his own.
And Hallen's still there. So
Yeah.
Hallen parked on the left along with
Uito's
the
there
car.
over the bank. Uito had already hit him, broken the steering. He disappeared off to the left of the circuit over the bank, and he'll be absolutely fine. The suspension in those cars can deal with that massively
It wasn't
well.
a big hit at all, was it?
And Suono's out in front, and that's all because you said he was unlikely to make it through. So he's absolutely going for it and proving us all wrong.
Yeah, and good effort, absolutely brilliant effort. I kind of felt Uito almost could have gone up the inside of Hallen and then thought, I don't want to get squeezed here and backed out.
Well,
I actually wonder if he'd been inside Hallen and before turn 2, if it might have been better.
Even if he'd been in the inside of Suono, but he'd backed out a bit, waiting to force Suono wide, which he was going in the loose gravel, but then that left him a bit further back. Had he been up the inside of Suono, I think they both would have carried through Hallen then.
Yeah, through
anyway.
Hallen's mistake. That's what I mean. He was not overcautious, because you've only got to look at the results of both him and Hallen and to know that they've played it right in terms of tactics, but well, interesting outcome certainly. So with don't forget, Kevin Darback was removed from this for what was supposedly a technical infringement. What's interesting about that?
He was the car we saw driving back to the paddock that I said he was,
so,
and that wasn't the updated.
So was Darback then, Hal? Did somebody protest his car having seen something, do you think? Or do you think potentially it was on the way into the grid and they've measured something or checked his tyres and gone, these aren't the ones you were using earlier, you're out? And it could have been a mistake. We're not calling cheat at all.
I suggest the most likely scenario would be tyres, because there is a tyre check in the way into pre-grid. After that, I'd
put the wrong tyre on or whatever, exactly.
I mean, it could be intentional, but it's more often than not. Every time we've seen someone disqualified for a tyre infringement, Timmy Hansen in Portugal in World Rallyx is the first one that springs to my mind.
Which one was that? That last year?
When he got disqualified. No, it was pre-electric.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know, 15 or 16. So they just put the wrong tyre on.
Can't remember that, mate. Far too long ago for me. Wow. And that was just wrong tyre on car?
Yeah. The boys had just picked the wrong tyre up.
There are barcodes on the tyres if you're wandering at home, basically, so they can scan those. Certainly, there
but also numbers as well, and there's various ways of.
You can see what tyres are on. There's different rules in different series about how many tyres you can have, when you can use them, blah blah blah. But we'll try and find out. I'll see if I can find out from Crystal what it was.
Meanwhile, though, everyone's joking now, and Suono up front is substantially ahead, almost 2 seconds ahead of Turpainen, who's going to make the final at home from the grid. Pauli Turpainen was. So what a result for Pauli in the home round in Kouvola. Fantastic performance. It's going to be a finish 1-2 in this race.
Into the right. He gets it. There you go, both through. Now is that Suono's first time this year, Hal?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
First final.
And who was the second car? Turpainen. Which one?
Pauli
Turpainen also. So both those drivers making it through to their first final of the year. That's fantastic for them. Here it is. Look. So look, Uito's up the inside, and for me here, I thought, wow, he's got such a run. I almost thought keep it lit and go.
I mean, he was inside, wasn't he? Just very wary of that barrier on the inside.
Look, Hallen has just come in, and if he could have just, as you say, if he'd been a tiny bit nearer, Hal, he'd have got through there.
Suspension's already broken, and then broken again.
Oh, look at this from the front, and you see Suono, look, he's outside. Suono actually
lucky to get away with it. So lucky.
Did get clattered, and look, Uito off course completely.
That's going to be a meme, isn't it?
Oh, look at the drone in the background. Amazing flying going on from Vigo. Here it is from the drone. Look, so he's come down. He's seen what's going on. Now he spins it round because he's like, I know what's going on behind me. And then he's like, hang on a minute. Oh, he only just saved it. Vigo nearly had a shunt as well. Would have had 3 off.
It's going to take some recovery in that car, though. I think we could be here a while.
Yeah, I think we might be here a while as well. Should see if we can get a guest. Oi. Okay, let's talk about Latvia. Do you know why?
Ice hockey, yeah.
Yes, so
beat the Swedes.
Viestas Kuntins, our good friend, was messaging us saying that he thinks a lot of the Latvians, including Baldins, will be pretty nervous because I think the semi-finals on now. It's World Championships for ice hockey. There was a bit of banter on Insta the other day with Ekstrom and Reinis Nitish, some old pictures of them with ice hockey sticks in the paddock and a couple of Cooper tyres. They're obviously having some sort of a hockey shootout, and I think Ekstrom had won that at the time. But anyway, whatever. Nitish was all pleased with himself because the Latvia beat Sweden. So semi-final stage now. God, he's having it in that tractor, Hal. Came in lit. Not quite understeer, but he was pushing.
Maybe you can recover that car by putting the bed of the machine over the top and then just strapping the car underneath.
Surely you just rope it, don't you? Tow it off. Tow it back onto the course.
Well, it depends how severe the drop is on the other side. You can't
I
tow
think
it.
it's quite smooth. Look at the way it went over.
Well, they're just lifting the front of it up.
Actually, that's true. It weighs bugger all, doesn't it? So, sent the ambulance out. Good to see that Larry's in the car and coming back, and you can see Oito there as well. Looks fine. It wasn't a shunt that I was particularly concerned about the drivers in. It was relatively low speed. It will have shocked him, obviously. Okay, so we've got somebody looking at the fibre cables for the cameras, which I think run around the outside of the circuit.
Well, they seem to be working at the moment, so my technical knowledge would say they're fine.
Yeah.
No doubt Peter Hellman is... Oh, there he is!
Yeah, I think Peter's over there going,
classic,
lads, please.
Jack of all trades.
They're like, he'll be saying, please don't drag that cross car back across the incredibly expensive 170-metre fibre cable reel, which is holding up this entire broadcast, and we're rather in trouble. No problems, did we say? Is that what I'm hearing from the TV truck? Ah, good. Okay, so yeah, ambulance is leaving without passenger, which is good news, obviously. So yeah, anyway, Latvia are in the semi-finals of the Ice Hockey World Championship.
They've got it recovered already, look. Fantastic job from the Kouvola recovery team. Some venues you'd have been here for weeks while they fixed that.
Did you know as well, Hal, that the World Championship was being hosted between Latvia and Finland?
Yes.
Yeah. So apparently Air Baltic...
I don't even like ice hockey.
No, well, Air Baltic put on a bunch of charter flights last night to Finland to get the fans across from Latvia to Finland.
It's funny, isn't it, when people are massively passionate about something, and I regularly walk into an awning in a Rallyx event and everyone's super stressed about ice hockey, and I'm like, oh, right.
Where was it? We've seen the finals twice, haven't we? We were in Oulu, and everyone was going, it's going to be mental when Finland win. Everyone was going on an all-night bender, and then Finland didn't win, and all the bars were empty.
Yeah, it was rubbish.
We got thrown out having just bought 5 litres of long drink or something, hadn't we? Was it who bought that for us?
Oof.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. No. Memories completely escaped me.
Oh, it was Marco Yaram from GRX.
Was it?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, there you go. Anyway, yeah, so we bought it, didn't we? They're like, bar closes 5 minutes. You're like, well, we'll put a dent in it, but we're going to have a bit of a job trying to finish that off. It was huge. Finnish long drink. You need to try it if you haven't tried it already. Only if you're over 18, of course. Who went through from the first one? Hal, Tapine and Soronu, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tick on the old list. I didn't hear that, Hal, go on.
No, I can't really hear, but I think Henker, our director, is giving us a history lesson in Longody.
What, long drink was invented in 1952?
Oh, they made it for the Olympics the Finnish Olympics in 19... What a great bit of... I think we probably better sample some just to get some historical Finnish culture.
I'm sure that's the stadium. I'm sure I've been to the 52 stadium.
Have you?
Yeah. On the way back from here, in the early years, I'm pretty sure it was. Amazing. Well, there you go. Finnish long drink created for the Olympics.
Well, how are the points looking? So Halonen and Uito came in here 6 apart.
Yeah.
And Yulilami was 4 down from Halonen. So Yulilami, if he gets through this next semi-final, is in the pound seat to get a big margin in points.
I'm just trying to see Joni Terpainen and Oliver Solly are more than 30 points back. What's going to be the points differential in 4 or 5 from the semi, isn't it? And then potentially 8. So they could close the gap. But as you say, it's Yulilami here who's in box.
The Euro C.
What can he get? Where is he's on pole in this next one? Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Realisation.
Just looking at the paperwork and not the screen. Well done, Andrew. Do your job. Let's put my zippy back on. The sun's gone in for a bit.
Yeah, put my coat back on. I hate this weather.
I know. Just decide.
Just be hot or cold.
It was 7 degrees. It was freezing last night. I had a hoodie and a coat on. It's no good. Look. Man's having to jiggle his legs, look. He's gone all cold. Got a jiggle on. A minute ago he was having a cold beer, now he wants a tea.
It's always confusing when you've got shorts and a coat.
Yeah.
I do that at home.
I'm confused. It's, yeah.
Not hard.
No. Tino Niemi on the outside. Inside on the pole, Jonathan Yulalami, who, as Hal said, right there, 10 points off Uito, 4 points off Hallinan. So if he makes it through to the final, he'll have got Hallinan because he'd have 6 or 5 from this one, and then could potentially, if he's right up there in the final, could potentially take the lead in the championship. If he doesn't make it, can he get Hallinan? No, I doubt it, because Hallinan would be... Who retired first out of Hallinan and Uito?
Well, at the same point, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's who gets furthest around the track, they have to classify them.
Uito wasn't on the track.
So Hallinan?
I don't know.
I like your thinking there.
No, I think it'll just go back to... On the first lap, I think it'll just go back to the qualifying position.
You reckon?
I don't know, but I think so.
How Ridge has spoken.
Totally uncommittal.
How's that fence, mate?
Broken.
Is that the same lad as earlier? He must be knackered waving that flag for a while.
Great stamina.
But I do like it.
What's the delay now?
I don't know.
Have you just searched yourself on
No, I'm going to look
Google?
at... No, I haven't actually. No, so I was looking to... So it's Latvia versus Canada in one semi-final, USA versus Germany. In a minute, we might actually cut to the ice hockey for a bit, just just so you guys can have some entertainment while we wait to go racing. Is that Rolf Follen in the background? What's he having a good laugh about that? Is he pacing? Look, he's pacing up and down. Do you see?
Checking the grip. He's scuffing his foot on the ground.
What's he up to?
Scuffing the grip to find out.
Nah, he's having a chat with someone.
No, he's not.
What's that up this end, Hal? Is that the non-alcoholic stuff for the juniors? I quite like the trophies, isn't it? They're cool. There you go. That's all I've got to say about that. Right, I'll print some grids while we're waiting, mate. Oh, he's here now. Rolf Follen's just walked in, actually. No, no, you can't come up here, Rolf, and just walk away. Put those on. We're gonna force Rolf Follen to speak live on air. Rolf, what were you doing on the grid?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a little bit of unlucky weekend. So from the last row in the semi-final, I guess we have to nail all in.
So you were checking the grip with your shoes?
Yeah.
Is that a technical way of doing it?
Let's say 40 years experience.
What type of shoes are you wearing?
Oh yeah, the shoes.
Like,
the shoes are.
Is the special grip on them to check? Yeah.
I would call the shoes. They are in a similar condition like our car after Q3.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they're knackered. They are. Yeah, not been Yuri's weekend, has it?
Speed-wise, we are mega.
Yeah, but turn one has killed it.
Yeah, start we are mega. So actually, we were all the time leading. And to be honest, usually I always try to push my drivers to make something better. But this time I can't say so much. He is very good. But if you get pushed in the rear, what you can do? Not so much.
No, not a lot at all. They're going to come say hello to us in the studio while we wait. Do you know what the delay is? When you're on the grid, do you know where they're waiting?
No idea. Okay. Not for us.
No, that's what I think. That's what I think. There we are. We're just looking at the monitors to figure out what's going on. Rolf Folland is here. Folland Racing, legends of Rallycross. How many years? 30, did you say?
I have no idea, actually.
A lot.
Yes, a lot.
So what's Yuri, from the back row of the grid here, arguably, you're in the position where you can let stuff unfold in front of you and take advantage of it. But you're not going to hold back at the start either. What do you tell him when he's had such a rubbish day in turn one, how to cope with being on row 3 in the semi-final?
For us, it's clear. I guess we have to be in the top 3 and there is nothing to wait for. So
no waiting?
No. We wait enough. And we saw now the last 2 qualifyings, we were leading clear the start. And anyway, it helps us nothing. So I guess we have to risk a little bit to come forward.
So try, but almost take a few more risks.
Yeah, I think until that moment we didn't take any risk. We just drove and was a little bit unlucky. But I think we have a good launch.
Yeah.
And usually, if all runs fine, we can be easy P3 on turn 1 and then we see.
Okay.
So that's the goal, at least.
So top 3 through to the final for Supercar, because there's only the 2. Junior drivers, do you keep an eye on this lot?
Yeah, of course, but mainly on RX2E, let's say.
Okay. So you're looking...
Or not RX2E, RX2, actually.
Yeah, sure, so lights and stuff. So you're looking with a little bit more experience and towards more the four-wheel drive side?
Yeah, because they are quite nice guys, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. Have you got your eye on anyone in particular? Lucas Anderson's been impressive, hasn't he?
I mean, we shared this weekend together with Joel the structure, so he helped us a little bit because the other guys are on the way to Portugal.
Yeah.
And the blue car is not so bad.
Okay, there we go. So you better hope he doesn't do a sneaky signing from under Joel Kristoffersen's under his nose quickly, contract for Lucas Anderson. I'm sure he wouldn't do anything.
No. Anyway, that's clear. It's just kidding.
Not yet. Not yet. Well, we don't know what we're waiting for, really. Henke in the truck, what's going on? Can you tell us? Okay, fine. They're just checking something with the driver. Which driver? Okay, so Michael Uito, fair enough. Okay, so they're checking him probably in the ambulance, which means they won't move the ambulance until they know that he's okay. That's fine. And we're also checking the camera position. So are we going to go around now and say hello to everyone? Is that what we're going to do, Henke? Or are you checking? Okay, here we go. Right, we're going to go around with Vigo on the drone. And we're going to look at our camera positions, apparently. Here we go. Right, okay.
Thank you, Rolf. You need to go.
Yeah,
Cheers,
see you later, Rolf. Cheers. So this is Vigo heading off. That's which camera is that, Henke? And who is it, camera 5? Daniel. There he is, camera 5. Nice one, Daniel. Thank you, mate. So that's the last corner. Heading up the straight. Look at Vigo all chilled flying, you see. This means his battery can last a bit longer. Is this camera? Which one's that? Philip. And camera, what is it? Camera 1? Ilka, sorry. Ilka, camera 1, there he is. Good work, thank you, mate. Lots going on for you. Then up towards turn 1. So some of these cameras have a shot both ways. So you have like a return shot or a rear shot. Some of them can whip, meaning they'll go from left to right and follow the cars, and some of them are a little bit more fixed. So this one is, who's this, Henke? Sammy on camera 2. Sammy, thank you, mate. Yes, top work. Look at Vigo hanging around for the shot there. We could have got a shot of Vigo there. Henke on camera 2. Up and over the trees, dipping down. That's where the incident was. Looks like we're all clear. I can hear engines in the background. Oh, who's this? Toppy? Yes, hello, mate. And now we're going to head back to the grid, I think. So we must be... last camera position. Who? Rog? Oh, Rog, well done, mate. And sorry, we've had to ditch you because the juniors are ready to go racing. But that's great to have a little look around. And we sometimes have FX cameras as well, which FX cameras basically they're at the side of the track. So sometimes you could see one which is clearly on a wall or somewhere where you'd never stand a person. Joker merges and stuff. We use a flip-flop sometimes on the run down from the fast corners at Hollius. I love that camera. You know, the one that's on the Armco. It's like the NASCAR wall camera, isn't it? Which is epic. So, right, juniors, they love a bit of engine revving because obviously it helps. There are some cars which actually do respond well to a nice clean out, a good hard throttle run just before the start, but not convinced it makes any difference on these, but they'll all just be getting a little feel, getting their race faces back on. There's nothing like a big delay to kick off the adrenaline, is there, Hal? Right there, mate. Too much lunch? Here we go, Yulalami with a job to do from row 1. If he can make it through to the final from here, he can potentially take the lead in the championship. Tino Niemi on the front row will do the best to try and stop him. Yulalami's got a great start. Niemi drops in behind, which is the right thing to do. Top 2 go through, so Niemi's going to want to hold off everybody behind as well. Four position changes in the background, almost a half spin, but this time everybody holds on to it, and it is Jonatan Yulalami, who hasn't been off the podium this year, leading at home in Finland, Hal.
Pontus Oscarsson almost made up a couple of places there in turn 2, but backed out of it, almost got squeezed into the wall in the black machine, running 6th in the field at the moment. Almost certain to Joker if those ahead don't early on. pace differential quite big now in the semi-final, especially when you've got 3 semi-finals, so that the guys at the front can't really afford a joker too early, because you end up dropping back into the pack, and the fighting loses you so much time. Girolami, therefore, I expect to stay out for as long as possible. Big deflection on the suspension as he just clips the curb there in turn 1.
Just looking how so far Alexi Suono and Pauli Turpainen have gone through from the first semi, both Finns. Now we've got Girolami leading this from Niemi, both Finns as well. We could have 4 Finns through to the final at home, and yeah, they're only young, these kids, but you've only got to look at the age of that youngster in the crowd who's waving a Finnish flag like mad to know that they'll be over the moon to make the final here in front of probably their families and everything. Yeah,
your home round's always special. Your home round always comes with more pressure, but also your time is more taken up, isn't it? I was trying to think of a good word for it then, but your time's more taken up, isn't it? Because you've got people to talk to and everyone wants a bit of your time and blah, blah, blah. It's bad enough for us having a home round that you work at. When you're racing, it's even worse. So sometimes people don't actually enjoy their home round so much because you've got so many different pressures on your time.
I have to say that's the same for me. There's too much going on. There is just too much going on.
Well, I'm not as famous as you. That's
so ridiculous, Hal. You know exactly what I mean. Tim Harvey once said to me that he couldn't possibly go across the toilets at Linden Hill because he'd never make it back in time for the racing. So it was just... but I mean, Tim's a proper legend, isn't he? British touring cars, everyone wants a picture with him. And this is amazing to see these kids racing at home. And so we could be looking at 4 Finns in. Christensen, Hagström and Oskarsson have all gone joker. But Niemi, how far up is Niemi? Niemi's like 3.5 seconds up the road from Gustav Atterblad. So really...
joker now, I don't know.
Yeah,
but of course they haven't got spotters, so they don't know really what the gap is. You can only see visually in your mirror.
Do you know did you see that brilliant post from F1 about the big screens where Alonso had been watching the big screen and saw the move? How good was that? These guys could do with the big screens, couldn't they? Then they're going to have a cheeky little look and see what the gap is.
That was him playing a game, wasn't it, more than anything? They all watch the big screens, don't they? That's what a lot of F1 drivers reference that. But those messages that Alonso gives are so him, aren't they? He's just proven that I've got the capacity to be watching. Girolami's going to joker this time around from the lead, and this is because he's got the gap, and I think
he'll come out in front of Niemi, won't he?
But local knowledge is so important in that as well, because you'll know roughly if a driver is somewhere behind you, where based on where you are on the circuit, you'll know that you can joke and come out in front, and that sort of thing is really useful when you don't have a spotter to know to give you the gaps and to know if you'll be okay with your joker or not.
Top left of your screen shows plus 5.5 for Atterblad, plus 8 for Niemi. That is a gap of 4.7 seconds. And we know the joker here is only a couple. So Niemi should easily do this. Girolami, 6 points, is it how for a semi-final win? We'll move to second, depending actually on what Hallinan got in the previous one, because Hallinan might have got 4th in the previous one with the DQ for Darback. Technical infringement, we haven't got the details on it. But Girolami with an easy win. That's the first job done. If he wins the final, he may well take the lead in the championship. So Girolami crosses the lead. Tino Niemi goes through in P2. So far, it is 4 Finns through to the final of Junior Cross Car. Round 5 of Rallyx 2023. Dead easy. Nicely done. Semi-final number 3 coming up for Junior Cross Car. Oliver Solli, Nico Kinnunen, Joni Tapainen, Anton Soderholm, Essi Suono and Carl Svedland. 3 Finns, 2 Swedes and a Norwegian. It's a Norwegian on pole. Oliver Solli. Can we get an all-Finnish lockout in the final? Kinnunen's got a brilliant start. That's going to make Solly's job pretty tough down in turn 1. Solly holding the inside line, moves out. Oh, just jinks towards Kinnunen. Kinnunen jinks out. Wheelie after contact there towards the back of the pack, but Kinnunen holds on to second place. Solly around the long right-hander.
Solly really came back in the second phase of that start. Didn't make the best initial getaway, but by the first corner was right there. This is going to upset the all-finish party, isn't it, with Norwegian Solly at the front of the order at the moment.
Where does Solly qualified third, so it'll be a front row. No, it won't, will it?
Second row. No, sorry, front row would be front row if he won.
Yeah, Solly would go front row,
because Halonen and Swaino. No.
So Halonen's out.
The Swaino will be on pole. And no, he wouldn't. No, Yulalami will be on pole. Swaino will be on the front row.
I don't think he will. Swaini's behind Solly in qualifying.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So I think if Solly wins this, he could really spoil the party.
Wake up, Rich, for goodness sake.
Yeah, now come on. Do you want to slap you a bit? Do you want a cup of tea?
Yulalami and Solly will be on the front row if Solly wins this, but I don't want to jinx you, Oliver.
Coffee for how Ridge stat. Someone sent something over quickly. So yeah, Oliver Solly, ignore the graphic, that's kind of the middle name / four surname. He's got like a double-barreled surname. For some reason this year the graphics have decided to go with the first. As you see Kinnunen make a mistake in the background, Tapainen. Don't forget that Pauli Tapainen is already through, and Joni Tapainen could go through as well. I'm assuming they're siblings. Don't know that for sure, but we've got a few in the series. So I'm sorry we don't get around to say hello to every single...
The weekends are busy, aren't they? And there's only so many people you can... And also, when you go and talk to people, you don't want to be there for a minute, do you? So by the time you chat to everyone for 5 minutes, it's the weekend gone.
We barely get out of here, mate, do we, to be honest? Which is tricky enough. So Solly, with 2 laps to go, Kinnunen goes Joe Canal, so that's released. That might be to cover off Svedland. Where is Svedland in the number 1? Is that Svedland that's through? Where's Kinnunen going to come out? No, so Kinnunen's out in front. So Kinnunen is in a good position here. But Tapainen could hold on out there and try and get a couple of decent laps in. Remember, only the top 2 are going through. Likewise with Swono. Swono's not going to make it. So at the minute, it's Kinnunen, Tapainen and Solly. Your money's got to be on Solly. When do you go, Hal? Second to last lap? Just to give yourself a bit of breathing space?
Yeah, okay, now, because he's got the gap. 2.6 is the gap back to Tapainen.
And he does go. So Oliver Solly goes Joker, got a lap to go. Tapainen stays out. Kinnunen following, obviously there's Tapainen in the background, the white and red. Solly comes back out in the lead. So now this is about the battle between Tapainen and Kinnunen. We'll find a gap as they go over the start-finish line.
That is a disappointing feeling when the person ahead of you, Joker, and still comes out ahead of you.
2 seconds, Hal, between Tapainen and Kinnunen. What are you thinking? For me, Tapainen's looking racy here, chasing Solly down. Got a wiggle on big time. We'll know the pressure's there.
I think it'll be enough, 2 seconds. Going to be a bit less now as well. Solly obviously managing the pace a little bit too, which won't be helping.
So Tapainen going to go Joker from P2. Watch him peel off to the right-hand side. Be flat out down to the braking zone. Look for Kinnunen on the standard lap. I think Tapainen's done enough. Been absolutely flying. Was closing down on the leader, Solly. Outside line for Kinnunen, inside line for Tapainen, and it is Joni Tapainen who's going to go through in P2 after Oliver Solly. So Solly takes the win from Tapainen. We have 5 Finns and 1 Norwegian in the final. Oliver Solly, as far as I can see, actually Solly hasn't been on the podium yet, Hal. And he's now on the front row against an all-Finnish lineup, so he really could spoil the party for the Finns here. And good for him for making it through. Joni Tapainen goes through. So Joni and Pauli, I believe, are siblings. If anybody at home knows, let us know. Junior Crosscar done. Stay with us. We'll be back very shortly indeed for Crosscar. Oliver Solly wins the final semi-final for Crosscar Junior as they roll into the paddock behind us. one Norwegian on the front row. Ylälami will be on pole, so it is advantage the Finns, and there are 5 of them, so if it goes wrong for poleman Unity Ylälami, there is a bit of backup for him at least. But Solly will be looking to spoil that party and to take his first ever podium, let alone his first ever win. Best result this year for Solly of 4th in the first round of Tiet, round 3. Last year, made the final 3 times, but was 5th each time. Bearing in mind, Oliver Solly was 11 last year. Still pretty young at 12. Cross car, Weinicke, Persson, Raila, Hukar, Eliasson and Lorentzen. It's a long old hold on the lights, that really was. I think it's a better start on the outside for Persson, but it is Weinicke who gets to turn 1 first, and there's carnage in the background. Hukar just about manages to avoid it, had to chuck the car sideways. Only 2 of these cars are going to go through, and unfortunately, if you've been compromised with that amount of time lost at the start, I think it's going to be a struggle. So it is Weinicke and Rasmus Persson out front who are doing battle for the win, but only the top 2 will go through. They're in good positions at the minute.
Second overall in Q3 for Rasmus Persson when there was a few issues and a bit of fighting on track for other people, and that's really going to change his weekend, isn't it? Because now on the back of Weinicke at the front of the order, needs to stay out of trouble in this one as well. That means going to the end, but Hukar has dropped right off the back of this pack.
Had that huge moment, Hal, in turn 1. When we see the replays, I don't know who was it that span?
Ryler, I think.
Ryler. So if Ryler span, yeah, 'cause he seems to be the furthest back. Hukar's further back, so I don't know what's happened on that first lap. We'll have a look at the replays and see. But Hukar did well to avoid whoever it was that span, because Eliasson is 2 now. Yeah, it must have been those 2 that span, but they look like they've swapped positions since. No jokers for the top runners yet.
Surprising that none of the top runners have jokered those 4, unless Eliasson, for example, was hoping to be towed along a little bit by Lorentzen. But I would have jokered just to mix it up, because someone spins in the joker, as we've seen.
Yeah. Or even up here, Hal.
Who was it we saw that spun in the joker earlier on? I forget now. But
the grey and yellow.
Person's run a little bit wide, but collects it up.
So easy to get dragged into the mistake of the car in front of you.
Well, Weinicke ran a bit wide as well, so neither of them are perfectly clean at the moment.
But they do also have a reasonable gap. I mean, certainly Persson can't go without coming under threat from Lorentzen, but if neither of them makes any mistakes, he's not going to get through. I wonder if anybody's gone in the background there. Lorentzen's gone from P3. So look to the inside line. We'll want to come out in front of Eliasson. Don't lose time on the exit here. We really are in trouble.
And that's going to open it up a little bit for the top 2. Now the gap back from Persson to Eliasson is 2.6. So Persson can afford to go now, and these drivers do have spotters in cross cars. So if Weinicke doesn't go, I would send Persson now. Because you're just mixing it up.
Yeah.
Giving yourself a different opportunity, and you've got the gap.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. Shout out for Weinicke, by the way, for having a great big number on the front of the car. That always helps us out in a fun fight at the start. Is Lorentzen being held up in the background, and how much is that gap? I think it's too much now. Yeah, it is. It's basically the front 2. Now, how they will definitely split the strategy, surely, on the last 2 laps.
It's the last lap now, so...
Oh, it is last lap, sorry, yeah, so graphics just updated.
That's what I mean, that's why I would have
got the last one.
The previous one, because you can't really gain there. But it's very easy for me to say that, standing here without any pressure. Oh, and Persson's over-jumped and gone wide to the left-hand side. Having a look around the outside.
Go on, lad. Optimistic, but I mean, well, okay, I actually think it was a massive mistake, but has he lost? No, he hasn't lost too much time. Eliasson's got a joker, and he's a good... He hasn't gone joker. Surely we haven't missed that, have we?
No.
What's the Joker indicator on the timing screen saying? We think that's a mistake from Person. Checker flags out.
Person hasn't jokered. Let's see the lead car if we can and see what the attitude of that is. Oh, a fight for position there in the background, and that could prove critical, couldn't it? That was...
So I think Person showing us in the lead, which...
So Lorenzen's going to get that as a...
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So it'll be Vanica and then Lorenzen will go through.
Definitely should have joked on lap 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they were thinking there was another... Well, they must have been thinking there was another lap. Unless they've lost comms, but... Just watch for Hukar here. So who spins in front of Hukar's outside Person, look. It's Ryler.
That's Ryler that's dropped it.
Look at Hukar. Does he get back? Does he spin the other way? So what I don't understand is how then Ryler got back past Hukar. Look at this. Over the curbs on the inside line. Hukar just avoids getting picked up. He must make a mistake later in the lap, Hal.
Yeah, well, here is Hukar.
Yes.
Just to the right of the shot.
Does he go round? There's contact here. There you go. So he goes round. So that's how Hukar bangs off the barrier on the inside line. Here comes Joni-Pekka Ryler, who says, cheers. I'll have that. This was the mistake / go on. Have a little look.
Never going to work around there, is it? Just way too much loose gravel and dirt and dust.
That's actually something I'd like to see, is that corner swept on the tarmac. Because then you could have people trying for the outside pass. That'd be a good move. There we go, Kouvola. Let's get sweeping that outside line so people can go for the crazy late break, especially on that loose dirt downhill tarmac into there. Might see 1 or 2 in the wall. Probably less though if you swept it.
There you go. So now the timing screen's updated with Rasmus Persson with
plus 30. It should be.
Yeah.
Mr. Joker. Yeah, so they're checking whether or not Person had jokered, and our timing screens have shown that he hasn't.
Well, he couldn't have been so close to the front and had jokered, I think.
Well, it was only 2
unless
seconds
we've,
in it,
unless we've got it
missed
totally wrong, which is...
There is. Well, that has happened before.
Highly likely.
Yeah.
Are you printing Supercar lights, or shall I do that?
I've not done it. No. I thought I did press print. No, didn't. There you go. Live TV. And in our case, live production assistance to ourselves as well. So you see that list you've scrolled down there? You can edit that and put print at the top.
How exciting.
Then you don't have to scroll. He did not take the Joker. Confirmed. Me and Hal are not mad, and neither are you at home if you didn't spot it either, because he didn't do it. So confirmation of the result. Rasmus Persson with a 30-second penalty. Maybe not 30 looking at that. Whatever it was, basically.
No, that's still the race time, isn't it? But just moved to the back. That's
yes,
still
sorry,
the race
correct.
time
Yeah, so
with,
I believe the penalty's 30. Whatever. He hasn't jokered, so he's not making it. So Vanica and Lorenzen go through. Lorenzen was actually the P6 qualifier for that semi, so that's a great result. Where was Lorenzen overall? In qualifying, no, that's Crosscar Junior. Lorenzen was P16, Hal, in qualifying and has gone through to the final. Brilliant result. Let's have a little look at this year's results. Yeah, first final of the year for Lorenzen. Nicely done. And Vanica, of course, as well, because we haven't seen Vanica so far this year. Grana and Pasi Penttinen, Hugo and Baldin to the front 2 rows in this little wheelie from Penttinen, moves across, squeezing Robin Grana on the inside line, trying to come around the outside was Ronald Baldin, swats to the inside line, Baldin's contacting to the back but can't quite find a way through, there's a squeeze at the barrier, Penttinen goes sideways, Robin Grana runs out too deep, Baldin's up to P2. Oh, contact again. Grana gets pushed out wide by Martin Huger as they come down the braking zone. Going to try and go late and come around the outside of him if he can, but he gets out on the loose. Robin Grana's lost out big time on lap 1. But this man hasn't. Pasi Penttinen, who didn't make the final last time after contact and problems again. Penttinen's got a problem. Bowden spins round. Penttinen, something gone wrong in that car. He just checked up big time.
Right rear suspension.
Oh, he hits Hugo now. Hugo, sorry, how Hugo runs at the back of him. This is absolute carnage. And suddenly, Robin Grana's back in the final. What the hell is going on?
Well, I was feeling terribly sorry for Grana. God, I was confused then. I was feeling really sorry for Grana, who got it from all angles on the opening lap. But now back in that position, as you correctly say, Pentonen's got broken suspension. We saw that at the back. Bowden's must have a broken car with the amount of damage there was. That is Pentonen in the background with the broken right rear.
Now Svensson leads from nowhere. Who's got? Is that
Bowden's? That's Bowden's. That's Bowden's.
Well, so Bowden's is parked. To be honest, he's off the line. I wouldn't want to sit in it for the whole race, but he might get out.
So now Ugar, Pentonen and Bowden's are all marked as having Joker. That's because Bowden's is obviously in the Joker entry section and has triggered the Joker indicator. So the gap...
Svensson was P6 on the grid, Hal, like Kim Lorentzen in the previous race. Now I have to say, I didn't even see what happened to Svensson on the first lap because there was so much going on with Grana.
I'd Joker Svensson now if I was...
Oh, it's a spin, Grana's off! So Grana's off! Gone round on the dirt, so who's that going to put through? Is it Turner that's got up? Yes, Turner is up into... Roman Turner should be up into P2, we think. Yes, it is. Into the Joker goes Svensson. So Svensson coming round. Turner's got a Joker. How far back is the gap to Ugar is what we need to know. And Ugar's right there. So no, Ugar's probably going to get him because Roman Turner hasn't Jokered yet. And he's only just in front of Martin Ugar. This has been absolutely carnage / bonkers from start to finish, this one.
So Ugar needs to keep his head and not do anything silly in trying to pass Stierner because he doesn't need to.
No.
He's already got his Joker done, but so often we see people take a lunge when it's not necessary.
This is where you need your spotter going, follow him, it doesn't matter.
All you need to do is follow.
Yeah. But not into the Joker. Svensson coming round the right-hander and going to come down to the last corner from P6 on the grid. The man who's fought back a couple of times already. One more lap to go. Going to take through the last corner, so he hasn't got Joker. Turner's not gone this time either.
No, but you guys can afford to sit there, can't he? So, yeah, absolutely fine.
After all the contact, he'll be hoping Ugar's car might break.
I'm glad they're not an EBS because it's going to take some clipping up this race, isn't it? Where do you choose first?
Well, I think the replays are going to have to be the whole race length, aren't they, pretty much? 0.4 of a second between them.
Sensible this from Ugar doing the right thing, just sitting just off the back of Sterner.
This time then Svensson is on the final lap, little nudge on the curbs on the inside, cheeky little wheelie through the last right-hander. Elias Svensson, who as I said earlier has fought back several times, and Martin Ugar, after a whole bunch of carnage, comes through in P2. Turner just misses out. Grana went from all the way up to all the way down, back to all the way up again, and then span back out. So Robin Grana, who won last time out in Tieppe, an absolutely brilliant run in round 3, was 4th in round 4. This is the start. So look, Bowden's is outside. There's a tiny bit of contact there as...
I thought Pentonen had got that done round the outside.
So did I.
They got pitched sideways by that tiny bit. There wasn't even really contact, it just got sideways. I thought Bowden's had also done it here.
So Bowden's is inside, look, and outside is...
So Grana's just got wide on that loose gravel. Bowden's has got up the inside here. So Bowden's is the black car on the inside. There's Svensson in the white machine who's got past Grana. Grana and Ugar have side-by-side contact, and that's pushed Grana wide again.
So this is where he's been binned off around the long hairpin. He ends up down in P5, yeah? So look, so I think Penton's car broke
his rear
right.
suspension's broken there.
So he's lost drive.
Bowden's has got stuck into him. Svensson's thrown up in the air.
Boom.
Amazing that his car survived that. Bowden's has had every corner hit in one spin there because both of the cars had broken front left suspension, so that's why he's stopped. This is in the Joker then, next time around. This is Pentonen on the inside, Ugar trying to go around the outside. Pentonen gets stopped, Ugar runs up the back of him. How has Ugar made the final?
That's what I mean, look at this, he's probably thinking, mate,
get out of the way, come on, go, go, go.
And now finally he goes, okay, fine, Penton's got a problem, gets around the outside of him. Well, at least Bowden's can get back and watch the semi-final for the ice hockey, but he'd be disappointed with that. This was Robin Grana, who at the time, Hal, was like in the final and then just dropped it on the brakes coming down the hill. Svensson from P6 wins semi-final number 2. Martin Ugar, somehow the Estonian goes through after absolute carnage. Bowden's having a walk back to the pits because his car is going to need a bit of spannering overnight. always semi-final 2, even when there's 3 of them. Always semi-final 2.
Did I give you Supercar Pro?
You did not, Hal. Thank you. Cheers, ears. We were talking to Matt Oman's daughter in the break, and she was saying that Matt is planning to do, he's in the AM class, so he's planning to do both finals if he can. Meanwhile, Hume, Enholm, Matikainen, Ikmerstad, Osterberg and Lindqvist. Good start for Hume on row 1, but not quite as good as Enholm alongside. Enholm going to try and come around the outside, but Hume just chucks it in big time. Enholm loses out. I think it may be Ikmerstad's, hard to tell. 2 red cars from up on the drone. Hume with the whole shot.
Ikmerstad second, you're right.
Yeah, Enholm's dropped down to 4th.
Enholm lost out badly there by not really being sure about whether to turn in or not. Gave a little bit of room and then just got forced out wide, and that could easily make you not be moving through to the final.
Osterberg in P3.
Had great lap time pace this weekend, Osterberg, but obviously that problem, that spin and no time from, or poor time from Q1 made this weekend all the harder. Looked like Enholm had a bit of a problem there coming out the Joker as well, just lost a little bit of traction.
So Enholm and Lindqvist have gone, Matikainen's gone as well. Matikainen at the back of the pack. Hume's run, if you remember, in Q3 was epic. It was about 1.2 quicker than anyone else went. Look at the sun in the low dust, Hal, what the visibility is like even for our cameras. So you're just going to get those bits where it's a bit trickier to see. Is that Merstad who's gone?
Yeah, it is.
With Osterberg. Merstad and Osterberg have both gone now, so that's covering off behind. So they've now covered off behind totally. So it's about Hume and whether or not they can get back to him.
Probably would have avoided following in if you asked, but it's so easy to say from here, and if you've committed then you can't change your mind because then you've definitely lost out. But at this stage, you need to not be doing the same thing and giving yourself another opportunity.
2.0, Hal, enough for Hume to stay out or not?
Yeah, either, yeah, I think it's plenty.
What, you think stay out or go?
Whatever you want, but I would Joker, like I always say, but it's very close, isn't it?
Yeah, he
is
goes.
going to Joker, but it is going to be tight.
It's a committed entry, used all the curb on the exit. You saw the dust coming up from where that piece of track is. It cleanly spins, Hume spins. Exactly what Hal said about it. Osterberg comes through, Hume has dropped down from P1 to P4. He'd be absolutely living in that car. It was well committed on the way in, Hal, and that's exactly what you were saying. Do it before, you might have an issue, and he had an issue.
Yeah, also, when it's going to be tight like that, I think a little bit of it's spotter's responsibility to not put you into the traffic. You put a lot of pressure there on the driver to nail the Joker lap. Now you do another lap, maybe you've got a bit more of a margin. But for the catching, then you've got to do it, haven't you? So
we don't know really, do we? If the spotters might be using a stopwatch and using another benchmark in terms of, we've only got the one split, so they might have thought, you know what, he's lost 2 tenths in the coming round to us.
That's what I mean, yeah, it's hard to know from here.
We're getting a lap time, so we get a lap time from here, so as Merstad comes around with Osterberg, so our lap time updates, and yours as well on the graphics when they cross the start-finish line. Now the spotters, how they'll use things like a telegraph pole, and as the car passes it, you click the stopwatch, and then as they come into the hairpin, they might cross onto the tarmac, they'll click it again, and create themselves a visual split that they can do from the spotters area. Yeah,
and that makes a big difference, doesn't it?
So they might have called it, maybe that he was losing too much time. He's not going to get back past now, so I'm just trying to see. Enholm is up there in 4th in the standings. Svensson's gone through, who was 3rd in the standings. Hume's not going to make it, who was 2nd in the standings.
Has Osterberg made the final this year?
Yeah, let me check. Hold on, let's get this one to the line. So Merstad takes the win. P2 goes to Osterberg. Right, now we can check. So Osterberg, yes, P3 in Nice round 2.
Yeah.
But apart from that, hasn't. So how? But what's interesting here, so correct me if I'm wrong, Merstad's gone through, yeah? And he's leading the standings at the minute by 7 points. Osterberg's gone through. Osterberg's in P8. 2nd in the standings is Hume, who's just gone out. 3rd in the standings...
And finished last at that.
Yeah, 3rd in the standings is Elias Svensson, who went through in the previous race.
Yeah.
And Sebastian Enholm, 4th in the standings, has just gone out. What about Hukar? Hukar, where's Hukar?
Well, Hukar didn't make it through.
Didn't make it either. Hukar's 4th in the standings. Grana hasn't made it. Bowdens hasn't made it. So Osterberg here, with a good result in the final, could move up definitely 2 places. Grana and Bowdens are within 5 points of Osterberg in front. Out at the top of the table, there are 12 points between P4 of Enholm and P1 of Merstad. With Hume not in there and Enholm not in there, Svensson. This is great for Merstad, because Merstad has already got a 7-point lead in the standings. And another good result here for the winner of that semi. How titles have won and lost, Hal, is just bonkers, isn't it? I mean, it looked like Merstad was going to go through. But Hume was going to go through in the lead. And Hume's P2 in the standings and has basically just lost his place in the final to Merstad and Osterberger behind him. They roll into the paddock right behind us. I can taste the track right now. It is proper dusty this afternoon. Voices will be gone tomorrow. You'll be glad of that. That's open 2-wheel drive. Olli Lahti, top qualifier. Gabrielsen, Johansson, Ryala, Tiger, Sari, Norman, Harkonnen, etc. Going to get to the grids. We've got 3 semi-finals for these guys. Cheers. Okay, open 2-wheel drive. Lahti, Joni-Pekka Ryala in the Escort Estate. Marcus Norman, Thomas Vennerlein and the Smurf car on the CLK on row 2. Anton Sepper and Miska Altonen in the Datsun Finn on the back row. Great start by Altonen on the outside in that black Datsun Finn, red and black, trying to find a way to cut to the inside line. Norman holds tight there. Vennerleinen's going to get hung out to dry here. Altonen goes through. But it's your pole man contact and a wreck and a half spin for Altonen in the background. It is Olli Lahti who leads from Ryala. There's that front-wheel drive Opel Corsa.
Oh, and it's all going down the hill. Marcus Norman gets all out of shape after the jump. Vennerleinen's on the outside, gets forced wide, looks back to the inside, but Norman's got it all collected up so far. Vennerleinen now manages to get around the outside, going down the hill. Don't joke now and put yourself back in it, but Norman's going to get out of that mess.
It's been a problem for Norman.
Yeah, I think probably so, because he lost a lot going down there. One thing he broke on the jump landing, but he did also nearly slap the wall, didn't he, going up the hill in turn 2.
Not come through the Joker either, so I reckon he's pulled off the side. That's a real shame for Marcus Norman. But yeah, still great track awareness by Vennerleinen to get through. So Lahti, Ryala, Vennerleinen, your top 3. Remember again, only top 2 go through, and that's different from the previous rounds. We haven't had enough cars for 3 semi-finals in this category, but we have now. So a little bit more jeopardy for our championship front runners. Let's see where everyone is. Yeah, Marcus Norman's actually in 3rd in the standings out as well, only a point behind Simon Tiger, and 9 points in front of Bjorn Stur.
And this sort of round can make all the difference, couldn't it? Because even though there's those people taking points off in the championship that could get ahead of you, what it does mean is if Victor Johansson, for example, got a good result and a lot of points, then the gap between the points you score and the points he scores is going to be massive. So they're important weekends, these, even if the people you're racing aren't necessarily involved in your championship.
Yeah, they just gap you a little bit more. And as I say, you know, it's like when we're at the peak of the World Championship, you know, if somebody had a puncture, it was really hard work to get back in. Yeah, by the time the manufacturers had left, if you had a puncture and you won the next session, you were back in again. And I loved it when we used to have all the manufacturer teams, but also all the randoms that used to come to the likes of Hollius. And they'd all enter together, and you'd end up with a situation where you think you're actually going to be hard work to make the semi-finals without any issues. You have an issue and you are gone.
Vennerleinen and Joker's there, the same as, yeah, you're absolutely right, but Vennerleinen and Joker behind Lahti, and it's basically kissed goodbye to a place in the final there, because...
Has he though? Because Ryala's only... Oh, he's 3.1 up the road. Yeah, it should be enough, shouldn't it?
I'm surprised that Lahti's Joker then, although it is perfectly fine, isn't it? If you know you're going to come out...
Mate, Vennerleinen's closed the gap, Hal. Vennerleinen's closed the gap on Ryala. I thought visually it looked close. He might well be within reach here. So Joni-Pekka Ryala out front in the Ford Escort Estate. He's going to have to go Joker this time round. Your pole man... no, it's another lap to go. So he's waiting to the final lap, and I think that's a mistake too. Like, he's right there. Do you think he can hold on? That's not enough of a gap, is it?
Yeah, I think he can, yeah. So the gaps currently, as they cross the line, let's see it get updated. No, it's 0.8 per second now, so you're right, he's closed too much at the moment, but you never know what can happen in these next couple of corners. Larty, of course, is going to be taking it a tiny bit easy to not make a mistake, but know that he can't afford to get passed by Venäläinen either. He'll know that Venäläinen has jokered, so that's a 5th position on track.
So Venäläinen spotters should surely be telling him, just keep it tidy. Likewise, Ryler's spotting team will be saying, you need to send it, and he does. So he goes in big time. Lahti's pushing too. Venäläinen is right on the back. This is for a place in the final. Ryler on the inside line, but around the outside comes Venäläinen, looks to the inside line, goes blocked, trying to hold off Ryler. Ryler going to race him to the line. Lahti gets it, and Venäläinen gets P2. The fire Smurf car had a fire lit underneath it in that one. He did an absolutely brilliant job in the middle of the race.
Yeah, great job considering. Yeah. I hold my hands up and say I thought they did the wrong thing by following Lahti into the Joker, because you've just given Lahti more of an opportunity there to get a good gap. But forget about Lahti. It was about Ryler and Venäläinen, and Venäläinen lost out badly at the start as well. Look, round wide here, rolls out the throttle to not get involved with Norman.
Or the wall.
And Altonen then spins. We don't see whether he goes. Yeah, it looks like Altonen went right round there. Norman, now I think Norman's probably got broken something from that contact. It looks like broken suspension because it's all crossed up, and now it's going to get even more crossed up.
Yeah, good
Fair
spot,
go
mate.
for holding on to that going over the jump, and Venäläinen, well, plenty of flames as he's come off the throttle. That's fuel on overrun, isn't it? So off the throttle, trying to get it all gathered up, and then great awareness here to get back round the outside. You can see Norman's right rear suspension's broken there. Venäläinen did well there to make the best of a bad situation, to have minimise his time loss getting around Norman. Norman was very fair as well to pull right off the circuit. This was the Joker merge.
Venäläinen moved across aggressively, didn't he? I thought it was actually almost a pass attempt on Lahti, but I was all blocking Ryler either way. A brilliant lap or two in the middle for Venäläinen, brought down the gap from some 3.2 seconds to the leader to 0.8. That was enough to see him get the overlap. So Lahti and Tuomas Venäläinen go through. 2 Finns. Ryler would have been another Finn in, of course, anyway. Norman gets dragged back to the paddock. As soon as the track's clear, we'll be ready for semi-final 2. Gabrielsson on the pole from Tiger, Harkonen, Steer, Persson and Lempinen. Tiger with good traction, going to have surely extra power. The run to the first corner does, drives past the outside of Gabrielsson. And now it's just got to try and hang on to that position. Much less time in this one. Bjorn Steer in the blue focus in the background is in the... he is in the fight for P2 in the series, definitely. He's a little way back from Victor Johansson.
Johansson will start on pole in the next semi-final as well, so that'll be important for the regular contenders. Gabrielsson, a quick Finnish driver, not French driver, Finnish driver, all over the back of Tiger, but not in this championship fight, so it's all about just racing for whatever you can this weekend. Stu there had a load of smoke falling off the back of the Ford Focus going into the Joker. I wonder if that's just tyre smoke. It looks like it is. Looks like that wheel's massively inside the arch compared to usual, and even then
on the left rear.
I think the axle's moved across or something, because that looks, well, I wonder if it is, maybe it's independent on the rear. That wheel looks massively inside the arch, even more so than normal.
So Tiger will definitely watch out for Gabrielsson. He'll obviously be watching the gap back. How here? Norman hasn't made the cut yet, obviously had a broken car. Doesn't look like Stuart's going to make it from here. They're P3 and P4 in the standings. Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson are first and second. There are a lot of points between them because, of course, Simon was a DNS in round 4.
Gabrielsson had a massive move of the car there, through that compression, the car just stepped out and got sideways.
Held on to it.
Sorry, what?
No, not at all, mate. Yeah, so because Tiger is going to want to drop Tiep, isn't he? Basically, he's certainly going to want to drop the second round Tiep. Yeah, well, he made the final, didn't he, in round 3? So he could take that as a score if he wanted to, even though he was a DNS in it. Officially, I think he's classified 5th or whatever. But he didn't start at all on round 4. So he really needs to make it through here to give himself a choice of drop scores at least, because Johansson otherwise is going to have a big points advantage and a big drop score advantage, assuming he makes it through from semi-3. Gabrielsson's got to go Joko. Should have gone from wider than that, compromised the entry.
Yeah, but I think maybe sensible, because you can't afford to follow Tiger in, so you've done enough to be able to give yourself both options there, and seemingly has enough pace. So now it's all about getting the hammer. I think Tiger will Joko this time around, because it doesn't have the pace, especially through this long right-hander up the hill. Just can't seem to get the same traction that Gabrielsson can.
Waits a long time on the throttle, doesn't he?
Yeah, it gets very sideways there, Tiger, on the way up to the jump. So, of course, when you're going sideways, you're not necessarily going forward. You might want to otherwise.
The patience you need to get the traction in these cars with the ridiculous amount of horsepower they've got. Sturr pulls off to the side. P4 in the standings not going to make it. Great job by him getting out of the way. Simon Tiger into the Joker lap. Watch for Gabrielsson. Gabrielsson going to be on the standard lap around the outside. Simon Tiger going to use all the power now in that BMW. Watch for Gabrielsson getting the undercut on the exit of the last corner. But Tiger keeps it tight. He knows exactly what he's doing. Simon Tiger.
Tiger did a mega lap.
Yeah, really good. What was the time, Hal?
44.0.
So
the lap he did before that. Of course, he jokered that time around, so we can't know the lap times there until that point. They're on enough sectors. But yeah, he's had a couple of brilliant laps then.
It's the track positioning for me on the exit of the last corner. He knew Gabrielsson was going to go for the cutback. Although he compromised his exit, he also knew Gabrielsson doesn't have enough to outgun him on the exit.
But also just the awareness that he needed to nail 2 very good laps, and he absolutely did. Now Gabrielsson's trying to get the inside there. That's never going to work in a million years.
I love his style though.
Absolutely, yeah. Full marks for effort.
Lit. Gabrielsson in the Toyota Starlet going to get P2 and go through to the final. But championship regular and P2 man. The champion, not last year but the year before, Simon Tiger, he's through as well. So now the pressure is on Victor Johansson. Front 2 go through from this one. Topsy-turvy semi-final so far, they really have. It shows lap 5 out of 5. Is there another lap? I missed it. It showed lap 5 on the previous lap on the graphics.
Yeah, I think we finished.
I think we finished too. Checker flags out. So this, again, we've had this earlier on in the season.
I think maybe they haven't shown the checker flag, have they? And the
well, Gabrielsson's way off the back of him.
Well, if he's come out the throttle, isn't he?
Yeah.
Quite thinking of across the line.
Yeah. So we think the race was over.
Absolutely, as a driver, to go again, because you just don't know, do you?
It actually doesn't matter, because...
no, but what I mean is, they've all joked anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. But,
now they're joked out. Well, are there
as a driver, you go again.
Yeah, of course.
To mitigate for anything.
3:48.2. What was the time of the previous one, Hal? Is there... Well, no, that looks better. No, but that might have stopped on the previous lap. I've no idea. No idea. We did have that once earlier this season, but the graphics were showing it was the final lap on the previous lap.
And they were right. The graphics were correct.
Yeah, I think so too. So we think they've gone an extra lap again. Maybe the checker flag guy was just really enjoying it. I love that crest there into the crest dip right-hander. It's a great piece of track.
I really would like to drive this circuit.
Yeah, definitely. Be a good place. What would you like to try?
Anything.
Well, yeah, but what ideally?
The Killer Polo.
The Killer Polo, what, this year's? Or the Killer Polo as in the World Championship winning?
I'll drive anything. I'm not bothered.
Well, that was what we thought was the last lap, wasn't it? And
I think getting into an open tour drive car and enjoying it is tricky. You need you need seat time. Of course, they'll enjoy it. I'm not saying you wouldn't enjoy it, but to get enough out of it to get some reward would be hard.
Yeah. I'd have a crack in a Mark II Escort with 300 horsepower, yes, but one of these ridiculous beasts with 600, no, it's too much. You got to spend a lot of time sitting in it, as you say, to lean on it. Okay, semi-final number 3. Johansson and Sari on the front row, Jensen and Seppala, Korhonen and Malinen. start by Johansson. An epic start again from row 2. Sepala in that MR2, but and then Carnage gets rolled. Had a brilliant start. He's had an absolutely huge crash in turn 1. Just as I'd said, what a great start he had. He was on the outside line, so he did get somewhat mugged further down, but its launch is incredible, but then it loses out after that. He's lost out way worse with that crash, Hal, up at the first corner.
I think if he climbs out of that car, they won't red flag it, but we'll have to wait and see for a couple of minutes. Victor Johansson up front got all sorts of sideways through turn 2, but got it gathered up exactly where he wants to be at the front of the order. I don't think they are going to red flag this. They have red flagged it.
They have they?
Oh no, sorry, I was distracted by the open tour drive the top banner being red. My bad.
All good, mate. I just noticed a little Christmas tree in the background of the Joker lap there. It's, Johansson locks to front right. There's bits of Sepala's car there, aren't there?
Kouvola's for life, not just for Christmas.
Yeah, it is. I like that, Hal. Yes, well done. Great pants. Yes, it's been a long day, folks. We know the subject matter has been questionable at times today, but we hope you've enjoyed it.
Where's the Christmas tree?
On the outside of the Joker in the background. Look at the air tubes in the back of that leading to the cooling. It's
I was
ridiculous.
looking at those earlier.
Can you can't see it? There it is. Look, you see on the right? It's just one little tree in there.
I missed it again. I was looking at
there, on the left. There, see it? In the Joker.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Happy Christmas.
Yeah.
68% weight distribution for Victor Johansson's Mercedes.
Lovely transition there from Christmas to weight distribution. Hal, I enjoyed that. Good. We brought it back to the subject matter. It's important.
There wasn't
to do
a
that.
transition. It was just another fact bolted onto something else that's totally relevant to the previous subject. Normal.
Standard.
Not much travel, has he, Johansson, on the front of that compared to many of the Super National cars. You don't see it pick a wheel up very much, and especially, the front bounces a bit under braking, especially when it's undulating. You don't see, it's not like Tiger where he pitches it in and it picks up the front inside wheel and you could lie underneath it. The gap's so big.
I fancy if the likes of Ollie Larty and Co were in this series more often, you might see the development of these have to go in a slightly different direction in terms of handling, or like the start obviously of this car was incredible earlier today. We saw that.
I do wonder if Victor's car might be a bit, I don't know, is it too big?
Well, but you can say the same about Tiger. That's what I mean when you look at Larty.
The Merc's massive.
Making the Corolla work. At the minute it was, it's got to be a long car, it doesn't work. Well, Larty's absolutely proved that. Venelainen too.
It'd be fascinating to see how Toa gets on. So if Derek comes back to, he's coming back to Hoodies in something. If he comes back in the rear-wheel drive car and they've changed the engine to a naturally aspirated 2.4, which we know he'll be rapid in because of his experience in the touring car category. This isn't ideal.
Got away with it though.
Oh, Jensen did well there to get off the line.
Derek was telling me there was an engine built for another car.
Yeah, he's got an Escort on the go, hasn't he?
Which is ready. All the parts is ready to go.
He put a 2.4 in the touring car, which is this rear-wheel drive Fiesta he's got. He made that a 2.4 to go and do the Irish National Championship.
Yeah.
But now he's converted it to the Supercar engine, but they can get back to that 2.4, which he had all the bits for.
Or the Escort engine.
Which is the 2.4.
Right, okay,
same engine.
And what's the other option, the 2 litre?
Yeah, I don't know if they still have that, but that's what you used to run, 2 litre. But now you wouldn't run the 2 litre instead of the 2.4 if you could, because there's that bit more power. But what will be interesting, the point I'm getting to is what will be interesting is if they put that naturally aspirated engine in and makes the car a lot more drivable, how much better that'll make him be to overcome the power deficit.
Yes, agreed, yeah.
And that's that's what we're saying about Johansson. Maybe his car will have to change as the class gets bigger, we don't know.
Yeah, and you need those people to come all the while to make him change. Johansson through the right-hander. Is he going to see the checkered flag? Yes, he is. So Johansson takes an easy win. Sari gets P2 in the Datsun from the front row. So top 2 have gone through for the last semi-final and open 2-wheel drive. That was a big one, wasn't it? The car actually looks remarkably okay, I guess, because it went end over end rather than over roof, but
so unlucky.
Look at this. Is it just contact wheel on wheel again? Yeah, it is, isn't it? He's turned in.
And it was actually the second bit of contact that was the problem. I had that first bit, and it almost lands. Then it goes over. He's actually.
Does it land? Yeah, kind of like pirouettes. It lands on its wheels. How? Look. So watch. Up.
Yeah. I think he might have got away with that.
So do I. I think from it's going to hurt, and there'll be bent bits on the car. Oh, you legend! Yes, now that immediately you win everything tomorrow, because that's the best That's the best celebration of a roll I've seen in a very long time.
Tim did something similar. No, he didn't roll, did he? He just put it in the wall. Well, there's why Jensen was slow. Puncture on the right rear of the Fiesta.
How that was epic. That's my favourite thing of the whole day. What do you think?
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah. But you can have that.
Yeah. We've agreed.
Remarkable.
Remarkable. Right. Get our paperwork ready. Back in a moment. Qualifying for Supercar, Kevin Eriksson, your top qualifier from Jari Kaliakowski. You nicked that in the last session. Peter Hedström, Mikko Tam, Victor Franks, Jari Putkinen, Mats Oman, Oliver Eriksson, Juha Rutkanen, Jiri Belevski, Jari Turi and Edgis Ush. And how this will be a change of order, won't it, from light normally to allow the drivers who want to do both categories to
re-prepare for the Supercar AM final.
Yeah, a bit of charging for Franks likely, and everybody else a bit of oh dear, the roof of that's mint. Look, couple of bits bolted on, job done. Never know, they might find a bit of angle iron over by the jet wash that they can bolt back onto the kart, keep it going. What do you think?
Maybe. What happens at every event?
I saw Graham Rodemark this week, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Popped into the workshop. Was in good form. Eriksson and Hedström on the front row together. Franks and Oman on row 2. Row 3, Rutkanen and Turi. Franks is in a tricky situation here because he's on the inside of row 2 in a car which we know is unlikely to have the grunt directly off the line.
Doesn't have the grunt.
No, yeah, even if you got a perfect start.
No need to sugarcoat it. It doesn't have the start potential, does it?
No, for me, I'd move right immediately to limit the risk of Rutkanen coming through. Rutkanen's off to his left, isn't he?
Oh, you move to the inside?
Yeah, move to the inside. Yeah, not right as we're right for him. His right.
I was gonna say.
Stay on the inside line and just see what happens around.
Turn left, cause carnage.
Yeah, do that. I mean, do that as well. Yeah, do that if you want. Turn left immediately into Rutkanen. No, turn.
This could help Oman though massively, couldn't it? This could be Oman's key to getting first into both finals by outstarting Franks if he can, and then getting in behind Hedström and following Hedström whilst Rutkanen is dealing with getting past Franks.
There it is, the scoop. Excuse me, I'm going to have a drink of water. There's a lot of dust in this paddock.
Samat nimet vaan pyörisi sillä finaalissa koko ajan. Joo, mun mielestä että siis se alkuun vaikutti, mä luin sen pari kertaa, mä ajattelin, että hetkinen, että mitä sitä nyt haetaan, mutta loppujen lopuksi niin mulle valkeni se niin hyvänä asiana. Kyllä, ehdottomasti.
I think that was rapturous applause for Seppala after that big crash. Here we go, Ericsson, Hedström, Frank, Zoman, Rukkonen and Thierry. It's noisy in here when there's 6 cars on the grid. Kevin Ericsson not with the best start. Better start by Hedström, but Ericsson recovers. Rukkonen has managed to get around and up the inside of Frank's already. Frank's down in P6, looking to pass Oman on the run up into turn 2. He's alongside. He does get through Oman, backs off a little bit in the dust. It's Thierry who's got it up into P4, I think. So Rukkonen in behind.
Hedström's got a problem.
Oh, Hedström's out. Hedström's out.
Hedström struggling at the back of the order. That has really helped Rukkonen, hasn't it? Rukkonen made a mega start, got up the inside of Mats Oman into turn 1. Now he's on the back of Kevin Ericsson, who really needs a good result this weekend to carry his momentum. Rukkonen jokers, that's a mistake,
yeah,
my opinion.
Agreed. If Franks gets in
Sorry,
front of him,
Toppy, but
that could
I wouldn't have done that.
Or is he going to get out in front? He is.
Wow, okay. Sorry, Toppy, again. Brilliant spotting. Well done, mate.
But it is, isn't it? So he's seen, hasn't he, how we obviously...
So we can't see that camera angle, so we can only see the back of the car there. Amazing awareness from Thomas Heikkinen, Rukkonen spotter, to get him in and out of the joker in that period. And look at the dust coming up. Kevin Ericsson's run wide. Kevin Ericsson will be given the hurry up now. I guess Andreas is spotting for Kevin, I don't know that. But he'll have been given the hurry up, saying, Rukkonen and his joker, you need to get on with this.
So the point, what we're saying there, the point is we're following the leaders. We haven't seen the gap back. So obviously Frank's
we were in this camera angle, weren't we?
Exactly. Frank's gap back was enough to get the joker on that front. What me and Hal were both thinking is, if he comes out in traffic, he's screwed. And actually, he got him straight away. Now, he's got as many laps as Ericsson's squad are brave enough to leave Ericsson out for. Oman, Hedström still cruising around. Look, he doesn't look dead, that car, but it's obviously there was an issue on lap 1.
So transmission again there. Gearbox problems in... where were we for the first round? In Neeson. Then they had more gearbox problems in Tjerp. And now they have more gearbox problems on Friday. Look at the dust now. That visibility won't be helping if you're following. That can be Kevin Ericsson's 2.1 seconds the gap Kevin has at the front of the order.
It's not enough, Hal, for my liking. I think Rukkonen could get it.
I think 2 seconds is enough.
You think, yeah, well, and he's on the bar, look, to get it turned in there. You can see the rear right was long. Let's see what the gap is now as they come back over the line. Has Rukkonen shaved any more off or not? Because if it's under 2, it's going to be close. What is the gap? 2.1. He's holding steady. He's holding steady at the minute, Hal.
Rukkonen does the fastest lap of the race last time around, though. A second quicker than Kevin Ericsson, the timing screen says.
He'd be brave to be... Look at the visibility he's got compared to Kevin.
Sorry, a 10th quicker, not a second quicker last time around. So they're matching each other pretty much. Feel sorry for Oman. He lost all of this at the start, really. Just didn't quite get it done. Kevin's going to go right to the end.
I think Rukkonen's closing the gap a little bit. Or now he goes up on 2 wheels as he had to wait on the exit. He nudges the bank on the exit. It was 2.1 before, and he's sideways again. He's cooking his Cooper tyres, trying to get there, and the gap is now 1.6. Rukkonen is on a big push here. Kevin Ericsson has to keep the car so tight here, how like the Subaru, that it's really long. We had these issues with clean track for the Subaru and the Honda in the past, that they just get out in the dirt.
We had exactly that in Neeson, didn't we? On the first day, it was just that bit dirtier, and he was getting the rear wheels into the looser section. Of course, Rukkonen's got better tyres as well, because Kevin's doing the whole season, has to carry his tyres event to event. Rukkonen's got all brand new rubber for this weekend as his first round.
Into the joke lap goes Ericsson, puts a wheel on the dirt on the outside, uses that to help him rotate. He'll flick the Honda back the other way, but Rukkonen's got understeer in the last corner, and Ericsson's done a brilliant joker. Rukkonen going to have to go the long way round. Ericsson holds tight on the inside. It's a race to the line. Ericsson gets it though. Brilliant driving by him. I think Rukkonen went in too hot into that last right-hander. Unless he had an issue, he lost time. Franks gets P3. So that's the top 3 through to the pro final.
Ericsson was brilliant in the final corner there, just covering the brake enough to mean that Rukkonen couldn't get the undercut.
Oh, look, Oman actually ran into the back of Hedström, Hal. I wonder if Hedström had a big look at this. Look, again, does he just go backwards here?
I wonder if the exhaust is squashed or something. And
look there, look, it almost chugs on the run up the hill. Did you see?
Yeah, I wonder if that is a contact in the rear. It didn't look that hard when we first saw it last time around.
But I wonder if the issue was there already. I say, because why would Oman run up the back of the Hyundai? Like, he'd have to have got an absolute rocket of a start to do that. It was almost in a straight line. This was Rukkonen going into the joker.
Rukkonen did a 41.5 on the last lap, and his best lap was a 40.8, so he lost almost a second on that last lap.
Would have been enough.
Over his best.
Would have been enough.
A lot of that would have been in the penultimate corner. This is where he got the understeer. Well, there isn't a second there, is there? But there's a couple of tenths at least. And this is where Kevin is brilliant. Look, he just checks it up on the inside. That's so Kristoffersson-esque.
Yeah.
Such brilliant awareness of such an experienced driver to get it stopped on the inside.
You basically make them want to think they've got to go around the outside, and then you hold it off enough to remain on the inside anyway, and there's just nothing they can do.
But here you get the cutback on the inside, so everyone's going to go for the inside, so you need to get the car stopped enough but not lose too much momentum to hold the inside.
What Simon Tiger did in the Open two-wheel drive as well, in the semi-final, just on the exit, just holding on.
That was a long time ago.
But good God, the dust is coming in here a lot. I do enjoy a Paddock comms box, but this one's a bit savage. Okay, Kaliakowski and Maiko Tam. Then you got Putkinen and Oliver Eriksson, Belevsky on the back row, and Osh. Remember that Belevsky was just going to send it from there on the back row. Ollie Eriksson going to try and find a way around the outside of Tam. Surely moves out wide. Oh, he's going to get Tam around the outside. It's risky in the Honda.
What a start.
Seeing in front, that's incredible.
Amazing from Ollie Eriksson to have that awareness as well, just like his brother in the previous race, but in a different scenario, ran right to the outside of the track to open up his line into the first corner. Belevsky on the back of Putkinen. Rolf Wallen told us that Belevsky needed to make ground. This isn't working for him at the moment.
Oh, you want to be further up the field just for dust, don't you? As well, the visibility shocking. Kaliakowski from Eriksson. Who's going to go Joker on this lap? Anyone gone in? Keep an eye on our indicator on the timing screen, and we can see Belevsky's gone Joker, so's Osh in the background.
Yeah, that's perfect for Belevsky that Osh followed in. We know that Belevsky's got good lap time pace, but jokering and then having Osh come out ahead would have been not ideal at all. So the fact that both of them are jokered allows Yuri to get his head down.
He's got to get the overlap on two cars though, hasn't he? Like, got to get past Tam and Putkinen to make it through.
Ollie Eriksson, I think he can do that on pace alone. Ollie Eriksson's had a dreadful day, hasn't he, with fortune, and I think he'd be happy to follow Kaliakowski around. Of course he wants to win, but to get second in this and move up into the final would be a good fight back for him so far.
Yeah, visibility would be better in the final. Kaliakowski, I guess, held with the same as Rutkanen, more tyres. No, Ollie hasn't entered so far this year, so he should have new tyres as well.
But beating Kaliakowski's in a very good car there. He's been brilliant in Rallyx in the past.
Oh, sorry, Belevsky's caught him already, haven't needed right. Putkinen to go, so now this is going to be problems for him. He's going to have to try and pass Putkinen on track, so can he get through anywhere at the end of the straight? Comes out wide, looking tight now, or he's going to gun it up the inside. Can't you see the brake lights flash? He just can't quite get in there, and he had the pace, but he's already there. He needed Putkinen to go, didn't he?
He did, yeah, you're absolutely right. And the visibility won't be helping those overtaking opportunities either. Let's see the hairpin with Belevsky on the back of Putkinen.
So the leaders don't go. What's going on with Belevsky in the background? Tam's getting enough of a run on him here. Where is Belevsky? Waiting in the background, you'll see him come through.
Yeah, so he's passed him, but has he gone into the Joker, or did he pass him on track? No, he's in the Joker, so I don't think he passed him on track.
But he's going to have to put in a hell of a lap now, mate, against Maiko Tam. I don't think it's going to be enough. Putkinen has unfortunately by not Joker.
2.5 seconds in it, so yeah, all Tam needs to do is not make a mistake. I say that like it's easy, but if Tam can be nice and steady, Putkinen out of it, but this is Belevsky not making the final at the moment.
Belevsky's on it, Hal. He's closer than that. He's definitely closer than, maybe not, it's only 2.3. It looks like more, looks like less on track. Eriksson goes Joker.
You've got a Joker Tam this time around.
Tam stays out, that's a mistake for me. That gives Belevsky another lap to get back to him, and Belevsky's already eating into that lead. So Eriksson's
on a mission.
Eriksson's safe. Look, Eriksson comes out of the Joker. Kaliakowski going to go on the last lap, but it's about the fight for P3, remember.
Belevsky crossing the line now. He's done a 40.7, 2 tenths off the best lap of Kaliakowski, but right up there with the fastest laps of the weekend so far.
The gap was 2.5, Hal, so it's going to be close between them. Is he any closer? Where's Belevsky? No, he's closer.
Now.
He's well closer.
1.5 now.
Yeah. So coming through the left-hander, in goes Kaliakowski, but watch for the battle in the background. Kaliakowski going to take the win. Eriksson's going to get P2. Who's going to get third place? Watching for Belevsky. Belevsky around the outside line. He's going to nick it off Tam. Brilliant job by Belevsky. And the Volland squad coming up from P5 to P3. They make it through to the final. Great job, especially being held up by Putkinen.
He'll be pleased with that, especially, as you say, because it wasn't all clear-cut. Really had to fight for it in these last couple of laps.
If Putkinen had gone Joker Hal on lap 3, that would have been easy for Belevsky, wouldn't it? And instead, he had that margin cut to just a couple of laps where he could chase after it. And yeah, really good job.
He did his personal best lap on the final lap, only a tenth off Kaliakowski's best.
Well, that makes up for a rubbish day, doesn't it, in turn 1?
And also for Ollie Eriksson, who hasn't had much fortune so far today, hung it around the outside there in turn 1. Look at Kaliakowski soaring away at the wheel. Won the first ever RX Masters event last weekend. On course to score a great result at home in Rallyx this weekend. That was Ollie Eriksson in the Joker. This is Kaliakowski in the Joker for the final time, having gapped Oliver Eriksson and eventually finished some 2.5 seconds up the road. But this was the fight, wasn't it? Belevsky ahead of Tam. Kaliakowski, Eriksson and Belevsky moving through to the Supercar Pro final later on. Tam, of course, 4 for missing out, but still has the AM final as well to go.
Supercar Light standings ahead of the semi-finals. Olofsson got the TQ from Sjöqvist, Janssen, Enlund, Andersson, Expeth, Kastman, Ida Tornholt, Haug and Haug. Olofsson, Janssen, Andersson, Tornholt and Haug. Great start by Olofsson. Look, yeah, Kasper Janssen looks to the outside, but that opens the door for Lucas Andersson inside. Janssen gives him a nudge and Andersson backs out of it. Now I wonder if that's, we saw Joel Gustafsson did when he was like, junior drivers, because Andersson had gone for this legendary round the outside move, which we all said, including Joel, look, you love to see them go for it, but you also don't have to win every race. This one, you do have to be in the top 3.
Yeah, and sensible to roll out the throttle there. He got up right up the inside, didn't he? But he just risked being squished into the barrier on the inside, and we've seen quite a lot of broken suspension, people getting pushed like that into the wall, into the barrier there. Sometimes the Armco, when they're split like that, see the Joker barrier on the outside there, when there's gaps between them, you can damage the suspension more than you would do if it was a solid wall sometimes, just like the way that your wheel hits it. So sensible for him to roll out the throttle. Really, Lucas has the pace, doesn't he, of Tornholt, Haug, just a bit, Eddie Osh isn't in this race, but he has jokered.
Yes, luckily, more importantly, Haug joking, as you say, is going to open up the tactics, isn't it? For
really, they need Tornholt to joker this time around, but she's 2.6. She's 1 second off the back of Andersson. 2.6 off the lead.
Not slow, and
she's been getting much faster recently, hasn't she, to Tornholt?
But and that obviously for these guys means they've got to wait, as you say, until she goes, or until they've got 2.0, maybe a little bit more. So I suspect on the next lap, Andersson or Janssen will go. Really, they're the battle, aren't they? Olofsson's going so well this weekend so far.
Change of car this weekend for Kasper Janssen compared to the first couple of rounds. He's now back in the car that he drove to success in the Nitro Rallycross NRX Next Championship previously. He drove this car in the Rally Sprint at Tjörp, and now the switch ahead of this weekend.
Interesting. Any reason from the team for that?
Yeah, they've sent the other car to America.
Oh, they've sent right to Chuck it.
Yeah, and that one's a bit fresher, so they sent that one.
Keep this one here. Ah, yes, the luxury of having 2 cars.
Doesn't look very fresh now, does it? No. With all the stone chips in the front.
Andersson's gone joker on that lap. Tornholt going to come out now in front of Haug. Haug going to go around the outside. So Tornholt does lose out there, unfortunately. They'll have a nice little fight, but remember, it's all about the top 3. So really now, Janssen runs a bit wide. That might play into Andersson's hands behind.
Got to be careful not to run into the bank there on the outside, because that'll suck you in immediately, won't it? But Andersson will be pleased just to make it through to the final after the issues they had yesterday and this morning with misfires from the console wiring loom that Joel Gustafsson told us about. Olofsson's the Joker.
Oh, 2 wheels, Hal.
Olofsson, sorry.
Olofsson on 2 wheels on the way in, took a bit too much curb. Going to come out, or Kasper, that's going to hurt Janssen. So Janssen could lose out here if he's compromised. Olofsson obviously quick, but I wonder if that's compromised Janssen's exit and lap time, and Andersson behind will be snipping that out. Now Olofsson hasn't got to take any risks here either, Hal, because he knows he's going through to the final from this position. So it's about whether Andersson can get Janssen. What do you think? I think it's going to be very close.
It is, and it's also what you say about the corners flowing into each other, because Olofsson was surprised on the exit of the final corner, having taken the Joker, then he's carried that for a couple of corners there, and Jansen's been tucked up right behind him. Jansen will peel off to the right this time around.
So Casper Jansen got to flick it left and right, watching on the standard lap to your left. Whereabouts is Anderson in the background? Oh, Jansen might hold on to this, so Anderson's not close enough, and Jansen's done it. So Olofsson, Jansen, Anderson go through in that order. I don't know if there was a mistake from Anderson on the last lap, or just that Jansen got things tidily done, but that's your top three. Oh, look at those people dropping. Lars-Erik Haug and Ida Tornholt also dropping out for today. They'll be back tomorrow for round 6. Olofsson, Jansen and Anderson make it through to the final. So 3 out of the top 4 in the championship have already gone through in the first semi-final. Anderson, who leads the standings from Olofsson by 3 points. Casper Jansen, who's in 4th, but some 27 points off the leader, I think it is. It is. But Martin Enlund is in 3rd in the standings at the minute. On the outside of the front row, Hookfist on the inside, qualified 2nd today. Enlund's going to brave it out around the outside. That's a great move. So Enlund from the outside on the grid just stays in the throttle the whole way round to get in front of Hookfist, and that was brave. Very brave.
You've got to be so careful on the throttle. I mean, he's modulating your right foot just to have enough throttle angle, but not too much that you're going to get wildly offline. Hookfist has the fastest lap so far this weekend in Supercar Lights overall. Signed for Yellow Squad for this year to race in RX2E. Using this to stay race sharp all the time. Enlund, though, broke that suspension earlier on and is right back in the groove yet again. This is the easy of the semi-finals, to be fair, isn't it? There's less cars. Niels Christian Haug, the least experienced lights driver in the field, to take nothing away from him, but you wouldn't expect him to be challenging Enlund and Hookfist yet in his experience. Hookfist is coming back at Enlund here, but yeah, they're both experienced enough not to do anything silly.
Expert has just dropped a long way off, Hal, just in the last couple of corners, was kind of with them and has dropped a long way off as we see a mistake there from Enlund, and up the inside goes Hookfist. Enlund still inside on the left-hander though, has to give the space back up, so Hookfist goes up and then down. But how far back is Expert? Back in the mix or no? Hard to see from here.
Well, he was 2.3 off the lead last time around, wasn't he? Is that him going through?
That's what, look, you see what I mean?
Oh, there he is, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot. So actually, Hal could get him here. So Hal basically, they did the same in the first semi-final with Lars-Erik Haug, sent him to the Joker on lap 1, and he managed to get Tornholt later in the race. So they sent Niels Christian this time to the Joker on lap 1, and I was thinking, okay, probably job done, as you said, he's the least experienced driver. And then Expert, for some reason, has just fallen off a cliff. Now, we didn't see what happened, but he was with these two, nearly, and then gone.
Yeah, and losing more time still now, last time around, I think, based on what we've seen. Hookfist is jokering. We can't see what Expert's doing because we're following the leaders. Hookfist through the Joker. Let's stay on this shot and see if we can see where... There is Expert, so quite a way off. Yet to Joker still. And this is all about Enlund and Hookfist. Oh, and Enlund's got very sideways at the top of the hill. Enlund's on a push lap to try and Joker. I'm sure he'll Joker this time around to try and cover off Isak Hookfist.
Let's see that gap back. There's Expert.
He's got a problem. Two sideways there. I think he's got a puncture left rear or something.
either that or broken suspension. So it looks like Haug is going to get Exmouth, and if that's the case,
Your first final.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Hal.
I knew that. That's why I told you.
There we go. You're a legend, aren't you, eh? Into the Joker.
Could hear the cogs going from here.
Here's Enland coming out in front. I thought he might lose a bit more time than that with the mistake he made on the back straight. There's a little mistake from Shook, but it's tiny margins, isn't it, in these? Where's Exmouth and Haug? Exmouth going to wait to the last lap, I guess. What's the gap? The gap between them is 1.2. So if Exmouth holds on with the problem,
I'd like to see Exmouth from that camera angle so we can actually have an idea what might be wrong with him.
Yeah. Well, these two aren't going to change place. They're going to go through P1 and P2. It's all about the fight for P3. We're coming back to see those cars any minute now, hopefully. How far back are they? Where are they? Still waiting on them coming in. There's a long old gap between them. Should see Exmouth into the Joker. And round comes Haug. Or he's going to have to get a wiggle on. Almost didn't make it. Looks and Haug is going to go through to first ever final. That'd be a great feeling, won't it?
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Exmouth's miserable time in Kouvola continues, just like last season, but there's always tomorrow. Well, there is always tomorrow when it's Saturday, at least. No good if it's Sunday, is there? Because tomorrow you'll be at home.
True. How rich with the facts.
Let's see if we can see what happens with Exmouth here in the background. Maybe he didn't have a problem, maybe he just didn't have any pace, but that'd be unusual for him to finish 13 seconds off the lead in a 5-lap race. Enland was lucky to get away with that. Well, not lucky, but that could have gone a lot worse. Good composure to get back up the inside, good awareness from Isaac Shookquist to not get stuck into that fight, because you can quickly try and defend that position and then you're in the wall and it's all over anyway. Enland on a super big charge there, wasn't he? Sideways at the top of the hill. The Haug team's had rotten luck this season so far, so brilliant for them to have Lars Erik top of the timesheets in free practice 2 yesterday, and now through to the final with Niels Christian today.
So stay with us. They're putting a bit of water down to try and improve the visibility a bit for the finals, which I think is a wise idea after the end of that session. Don't go anywhere, literally moments away from the finals. Ylälami on pole then could potentially take the lead in the championship here. Oliver Solly going to try and spoil that finish party. The Norwegian on the outside of row 1 going to look for the cut back into turn 1. Not going to get there though. So it is Ylälami who leads from Oliver Solly. They head up into that back section. Solly close to the barrier, then runs out a little bit wide. And look, they're out first again. The juniors, always the drivers who have to feel their way into the conditions. It's Alexis Suono who's in P3. Suono was making moves on that first lap, trying to find a way past Solly. But yeah, Ylälami from Solly from Suono. Super slippery.
So shiny online, isn't it, where the water's been put down.
Oh, I think Suono is Suono under. Oh, I thought he'd lost out, but he's certainly under a bit of pressure in the background. Joker lap for Joni Tapainen and Pauli Tapainen as well. So both of Tapainens are in the Joker. Look at the pressure there behind. It's so close between Niemi and Suono. It must be Niemi. Yeah, it's Niemi who's right in behind Suono. Look at the water down there.
They've drenched it, haven't they? Which is needed because there's a lot of heat in the sun here, isn't there? And that's really drying everything out very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, the dust was pretty nuts in that. The end of that session, Hal, I think it was borderline, wasn't it?
Well, dust and low sun is an issue, isn't it? Dust in the middle of the day is probably not such a problem.
We say low sun here in Finland towards midsummer. Actually, the sun's still at sort of 2 o'clock in the afternoon position, isn't it? It won't go down until, I don't know, 8, 9 o'clock. No, later than that probably. 11:30 last night, it wasn't dark. So we're not north enough to be talking midnight sun, but Ylälami here. Potentially Hal going to take the lead in the standings. We know he won his semi-final, so he's on 106, but we don't know what points Hallinan was on.
He hasn't won since the opening round, has he? I don't think.
No.
They've been on the podium every time, so this will be a good boost for his motivation or his feeling towards trying to fight for this championship as well. Look at the traction though, really. Look what a difference it's made to the racing line. Now they're running right to the outside because it's so slippery. You can see where the cleaner part of the track was and is.
That was a mistake there. Who was that by? Was that Solly?
That was Solly, I think so. He's got the red highlights on the side of his, well, it's actually Norwegian flag, isn't it?
Going to the Joker lap now, having made that mistake. So Suono, we think, could be on the standard lap. Wait for the guys behind. Solly coming out of the Joker, and Suono, yeah, he's gonna hold on. So that's tidy actually. So Solly knew he'd made a mistake, thought I'll Joker now, and Suono hasn't jokered. So Solly's guaranteed himself P2. But it's about whether or not Ylälami with 4.7. I was wondering earlier how, and I don't expect you to know this, whether or not you're allowed to flag them. You know, so from the spotters area, if you're not allowed a spotter, can you wave a flag or something to signal what the gap is?
Who's to say whether you're just enthusiastically waving a flag?
Exactly.
Joking.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly here where they drive directly towards the spotting area, don't they? But I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I'm kind of thinking that's what I'd be doing.
I think maybe if you held up a sign saying Joker now.
Yeah,
Kitos.
Yeah, that might be a bit. It's maybe a bit obvious. Ylälami goes on lap 4 out of 5. Comes straight out in front of Solly. He's miles out in front.
Suono joked as well.
Oh, and he gets eaten up. Look, Niemi's got him. Niemi was all over the back of him earlier in the race.
Still a great performance this from Suono, considering position in the semi-finals and also performance so far across the course of the season. Stepped up this weekend, really. Look how sideways they are. Big mistake there, or at least got way too sideways from Niemi now, getting eaten up the hill. But you can see the loose drying already, can't you? The sun's so intense here this afternoon.
For the Tapainens, a shout out. Joni Tapainen's actually been in the final every time this year, was 3rd last time out in Tierp, going to be 5th this time. Tapainen in the 164 in a first ever final, but this is a final win at home for Uniten. Ylälami going to take it. Oliver Solly going to get P2, so it is a finish win at home for Ylälami and probably the championship lead with it as well. P3. Tapainen moves up onto the podium. So when the Jokers played out on that final lap, Tapainen made it up. But Ylälami with the win. There's donuts going on somewhere out there because I can hear them. It is Uniten Ylälami with the win. Oliver Solly gets P2.
Something happened there on the final lap between Niemi, Suono and Tapainen's made hay.
He was in, Tapainen, with the two of them. Tapainen in the 138 is Joni Tapainen. So look at this. This is around the outside. That's Niemi in the black and yellow, I think. So leading here.
Look how much water, like the tyres are actually wet. There's so much water down.
judging those grip levels so hard. On the first lap, they were all sliding just a little bit, well, obviously sliding a bit wide. They'll have been told it's been watered.
But it's just a voyage into the unknown, isn't it?
Yeah, what's the breaking point? How do you turn in? And it's a mark of how good these kids are. They often face those conditions and nearly always bloody nail it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I love driving on a watered rallycross track, though. Just ups the ante a tiny bit more.
So Yilolami had some donuts.
So we didn't see what happened on the final lap with Niemi.
But we did see Yilolami have the donuts.
Yeah, well.
Donuts at home in Finland for the win. And is it the championship lead? I think it is.
A platter of donuts at that.
A platter. At least a trio. Maybe not a box of 12 like you get from Krispy Kreme. Shout out to them. We'll have them as a sponsor. I could have a donut now, could you?
Yeah.
Just need a little bit of sugar. I could eat that Twix, couldn't I? But I don't fancy it. A bit heavy. Chocolate's a bit, isn't it, for on air? On it. Unfortunately, that's just showing the positions again.
He's definitely got more than 1 point.
Yeah, we'll see if we can whoosh that back in. Give us a minute to tap on a PC somewhere. Worked first time if it was a Mac. No, that's not fair. It'll be a spreadsheet somewhere. It's very, very difficult running all these things into a machine all day long. And the data comes from timing automatically. It's clever stuff, it really is, but it is prone to being a bit tricky at times. What a lovely day to spend at a rallycross track. How's the sunburn? Put the old lotion on, didn't you, eh? Snuck it in there earlier. Only trouble with suntan lotion and the dust is it's a filthy concoction by the end of the day.
That's
true.
Why showers were invented.
It is, yes. Just specifically for...
I wish I'd invented the shower.
Do you?
Yeah. Imagine having the rights to that.
Worth a lot.
Patent the shower. There's basically like patenting rain, wouldn't it? Not really possible.
It would.
I wonder if anyone's done that. Maybe I'm onto something.
What, invented the shower or patented rain?
Or both.
Well, I think...
Oh, I've let it out now.
Yeah, I think rain... Well, anyway, luckily a guest has come to rescue our crap rambling.
Yeah, what have I walked into?
Mate, you missed a whole bit earlier about how you say toothpaste. How do you say toothpaste?
Tandkräm.
That's ruined it. That's true. So Oliver Eriksson's joined us here in commentary just for a minute while we get ourselves ready for the final race of the day. Look at this, what a beautiful day.
Yeah, it turned out.
Finally, yeah. It's been the coldest, but it's been like rallycross on ice all year. Who chose this? You, your dad?
Yeah, my dad, always.
Honestly,
if it goes wrong, we blame him, right?
100%. Well, it's gone wrong.
I packed shorts and short sleeves.
Unnecessary. Yeah, now it's necessary.
I needed a jacket. I was like, what is this?
No, it's just wrong.
And now Finland is shining.
Your name's falling off your back, mate.
Is it? Oh, dear.
What will you be soon?
Son. Eric's. Just Eric's.
Is that bad?
It's the letters. It's just the little letters. It's all good. So, mate, bit of an up and down day for you.
Yeah, it's been tough. Qualifying has been the S word.
Yeah.
But
superb.
Superb. No, the opposite. But yeah, now semi went well, so that's when we need it. So.
Yeah, so back now in the mix, in the final, ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. From being 8th in intermediate to starting P3 in final, can't complain really.
Okay, we're looking forward to seeing you out there for that one, mate. Let's get cross car underway, and then we can hear some of your thoughts on the track. They've just watered it as well. Weinicke looking for the win for Finland. Thomas Ekmerstad, Svensson, Hugo, Osterberg and Lorentzen are not going to make this easy at all. Carnage in the semi-finals. Oh, it's a great start by Thomas Ekmerstad, going to try and shut the door. Surely gets the whole shot on Weinicke. Weinicke coming back on the run to the first corner. Oh, can't quite get there. Bit of contact in the background between Hugo and Osterberg it was. And now going backwards, contact again. Everybody running a bit deep. I think Weinicke got caught up there, ran a bit back. It's Svensson who's come up through the order into P2. But Thomas Ekmerstad leads.
It's all unravelled for Weinicke, hasn't it? Gone terribly in the first couple of corners. Hugo yet again in the middle of all of the action as well. But Merstad really hung it round the outside. Almost scared Weinicke into lifting a little bit more. Haven't seen that work many times this weekend, but this man here has pulled off that round the outside move by going really wide, whereas Merstad really shut the door there on the pole sitter.
So end of lap one, Ekmerstad leads by 0.8 of a second from Svensson. Osterberg 1.9 off the lead, 1 second off the car in front. Behind, the Joker lap tactics now, Haller, much more open because all of these drivers are fast. So Lorenzen's gone Joker on lap 1. Already looks like he might get the overlap on Ugar. Look how slippery it is out there. Vanica, as you say, been on it all day long, TQ, but just couldn't get the start to work.
But look how dusty it is already as well. The water's almost already been evaporated. Such is the intensity of the sun. Oliver Eriksson, have you come up here to join us? Have you just come up here to see where the water is ready for your final?
Yeah. You interpret how you want.
Yeah. He's just watching. He's watching and gathering data. He's like, where is there a screen in the paddock where I can see what's going on the track? I'll go and offer my help. Osterberg is jokered from P3 and looks like he's come back in P3. That's not a bad move.
Svensson made a bit of a mistake there in turn 2 on the way in, so that's given Merstad a bit of a hand as well.
Osterberg, so now, okay, so it's about whether you want to cover off Osterberg, isn't it, for Svensson and Merstad. With Svensson having made the mistake, Hal, you might wait another lap. Or from the lead, into the Joker goes Merstad, and so does Svensson. So both the top 2 cars have gone in. Watch for Osterberg in the background. Merstad easy going to come out in front, and Osterberg's going to drop into P3 again. So good move by them to cover him off, I think, at that point. But at the minute, that is your top 3 here at round 5 with a lap and a bit to go. Good recovery this from Osterberg, who was well down the order after the first qualifier. I haven't got it in front of me, Jimmy Osterberg. Where have you gone? 21st he was, in 21st in Q1 and 17th in Q3, 3rd in Q2. So this is a remarkable result for him to get back to the podium. Shows what a difference these 3 semi-finals make. You can still make it and then climb your way back through. Osterberg had a P3 earlier on in the season at Neeson, second round. Merstad leads the standings with a win and a P3 last time out. Got 1 more lap to go. Oh, now look, in the background, Svensson's coming under a bit of pressure here from Osterberg, so we might see a fight for P2. Osterberg looking for his best result of the season. Svensson, of course, has had a win last time out, so Merstad and Svensson both with wins this year. Who's your money on Ollie in this little battle? You reckon Osterberg can get him or too tight?
Yeah, we'll see, you know, it's only half a lap on the way, and you see the dust is picking up a bit, so vision is going down quite a lot, so it'll be a tough challenge for Jimmy to pass him.
Dropped off just a little bit from Svensson. Svensson runs a little bit deep in that hairpin braking zone, looking tricky there. Ollie Eriksson soaking up all the information, ready to win the final later on today. But winning the final right now is going to be Thomas Eek Merstad in the red car, coming through the right-hander, going to flick it into the last corner. The championship leader takes his 2nd win of the season. Svensson comes through for P2. And P3 goes to Jimmy Osterberg. Great stuff from them in the background, still close. Looks like Lorenzen's going to get in front of Ugar and Vanica after a disaster at the front. Oh, no, it loses a place. Ugar gets a place at the line. Passes Lorenzen in the final corner. Vanica after problem, I reckon, for Vanica. Just running slow over the line. This was the start. Look at the pole man here. So he just loses out to Eek Merstad, but from then on, Svensson's out wide, look.
And Merstad just dominated the first corner, really took the ball by the horns, left enough room, but shut the door. Great first corner from him.
It was quite an interesting move from Elias Svensson as well, you know, being P3 going out wide, having to take the outside turn through turn 1, and it paid off.
Been watching you, mate.
Yeah, maybe I started P4.
So you think, will he have looked at that off the line, Ollie? Will he have looked left and right and gone, I've got space to the left, I want a better exit out of turn 1? You have to do a lot of looking off the start. Your spotter can't call it all.
But you know, he'll know that he's made a better start than the guy next to him, because you just lose him out of your peripheral vision.
So then take it?
Yeah, for sure. If he knows it, then obviously you see the 2 cars in front of you try to protect the inside. Yeah, no other choice. Go out and keep the momentum on the outside and just pin it.
Look at Merstad over the line. That was a proper send, wasn't it? Thomas Eek Merstad wins round 5 from Elias Svensson and Jimmy Osterberg. Osterberg should benefit the most from the championship points here, because a number of the drivers in front of him haven't made it through to the final. But Eek Merstad going to be looking to extend his championship lead, and I think potentially Elias Svensson will overtake Alexander Hume in the standings, but we'll get confirmation for that in a moment. Not going to look at the standings now. We'll show you those tomorrow morning if we don't see them today. All good in the hood. Ollie, who's spotting for you today?
Stefan, our technician, chief technician.
And who's spotting for Kevin?
Guess.
Dad?
Yep.
Would you rather have Stefan or Dad?
I'm not saying on TV.
That's brilliant. Right, open two-wheel drive.
They're both good.
Oh, mate, I'm sure you got a hell of a good bunch of people there.
Yeah.
Olli Lahti, the top qualifier on pole from championship leader Victor Johansson. Oh, jump start.
From P6.
Lucas Gabrielsen. I think it's P4, is it?
I think.
you think it's Venäläinen on the back?
Venäläinen, yeah, he jumped a bit, and then I think Gabrielsen went on the light.
See the lights go. See, look at that. This is why we need people in the commentary box who are watching Helm, not looking at the paperwork like me. Listen to the noise out there. See, Ollie Eriksson just nailing it, Helm.
That's actually quite a good move from Gabrielsen. Obviously, he got an extra tire warming. Yeah,
you see. He knows the score.
Yeah.
I love that Toyota Starlet as well. I want to see what he can do from there.
I wonder what engine is in it. Do you guys know?
No idea. A big one.
I'm pretty sure that's rotary, that one.
It is, yeah?
Yeah. It's hard to get across all of the open two-wheel drives here because there's so many of them.
Yeah.
And they're all totally different.
Yeah, and when they're out on track, you're trying to listen to a specific car when they're the noisiest things on earth.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Impossible.
When Tiger's there, it's impossible.
Yeah. Have you seen Victor Johansson's hydraulic roll bars as well?
They're insane.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. So good. So Johansson has not got the best starts. Lahti normally beats him at the start, but then he's had an amazing run to the first corner. But Lahti is the top qualifier on the inside line. Watch for Johansson coming back away from the start now, but he doesn't. Simon Tiger gets inside him as well, so Johansson's lost a couple of spaces. Well, one place there. Drops down the order. It's Gabrielsen in the Starlet, who's in P4, and he spins on the brakes, are collected in the background. I think Tiger might have gone round as well. Get back to the other guys. Where's Simon Tiger? No, he holds on. Simon Tiger was super sideways.
He's lost the position.
Yeah. Venäläinen's all over the back of him. Tiger, has he got a broken car? Venäläinen goes around the outside line. Simon Tiger looks like he's out of this one. Venäläinen moves up into P3. Carnage again.
I thought Venäläinen was heading for the bank there, the way they were both moving across. And that's not the way that Tiger operates, is it? Because I was thinking in the first corner, both him and Johansson are very clean and tidy. Johansson's jokered on the opening lap. Venäläinen is on the standard lap, but Johansson's going to get out in front. Is he? Yes, he is.
That's a great move,
Perfect
isn't it?
for Johansson.
That's banking on all that carnage again on the first lap and just going, go now. You're going to get out in front. Look, everything's missing off the front there of Vilasari and the other Datsun. Bits of car all over the place. There's the spun car on the outside. Johansson a little bit wide. So Johansson's chokered. The gap is 2.5. What do you do with Lahti, your top qualifier? In theory, he's got the pace, but we know Johansson.
I think I'd leave him out for a lap and then see how things are going.
Ollie, what would you do?
Yeah, you see how different the car behaves as well. You see Lahti, now he's jokering.
He's gone. So in goes Lahti. This could be for the win. I think he's got enough here to come out in front of Johansson, but then Johansson can pile a bit of pressure on. This is early in the race. We're 2 laps in and both the leaders have jokered already. Venäläinen goes in and comes out in P3. So your top 3 have jokered.
Look at the dent in Johansson's door, looking down from the drone. Massive impact there in the side of the car.
That's got to be in this corner, hasn't it, on the first lap when we saw Simon Tiger sideways and wide.
All over the back of Lahti, but it's going to be tricky to find a way past, especially as I guess there's probably a yellow flag there on the way up into turn 2. So Lahti will know that he can afford to back off there and back Johansson up going up the hill. When did we see that? We saw that in the World Championship here. Was it Rallyx last year?
I don't remember. I know what you mean.
Gronholm versus Kristoffersson, and Gronholm knew, it was in the World Championship in that really muddy final where Gronholm knew he could afford to hold the line up there because Kristoffersson wouldn't be able to get the run, and exactly what Lahti can do here.
But also take a look at how different the car behaves to each other now. So in theory, Lahti's car, it leans a lot more on the rear wheels, so potentially it should wear more rear tires during the long run more than Victor's tires does. So maybe he can save a couple of tires to make a run for it the last lap.
Venäläinen's taken his second joker because of course he jumped the start, so he's gone joker on that last lap as well, and it's cost him the podium position. So Sari has gone through. Sari was right behind him, wasn't he, after the first jokers. So
But Lahti can do loads of tyre saving, can't he? Because the front inside wheel's never on the ground.
Yeah,
rotate that one around the car all day. Very minimal wear.
There is that.
3.6 litre engine in that Corolla.
Yeah. Perfect. They couldn't fit more.
It's proof that you can make a short car work.
I think OMC need to build an open two-wheel drive car.
I agree.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Venäläinen's got back past Sari. What's happened to Sari? Something's gone wrong there. He's lost a bunch of time because I'm sure when he came out of the joker for the second time he dropped a position. But this is Olli Lahti coming round with championship leader Johansson behind. Johansson just rips the branding off.
You see now he's catching up. Maybe he has some more tire, to the last couple of corners.
Yeah, sure, a bit more grip, but is there going to be anywhere to stick it up the inside? He'd have to be brave as the championship leader. He doesn't really need to. He can make a little dive at the last corner, but I think he'll stay where he is. Olli Lahti, the top qualifier, going to come through, take the win here at home in Finland. P2 for championship leader Victor Johansson. P3, is it going to be Venäläinen in the Smurf-mobile? I think it is. Venäläinen's rear left looks like it's collapsed, and we've lost Sari completely, so there was obviously something happened in the background there.
I actually think it's a 3.2 in Lahti's car, but what's 0.4 of a litre when you've got that much traction?
Tiger, what happens in the is it in the back? No, the foreground. So watch Simon Tiger in the orange BMW in P2. Does he get a nudge?
Yeah, tiny nudge from.
But I think his right rear is probably already damaged by now.
Well, the suspension, you're saying, Ollie?
Yeah, left rear suspension. I think from turn 1. That's why it went off afterwards. It looked like it was crabbing down the hill.
Sari in the black Datsun there, coming into contact.
Yeah, Johansson's well in the brakes, isn't he? You rarely see Tiger or Johansson getting stuck into any contact unless something untoward is happening.
There was plenty behind him, though.
Yeah. Sari dropped it on the brakes on his own, didn't he? And then, unfortunately, Gabrielsen got collected by that and had nowhere to go.
Yeah, you see, left rear was looked like it was everywhere. So.
Oh, and he was trying to get out of the way, wasn't he? Yeah. And then Venäläinen was already on the outside.
So do you think, my question is, did Johansson hit Tiger hard enough in the first corner for the stewards to say pushing to pass, or no?
No.
No.
There we go. That's the stewards' decision made. On to the next final. This was at the very end of the race. Look, Johansson trying hard to get back to it. Not quite enough. Olli Lahti, little movement to the wheel, pitching the Corolla in. Proof if ever he needed it. He needs to get that car on the boat and come and do a few more rounds.
Yeah, you see he's having a look at left rear, so I think...
You can see it's towing out, can't you? It's already broken.
It's time for me to go, sorry.
See you later, Ollie. Thanks, mate. Ollie just chucked the headset on the floor. It's time for him to go.
He's just taken what I would describe as a telling off.
Oh, really, you think, from the guys?
Get in the car. Kevin's already gone.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well,
so they're going to recover Simon's car.
Is Ollie in the AM category? That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
I could be.
No, he won't be. Don't be.
No, he's not. He couldn't be.
No, but
well, who was it that we said couldn't be and had chosen to be?
Linneman.
Yeah. Right, stay with us. They're going to recover Simon Tiger's car, and we'll be back with whatever. What's next? How Supercar Am? So we think Supercar Am. Stay with us. Olli Lahti, congratulations on taking the win here in open two-wheel drive. Brilliant job, mate, and against some tough competition. How does it feel to win at home?
Thank you. It's very good feeling. Everything working and car feeling so good, and I can win all my starts and sun is shining and there are so many people watching this race, so I'm so happy.
Oh, mate, today is a good day with the sunshine as well. Unfortunately, you can't have any beers tonight to celebrate because you've got to go and do it all again tomorrow. You ready for another win?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, well, look, we're wishing you luck for tomorrow. I say congratulations on winning in front of your home crowd. It's a brilliant achievement, mate, and I'd love to see you in a few more open two-wheel drive races. So get that car on the boat and come and join us in Norway and Sweden.
Not this year, but maybe next year.
I like it. See, and it's an exclusive for Rallyx. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Brilliant. That's cool, isn't it? So there we go. Another exclusive. Quick conversation. How long we signed him up?
Yeah, you should be on the sales team.
I could, couldn't I? How big is that? Sales team.
The boat? Oh, the sales team.
How big's the boat? We need a boat for Island RX.
Well,
Extreme E have got one, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking like an old ferry would be cheaper. What do you think?
Gabrielson's car still needs recovering here.
Can we get like a? Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, yeah, let's let them crack on. I'm gonna get a cruise ship. So then we have a pool and a bar and stuff on it. This is for Island RX.
You are getting to the age where cruises are your ultimate holiday.
Oh, cheers, Hal. That is a hard insult. What do you think, though? Do we want to be on the boat the whole time?
For what?
For Island RX.
Let's just build the track on the boat and change the layout. Done.
Hal Ridge signing off for the day. He'd quite happily have a round. Where would you have a round?
What, if it was on the boat?
On the boat. He wants a round on the boat.
No, well, if it was on the boat.
Have a scale electric track on the boat. RC car track, maybe.
There was a factory with a track on the roof, wasn't there? I forget who. Was it Fiat?
In Italy, yeah. With the bank corners. Did they use it in the Italian job, or am I wrong?
Maybe so, yeah.
Is that Victor? It is. Let's have a chat. Oh, we've got a guest as well. So, Henke, stick the lights on and come and have a look at us in the studio. We've got
too big.
Yeah, you're live now. Here we go. Let's lift that mic up there just a little bit. How's it going?
Yeah, second place.
Where's she gone? Come back. Come back. Come on, you can come on the TV. Do you want to be on the TV? We're nice, I promise.
Du får hälsa på farmor och mormor. Alla där hemma.
She's below the desk. Who's this?
This is my daughter, Hedvig.
Hello. Oh, I like your shirt. What's that? Is that like Paw Patrol or something?
Yes.
Is it Paw Patrol?
She loves Paw Patrol.
Oh, legend. Paw Patrol is very good. Well done.
Based on her heritage, she's going to be an amazing engineer and a pretty good driver.
I hope so.
Are you going to let her use the Merc, or what's going to happen when she's older?
We will see. Maybe she wants a smaller car.
Junior cross car first?
A pink little one, maybe.
Yes, so the sort of thing you'd see in Paw Patrol.
Nothing is impossible.
No, not with you as an engineer.
She loves skies too, and she's flying. So
yeah.
It's going to be something else.
Fine over the jumps as well.
All right. Yes.
Okay, so, mate, good day, P2 Championship. Yeah, okay. Larty was impressive, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was really fast. Have you seen his dashboard?
No.
It's like this big. Very expensive.
So you want a big...
Yeah.
So Victor's dashboard is a phone. Whose phone was it?
My mother-in-law, Barbro.
Okay, does she have a new phone, or do you use the phone at the weekend? She has no phone.
She has a new phone.
Okay, fine.
The battery is gone in the one that I had.
Really?
Yes.
So it's got it plugged in all the time, isn't it?
So you have a charger into the cigarette lighter, or you've wired it in?
Yeah, it's a USB cable.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it would be something better than a cigarette lighter, of course. So you're happy with P2? Obviously, it's great for the championship standings.
Yeah, we had some struggles in the heat arrangement today with starting in the 5th row and getting the start was pretty close, so not much you can do. The pace was along the other guys, so I'm pretty satisfied.
And great for you that Simon had the problem. I know not how you want to be getting good results, but a good amount of points you scored for the championship.
Yeah, I take every opportunity I can get. In the end of the year, it's the points that count. So.
And it's hard racing this weekend, isn't it? Because even though the Finnish guys aren't in the Open Two-Wheel Drive Championship for the whole thing, you still need to. Of course, you want the best result, but you still need to make sure you make it to the final, so you're not losing big points if Simon or any of the other regulars get good points at the end.
Of course, you have to have that in mind too, because it's a long season and very much racing going on, and a lot of points that you can get. So. You have to have that in mind too, but you also always want to win.
I was just about to say you're going to beat the Finns tomorrow. What are you going to do overnight? There must be something you can tweak or something you can engineer overnight to win tomorrow.
I have the TIG weld with me.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What are you going to do? You're going to make something?
I don't really know yet, but
well, you are going to do something, aren't you?
We will see.
You can't resist it. He's going to make something overnight. I want to know in the morning what you've made.
All right, we will see.
Okay.
We've been discussing across this weekend. Do you think your car would need to be different if you raced these guys all the time? Obviously, you've designed your car, you've evolved it, and it's great for racing against Simon. Do you think if you raced against these Finns more often, you would have to do something different with your car to be on that pace consistently, or do you think what you've got would be fine?
No, I think I'm pretty much there in terms of pace, and it's just these small little things, and we are so much cars this weekend, so it's really fun, and just very small margins overall.
So he's making something overnight, basically, and we'll see him on top tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
See you later. Cheers. Great stuff. Victor Johansson, championship leader in open two-wheel drive, coming in for a quick chat about engineering. What a legend. And we got to meet his daughter, who likes Paw Patrol. Mega. Right. Supercar Am, Maiko Tam and Victor Franks on the front row. Then Jari Putkanen, Mats Oman, Jari Turi and Etchis Osh. Franks from row one. We know he's going to get eaten up off the start. Can Oman get around the outside of him? There's a few people down there who've tickled the start procedure a bit earlier. Someone jumped the start?
I think the way...
has Franks jumped the start? How?
The way Oman's launch control works is that once you've engaged, it's not like a conventional system.
Yeah.
So it takes them a little while to get out of it and then get back into it. We heard that in Q1 earlier on. The JC boys were not concerned, but there was a little bit of raise of an eyebrow because the start was delayed and he's on the launch, on the ALS system, which just heats everything up. The temperatures must be huge. So, yeah, you just can't quite turn it off as quickly. And now we're ready to go.
Right, we go again. Supercar M, final round 5. Kouvola in Finland.
Oh, another jump start.
This time they're going to let it go. Looks like they are going to let it go, so that's a bit of an odd one. Normally that would be stopped immediately, but it's gone. So Maiko Tam leading. Mats Oman got round the outside of Victor Franks. Franks is in P3, but sneaking up the inside, maybe for P2 in the background. He runs Mats Oman wide. Oman's not having that, though. No, you will not. You shall not pass. And he holds him off on the run down to the hairpin. Maiko Tam gets a bit deep now. Franks sticks up the inside again. A little bit of contact between them. Franks is going to have to get used to the fact that Oman doesn't want him to pass, and he goes round the outside. It's a great move by Victor. Takes P2. Mats Oman follows him into the Joker on lap 1. We've got either Turi...
Red flag.
Yeah, red flag. OK, restart then for the jump start. That's a bit of a nightmare. Have they seen it? Yes. So spin it round, lads. Let's go. Duration for Franks.
I'll be fine.
They've got an extra couple of laps.
Yeah. Yo.
Well, we'll let them roll back to the grid, shall we? Not yet. It's back row, look.
Might have been a jump start, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah. Did Terry go or not? He did, and then unfortunately they I wouldn't say they let them go, but yeah, I know that. For whatever reason,
I wonder if it didn't. I wonder
didn't
if
trigger
the
jump
Joker
start.
indicator didn't trigger.
Yeah. So basically,
you could have let that go, couldn't you? Because he'd already lost out badly.
Yes.
Got back into the brakes.
Technically, he needs to do a second Joker, doesn't he? And someone will moan about championship points or whatever.
Oh, of course, yeah, second Joker, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they will when he lose a place by a second. You just say, he should have done a second Joker, and then it goes to the stewards, and it's all very dull. So we'll let them roll back to the grid. Get them ready for a re-rack.
Josko nyt saataisiin toi Pro 2-luokka tuonne? Kyllä. Tämä olisi kiva tietää, mulla ei ole itse asiassa tietoja, että mikä tää Tamin auto on, tää Fiesta. Onko se, koska Omsen autoistahan kaikista on selkeät kirjanpidot ja se, että missä mikäkin auto on. Ja niitähän on Omsen autoja on muutama Suomessa.
Okay, re-racked and restacked, we're good to go. Supercar AM final coming up. Brilliant start by Tam on the front row. Oman coming all the way around the outside. Oman's going to get the whole shot round the outside. Mats Oman, Victor Franks down in P5, going to make some moves here, try and get back up, but he can't. So Franks is down in P5, now trying to come around the outside. That's not going to stick either. Mats Oman.
Half empty, wasn't it? There is Franks staying on the standard lap behind Osh.
Yeah, he's a DNS house. They're booking it to DNS. Joker lap. Turi's gone Joker lap on the first lap.
Franks is going to get the inside of Eddie Osh in the final corner of lap 1. Tam's going with Oman.
So Oman's got to keep it tidy now, Hal. I wouldn't be surprised if the team are on the radio. We spoke to his daughter earlier who said he's so desperate to win. He still wants to win. He's not happy, as he said. He's always trying to work on things. Or was it Yol that said he's
Yol
always
was saying that.
Yeah, Yol was saying he's always trying to make things better. His daughter was saying he always wants to win, and he might well win this, but he's going to have to hold off from Maiko Tam. Tam goes Joker now. Oman needs a super clean lap, and for me, to Joker immediately.
Yeah, I agree, and then he can defend. So
he's defended a lap already, hasn't he? So we know Tam is going to struggle to pass him out on track as long as he keeps it tidy. He was quite untidy on that first lap. Franks has lost a bunch of bits of bumper. Thierry's got 2 Jokers because of the jump start in the previous one. So
the gap was 2.4 between Oman and Tam when they crossed the line last time around. Oman's on the fastest lap of the race on that opener, 41.9, but Tam obviously jokered on lap 2. Tam jokered on, didn't he? Because we're on the third lap.
So Mats Oman, we think, has got to go now. It's been a tidy lap so far. If he splits off to the right, this is to defend for the win, and he does go Joker. Oman in on the brakes. Remember, he's doing all of the driving in this car, using his right arm for gears, brakes, handbrake the lot, and his other arm up on the steering. That is incredible. He's out miles in front of Maiko Tam.
And it's not a surprise, is it? You know, his lap time pace is brilliant, but there's always an uncertainty, especially on a second start like this, because the launch is never going to be quite the same as you normally have it because the car's a bit warmer.
Yeah, clutch is hot, tyres are hot, RPM's different, lots of things changed, don't they, from one start to the next, and he nailed it.
And this is a great example of why you need to Joker when you can. Oh, that's Turi in the background. Franks has lost the front bumper and the inner wheel arch. Is that a puncture, front left puncture for Turi, who already had 2 Jokers to take anyway. But a great example of Oman joking, even though he had the gap, because now if something happens, he can defend. If he gets a punch, he can try and defend. You can't do that if you've still got the joker to take. That's what I always say. Now he's got a lap to, I say defend, he's a second up the road from Tam, so Tam's not putting him under massive pressure at the moment.
Yeah, at the minute he's not needing to defend at all, is he? And all the while he can stick to his own line. All the while the team are saying 3 car lengths, 4 car lengths, whatever it is that Oman likes to hear, he can stick to his line. He's tidy through here, Hal. This will be a very popular win if he gets it done.
Massively popular, especially in the commentary box.
Yeah,
to keep
it will be
a tidy match through this hairpin. This is the last opportunity really to run too wide.
Tam actually gets on the throttle a little bit early himself and runs a bit deep. Just got to keep that long left-hander now. Don't let it run wide. Tam might go opportunistic in this last corner, but I think he'd be brave to do it. He's not near enough anyway. Oman through the right-hander, going to open up the throttle now into the last corner. Mats Oman wins the Pro-Am final, hasn't competed for a couple of years and absolutely gets it done here. Emphatic style, brilliant start from row 2. Oh, Victor Frank's getting involved in a bit of argy-bargy in the background. Going to get P4, probably a good job because I think Osh might have argued that one, but what a brilliant win for Mats Oman.
I'm absolutely delighted for him against a... not the strongest field of all time, is it? But it's certainly a field full of talented and quick cars, talented drivers and quick cars. It was all done in the start, wasn't it? Right round the outside.
This lap's untidy, Hal. The first lap's untidy. It's that excitement, isn't it? Oh, I'm in the lead, I'm in the lead, I'm in the lead. The hairpin down the bottom here, look, he's a little bit wide up at the top. Gives Tam an opportunity, but he shuts the door on him hard there. And Tam, to be fair, had a bit of respect in that corner. But down at the hairpin again, he was wild. You're not going to see it this time. This is Frank's. Where's that, up at turn 2? Yeah,
trying everything as normal. He's going to hit the bank, isn't he?
Oh, he is.
Bosh, there goes the front bump hill. Bit of...
did well to finish
bank
there.
Scaling. Yeah, he did do well to finish. This is a great... one of Yoel's spotting from where I suspect he probably is. Great awareness by the JC team. I think that's chassis number 7, that Audi. Different to the car that Oman drove previously. That was the car that Daniel Torren drove in T-Up last weekend. But what a fantastic result for Oman.
If you missed it earlier, he's paralysed pretty much from the chest down, and he's a weapon in a car. He's absolutely brilliant, and I couldn't be happier for that result. Mats Oman takes the win in the Supercar AM final. Maiko Tam P2, Edgish Osh, Victor Franks, Jari Turi and Jari Putkinen at the NS. Lovely stuff. Right, what on earth is left?
Supercar lights and Supercar engine.
Mega, thanks mate.
So Supercar lights is a single make category.
Yeah. Victor Franks leads Supercar AM on 87 points from Maiko Tam, Christensen, Linneman, Toren, Schnack, Mats Oman look straight into P7, Callaward, Putkinen and Oshie are top 10, but it's a two-way fight between Maiko Tam and Victor Franks, who've done all the rounds this year. They'll have some drop scores to take into account. Victor Franks, if he wins that in the RX2E, that's a hell of an achievement by him. But the hell of an achievement today is Mats Oman, after a bit of a break from competing, coming back and taking the win in Pro-Am. Well done, Mats. We love to see that. So Olofsson and Enlund on the front row, Sjöqvist and Janssen, and then Anderson and Haug at the back. Two races left to go today. What time is it, Hal?
It's 7:10.
That's bonkers, isn't it?
Feels like about 2 o'clock given the weather.
It does. It's boiling hot here still.
I mean, boiling hot's an exaggeration.
Well, no, it isn't. It's hot. I could sit out in this and have a jar, sit in the sunshine. So it's pretty much, you could sunbathe in this. It's hot enough to sunbathe.
What's a jar?
Pint of adult beverage, Hal. Not a jar of jam, certainly. Olofsson and Enlund on the front row. Kasper Jansson's outside on row 2. Enlund looks like he got a good launch there. Sjöqvist on the inside line, going to try and hold on. Anderson looking up the inside. Enlund drops into P2. Janssen comes around the outside of Sjöqvist there, gets into third. So Olofsson leading from Enlund. Kasper Janssen.
Anderson was a bit unsure what to do there, I think, by the body language of the car in the first corner. Nearly sunk it up the inside, but realised that gap was going to shut pretty quickly. did the right thing, I think. It's all about collecting points at every opportunity. He's in a fight with Simon Olsen for the championship, isn't he? So really needs to try and get on the podium to minimise that points damage if Olofsson stays at the front.
Tricky day, I think, for him, Hal. He took some risks earlier and it didn't pay off. Then you go, right, I'll be less risky. But you have got to risk it if you want to win against this category of drivers. You know, they're a class act.
100%, yeah. Sjögren's Joker's on the opening lap, as does Haug in his first final. So that's going to open up the Joker strategy for those behind. You've also got to look out for Sjögren now, because in clear air, he has set the fastest lap of the day so far, I think, in Supercar Lights class. Janssen tucked right up behind Enland, who does get sideways through that corner. Got a lot of oversteer in his Enland's motorsport machine.
Anderson's got a bit of clear track in front now as well, Hal. Now that Sjögren has gone Joker, Lucas Anderson, if he can get those lap times done, as you say, in theory, Sjögren is the foreman there, but it has given Anderson just a little bit of breathing space. Into the Joker, that goes Enland. So Enland's gone in now. Trying to get an over. Is he trying to cover off behind? Anderson hasn't been on a mistake from Kasper Janssen. Kasper Janssen's all over the place, up the bank on the outside, sideways. He's wild through there. So Enland has joked and comes back out. So Enland is in front, look, of Anderson, who hasn't joked. So that's a great move there.
Great spotting from the Enland squad. That's guaranteed Markland a place on the podium, barring any disaster, and that's really hampered Lucas Anderson's cause. So little to choose between these cars, isn't there? Look at how close they run together down the bottom of the hill.
Olofsson continues to lead.
Joker's this time around goes to the right. Janssen's staying out, so I think Olofsson just has enough to get back out in front here. He does. So that's going to push. Will it hold up Janssen a tiny bit? Will it help out Sjögren and/or Anderson behind?
So by my reckoning, Hal, Olofsson's already got the lead in the championship by out-qualifying Lucas Anderson, and then in the semi-finals, of course, he won his semi, didn't he, to be on the front row. So Olofsson here was only 3 points behind Anderson.
Anderson's run wide, Andrew, in the background. I wonder if Sjögren is going to get up the inside if we see the hairpin.
Olofsson leading in the background. It's hard to see what's happened. Enland is there. Got a whole nother lap to go. Where is Janssen going to Joker?
No, Anderson.
Oh, who's gone there?
That's Anderson making a very late decision to joke. I wonder if they thought it was the last lap for some reason, because you wouldn't, or maybe he didn't hear, maybe he's decided, you know, if the radio's gone down, maybe he's thought, oh no, I need to joker just in case. But that's really dropped him out of this, hasn't it?
Yeah, Janssen, I'm trying to see if Janssen might hold on from Sjögren, but I don't think he will, looking at this. He's only, he's 2.1 in front of Sjögren.
I think he could. Will, yeah.
He could. So Janssen might get a podium. Janssen might.
I think he'd be third.
Oh, he might get a nudge here though from Enland on the braking zone. What's happening in the hairpin? Has Enland had a mistake or not? So no. So Janssen and Enland getting all crossed up in the braking zone at the hairpin.
I think Janssen's going to do it.
So Janssen goes off to the Joker lap, coming around the outside line. Olofsson, the championship leader at the moment. He wasn't coming here, but he certainly will be leaving now. He's going to take his second win of the season. P2 going to go to Enland over the line. P3, Kasper Janssen holds on. Lucas Anderson. P5. And Haug comes round for P6. So championship lead definitely going to Simon Olofsson here. This was the start. So it wasn't a great start by Sjögren, was it? Anderson looks to the inside here, thinks better of it, as Enland's also backed off and got into P2, but that allows Janssen around the outside to P3.
Brilliant Dave Olofsson.
Yeah.
Faultless.
Smashed it. Yeah, it's a clean sweep, isn't it? All qualifying sessions, semi and final. Trying to see what he did.
Janssen really climbed that berm, on the bank berm, whatever you want to call it, on the outside of the corner. Almost dragged him right into the wall. That would have made a mess in the pre-grid, wouldn't it, if you'd have hit that wall with all the gravel. You can see how low the sun is now, because the drivers' faces are all lit up at certain parts of the track.
It's actually the first clean sweep of the year in Lights, Hal. I think Johan got one, didn't he, in Supercar last time out? I'm trying to think.
This was on the Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, but yes, he did. But yeah, so Simon Olofsson with the win in round 5 and a clean sweep, all 3 qualifying sessions, the semi and the final. And with that, the championship lead. Lucas Anderson getting P5 here after a pretty tricky day, I think, for Lucas. He'll have learned a lot from it. Be interested to see what he bounces back with tomorrow. We're going to see aggressive Lucas, tidy Lucas. They'll have a little think about it overnight. He'll be back there in the fight tomorrow for round 6. Simon Olofsson leads the standings by 9 points on 130. He came here 3 points behind Anderson, who is now, say, 9 points back in P2. Enland is just 7 points off the back. Enland before was 13 off Anderson and 10 off Olofsson. So he's 16 off Olofsson. So Olofsson has extended a good championship lead here, and Enland has closed down a little bit on Anderson. Kasper Janssen was in fourth in the standings before and remains in fourth, but that gap has gone up just by a tiny bit. Great stuff. Brilliant drive by Simon Olofsson. Mats Oman.
Yes.
Congratulations, what a brilliant drive by you. Your start was incredible.
Yes, it's a very good start.
How did you do that? It was the second start, so everything was warm, but you were like a rocket round the outside.
I get up the starter RPM.
So higher on the start RPM and nailed it.
Yes.
How happy are you, mate, after a bit of a break from racing? It must be so good, isn't it, to get a result like this?
Yeah, it's 3 years since I compete last. So it's my first win in Supercar, so I'm very happy.
Oh, that mate, congratulations. We couldn't be happier for you. Honestly, it was such a brilliant performance. We were talking to Joel Kristoffersson earlier on today, and your daughter as well. We didn't interrupt you because you were busy with the car, but a first ever Supercar win and a win against some great drivers as well. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
How fantastic. There we are. Absolutely brilliant. Mats Oman, the winner of Supercar Ram. Thank you so much for joining us, and that's amazing, Hal.
Yeah, brilliant. And it takes just a result like that to relight someone's fire.
Yeah.
Hopefully we see Mats for the rest of the year.
Oh, I'd love to. I'd absolutely love that. I'd love that. I'll tell you what as well, remember his daughter said if he'd made it through to the Supercar final, he was going to do both, and you wouldn't bet against him getting a podium, would you? So
yeah, I think that's why we've waited a little bit here, for Vranks to get back.
Is Vranks on the back of the grid?
Yeah, he is, yeah. Because obviously he's
in the sun.
Tight turnaround.
So, on the front row, Kevin Eriksson, Kalliokoski, Ollie Eriksson on row 2, Juha Rutkanen as well. Oh, it's a great start by Kalliokoski trying to come around the outside. Kevin Eriksson gets there first up on 2 wheels. Kalliokoski trying to go the long way round. Kevin Eriksson squeezes him out to the outside line. Ollie Eriksson looking to try and capitalise if Kalliokoski runs wide, and he does, but he keeps it legs in the Fiesta. Holds on to P2, Eriksson slots in. It's Rutkanen is in P4. The dust is really bad in the low sun now. Belevsky is in P5, so that means in the back of the pack is Victor Vranks, but Kevin Eriksson leads.
Kalliokoski was so sideways on the way into turn 2. I wondered if Kevin would try and force the issue a little bit more through turn 1, just to open up the door a little bit for Oliver. Maybe he did try that, didn't quite work out. Oliver is all over the back of local specialist Kalliokoski.
Rutkanen went straight to the Joker, Hal, and it was ultra committed on the way in. I think that's a brilliant decision by him. Nobody went in front of him, he fired it in there flat out.
Yeah, got Thomas Heikkinen, Toppy as he's known, on the radio this weekend as the front of, is that the front of Kalliokoski's car?
I think it might be Kevin's, I'm not sure, but whatever it was, it won't be going back on the car. Oh, mate, yeah, no, it must be underguards maybe, or a rear bumper. Either way, it was there for the first lap and it's been thoroughly run over. It couldn't be closer at the front. Need to keep your eye on the gap back to Rutkanen. He's 2.9 off the lead, is he?
2.9 off the lead at the moment, yeah. He's 0.9 behind Belevsky, who is jokering now.
So Rutkanen should get Belevsky. Watch in the background the red Fiesta coming around the outside, and he's going to get Belevsky. Is he? Belevsky's hard on the throttle in the outer. Rutkanen's got him already. He's going to hunt him down one by one. How surely you start responding if you're out front now. I might cover him off.
We'll see the gap this time around. He's still 2.9 off the lead, Rutkanen, so he hasn't really gained on Kevin Eriksson at the front of the field. Kevin Eriksson, it will be a remarkable result if Kevin Eriksson can beat Kalliokoski. Kalliokoski is such a specialist round here. So at one with that star-built Ford Fiesta.
I wonder how, if they get distracted though, fighting each other. Look at Rutkanen coming up towards the back of them already. He's a little way back still. Oh, into the joke. That goes Kalliokoski. This might be the cover of Rutkanen. Inside and outside, 2 different Ford Fiestas. The 2 Erikssons come around the outside line here. Rutkanen not going to be close enough. Kalliokoski drops from P2 to P3, but he holds off Rutkanen at the merge.
I was thinking that could only help out Ollie Eriksson, really, because if Kalliokoski had joked into Rutkanen, they'd hold each other up a little bit, fighting on track, but Kalliokoski had quite a good margin there, didn't he, over Rutkanen, now on the back of Ollie Eriksson. But Ollie Eriksson can also help his brother here.
I was thinking
I would leave Ollie Eriksson out, regardless of what happens with Kevin now. Leave Ollie out because he can just hold back, not in any untoward way, but him being there is just going to hold Kalliokoski back a little bit.
been teams in motorsport forever, haven't they? They can do what they want with that, and yeah, they may well just say, look, just check him up in the hairpin.
Of course, Ollie wants the best result for himself, but at the same time, they want the team to win. He's not doing the full championship. He'll want nothing more in this series than for Kevin to win the title. So if he can do anything to help that, he will. What a fight back this is for Ollie Eriksson, who had such a difficult time in qualifying through today.
Everybody behind him was jokered, Hal, and they're covered by 1.8 seconds, the 3 cars behind him, so he could get swallowed up by 3 cars here, Ollie Eriksson. Going to hope, isn't he, that everybody gets a bit tangled up behind him. Look how close it is amongst these guys.
Kevin Eriksson's got a good margin at the front of the order. He's been brilliant today, Kevin. He needs to score good points this weekend while Kristoffersson isn't here, and he's doing just that.
Going to nail this joker lap on, hopefully flings it into the left-hand side, gets perilously close to the outside of the course. Eriksson coming round on the inside line. Kevin Eriksson going to take the lead. Ollie Eriksson drops back through the last corner. Kevin Eriksson takes the checker flag and the win. Maximum points here for him. Kaliakowski and Rukkanen round out the podium. 2 Finns on the podium. Belevsky gets Eriksson as well, so Ollie Eriksson drops down to P5 from P2. We said it was close, and my goodness me, it was.
Fastest lap of the final for Rukkanen on the final lap with a 40.8. That was significantly quicker than the others managed. Kevin Eriksson right up on 2 wheels there in the first corner. Still fighting with Kaliakowski. Kaliakowski gets so sideways. Rukkanen just in the rear of Ollie Eriksson. Ollie Eriksson could have absolutely nailed Kaliakowski there and didn't, so fair play to him. Although it would have caused a bit of a mess, and you never know if you're going to come out of it on top either. Look at Ollie Eriksson trying to get the Civic stop going down the hill.
Look at the angle on that, the lean on the...
So much camber in that corner,
yeah.
You don't really see it, do you, until you look at a slow-mo like that.
And then look at this queue of cars, we said, didn't we?
Perfect teammate drive that from Ollie Eriksson, just to cover off behind, just to be there in case anything happened to Kevin.
And we'll ask him, did you back it up? Did you just,
I don't think he did,
no,
but it's just his presence of being there makes a difference, doesn't it? Because, otherwise they'd have had clear air to close on the back of Kevin. Yeah. That's not to say that Kevin wouldn't have pulled away anyway, but it's exactly what you do as a team.
Belevsky got him right in the last corner, just at the very end of the race. So Ollie Eriksson just lost outlook by less than 1/10 of a second to Belevsky for P4, P5. Franks 6th in this one. Rukkanen 3rd, Kaliakowski 2nd, but the winner is Kevin Eriksson. Fantastic performance by him, and that is his 3rd win of the season. Victor Franks parked it. Had a little run up the bank earlier on, but that's properly parked, isn't it? Don't know what he's done there. Is that off course, Hal, or did he finish the race? No, plus 3 laps, he did not. So the graphic didn't make that super clear. Kevin Eriksson. Now, bear in mind, obviously, there are drop scores. You can drop a couple of points. Kevin Eriksson on 133 from Johan Kristoffersson, who's not here this weekend. Belevsky is. Victor Franks up into 4th. Maiko Tam. Veiby 6th. Hedstrom 7th. Hedstrom's here. Bergstrom isn't, of course. 8th for him. Christensen not here this weekend. 9th, and neither is Calla Ward. That's your top 10, but I say don't read too much into it, because we're going to have some drop scores to take into account. Well, there we are. That is round 5 done and dusted here in Finland, and dusted is appropriate in here as well as elsewhere. We've got Simon Olofsson, who was the winner of Lights here. Simon, brilliant drive by you, mate, all day long. It's the first clean sweep of the season. You won all 3 qualifying sessions, your semi and your final. I'm expecting to see a smile, mate.
Yeah, you can get a little smile.
Only a little one, only a little one. Well done, though. Like, serious pressure. There's some great drivers in this class, but they have not got near you today, mate. Same again tomorrow?
I mean, yes, hopefully, because we had clean races all day. Like Enlund did not, so tomorrow's a new race.
And I guess you'll approach it the same way as today. I mean, today's tactics have worked perfectly. You just go again?
Yeah, hopefully. We will try to get up to speed a little bit, because wasn't the quickest all the time, but we was even and we got good starts.
So good starts, good consistency all day. You're just looking for that last tiny little bit of lap time.
Yeah.
All right, well, look, well done, mate. It's a great win today. Enjoy the podium, and congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Here we go, Simon Olofsson, with just a little smile.
Big smiles are saved to the end of the season, aren't they? Because at this point in a double-header, you've got to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, so have we. So have you. Grand Prix on tomorrow. Indy 500. You probably watched that, because it's a bit later. Is that later, Hal? Oh, another one. Hey, Kevin.
Hey.
Congratulations, mate. Third win of the season. You've been on the podium at every single round, but that was a brilliant drive.
Yeah, it was good, and I heard you mention 2 other races, but I think this is bigger, so it's nice to get this win here.
Yeah.
Indy 500 and Monte Carlo, that goes second and third hand to some rallycross.
We agree, mate. We've been saying all day long this is the place to be. The sun's shining. We're in Kouvola. I mean, you can't ask for more, can you? And we can't ask for more from you against stiff opposition as well. Kaliakowski's a wily character, isn't he? He's a tricky guy to beat here.
Yeah, I mean, the Finnish guys are all, Kaliakowski and Rytkönen, I know, very good cars and 2 very, very good drivers. We've seen, both in Rallyx level, but also World Rallycross level. So I knew it was tough. Obviously, when they come in, they get 8 new tires, so we have slightly a disadvantage. But I was killing my tires slightly too hard in the semi, and I burned them. So I tried to be a little bit more nicer to them now in the final. And the starts have been very, very good. So I've been living on that, and they've had 2-3 tenths quicker lap. But it's been good. I've been pushing hard, but at the same time, I need to learn to be nicer to the tires because I don't have so much nice ones for tomorrow.
Okay, so could tomorrow be a little bit trickier for you think?
I mean, I would say it's pretty similar to today because obviously, we had 4 years going into this as well, and the tires I had did, the final and the semi in tier plus, 2 of them I did 1 heat, so I had 10 to 12 laps on them. So I think it's pretty similar today, tomorrow, like it was today. So it should be possible again.
All right, mate. Well, look, congratulations. Great drive by you and great job by the team as well. Ollie was so close behind you, and then he got eaten up on that last lap. But brilliant team driving by the pair of you, and we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I need to watch the final. You don't know anything when you drive it. So for sure, it will be fun to watch back at the whole weekend and hear you and Hal talk much. So. That's my falling asleep. I fall asleep to your voices. So that's my what do you call it, rocking baby.
Like a lullaby. Lullaby.
Yeah,
okay, I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Cheers, Kevin.
Cheers, mate.
Mate, congratulations. Well done, and we'll see you in a minute. We'll be over to IMSC. We're going to go grab some food. They might. Yeah. Did they have a celebratory beer, Hal? I mean, obviously they can't have one, but I mean we could potentially.
You're driving, mate.
Oh, damn. It was only 6k. I could walk.
Yeah, you walk, I'll drive.
Look, either way, thank you so much for joining us here, round 5 of Rallyx 2023 Kouvola. I don't know what the weather forecast is for tomorrow. It's been a scorcher here today, both on track and off. Hal, thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, mate.
Good day?
Yeah, good.
Awesome. Hope you guys have had a great day as well. Have a fantastic evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for the best motorsport event that's on this Sunday. Indy 500, yeah, it's good. Monaco Grand Prix is pretty cool as well. Kouvola round 6, Rallyx, you know where it's at.